Welcome in. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba show. We are live, and we thank you for being with us. The kickoff hour set for another week. A lot to talk about, a lot to handle today. We have Adler. He's switching from the house. He'll be back probably in studio with us Monday. He tested positive last week, doing fine, feels 100%, but still going to be switching from the house today. So you'll see look at, there you go. The cameras are still switching around, but he's actually doing that remotely. So we'll get updates from him throughout the day, but scheduled to be back in with us on Wednesday. We'll look back at a very busy week. The rest of us are in studio. We'll have some updates from this past weekend, look ahead to this week, and today is a Charity Charge Monday. If you are in the Birmingham Metro, we'll explain how you can participate. But without further ado, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey. What's up?
Fired up, ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Good.
Excited.
Charity Charge Day today.
Oh.
At participating Buffalo Wild Wings.
Eat up.
A
Little Asian zing.
That is the go-to for my boys. They like the Asian zings. I'll just go mild or hot, but they'll
got a little kick.
They'll Asian zing me. 10% of food sales at participating Buffalo Wild Wings will go to the Charity Charge today. And this month, it's the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. We've been talking a lot about that, and that is the beneficiary for this month at participating Buffalo Wild Wings in the Birmingham market, Alabaster, Birmingham on Highway 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, participating Buffalo Wild Wings. So check that out. If you want to go have some great lunch or some dinner, then 10% of food sales at those locations will go to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. All right, so as we get prepared for the day this past weekend, I know when we left everybody, Helmsy was headed up to Lincoln County, Tennessee, and I know you headed out and gave us a Marco late, and things went well, you said.
I did. This weekend was, goodness gracious. It was just jam-packed, and it's normally not like that for me. But it was good. Didn't have a whole lot of time to breathe, but got through it. And Friday night it did start off in Ardmore, Tennessee. Funny, I had no idea that snow was in the forecast for this part of the world.
Oh. Okay.
And so I had a great night with the men, Decisions for Jesus. I appreciate them trusting me with that. It was a great night. There were several churches involved at Cash Point Baptist Church, and just a great night. I get there early, and so I got there early and hung out with the pastor and the leadership team, and then we had a big dinner, and I had dinner. I normally don't eat before I go on stage.
Yeah.
And I was like, guys, I'm jumping in tonight.
Oh.
And so we had some good food, and then, of course, we had the service. And then I got back on the road. It was late. But there was a murmur campaign going on. Hey, guys, it's snowing outside. And it's really coming down. And I'm starting to think, am I about to get snowed in Ardmore, Tennessee?
There you go.
Like, hey, I got things to do this weekend.
Right.
And so luckily it was – you had a nice layer on the grass, and it looked beautiful, but the roads were fine.
Okay.
And so got out of there, and then got up early Saturday morning for the Frostbite Invitational.
Yeah.
Oh,
and, hey, it was.
I felt like I was in an all-day cryotherapy session.
That's just nonstop.
It was cold.
I thought about you Saturday morning because it was cold. It was – when you see for the temperature, it's 20-something,
yes.
Then you go, hey, it's pretty chilly for where we live. Now, for those of you around the country, you might be laughing at that, but for us, it's cold.
Yeah. That was
cold,
an all-day.
Especially sports.
That was an all-day deal for us, and then, of course, yesterday, James Spann spoke at our man church at Shades Mountain last night. He knocked it out of the park. It was phenomenal. Just a great time of worship and fun hanging out with him. Yeah. And we probably needed a little bigger room. It was packed house, which was great.
Yeah,
that's
what
a good
you
problem
want.
to have.
That's what you
James
want.
will bring everybody out.
Yep.
And, man, he did such a good job, and it was just a fun weekend. But I'm glad to be here now and relax.
Yeah. It's a whirlwind. Now you're back.
Yeah. How about y'all?
Saturday, I was out in it, too. We talked about it last week. JC opened up their season, and so they were playing baseball.
Oh, my God.
Guys, I had, and I know you did too, Helmsy, but I had 3 layers top and bottom on just to survive. But when we showed up, it was 28 degrees.
Baseball.
playing baseball.
And tennis.
That's good.
What was at playing this weekend.
Both
That's
of
good
those
for
are
arms,
warm
isn't it?
sports.
That's good for arms, isn't it?
Yeah, there's nothing good about this. I don't know why they start so early. It makes no sense to me. So we can play 900 games?
Right.
I guess
yeah,
maybe
that's good.
it. That's good for your arm, too.
Right. And so middle of the day, it got kind of warm, and I looked at Terry and I said, I know you feel like it's warm. Do you know it's still 38 degrees? But it felt like, hey, it's warming
I walked
up.
outside when the sun came out, and I'm like, oh, this isn't bad. But like I said, then I looked. It's because it was freezing.
And then on the back end, the sun starts going down because it's a double
It's
header.
cold again.
Now we're cold again.
Get the blanket
So that
back
was the
out.
Saturday, and then yesterday after church, we went up to Tuscaloosa, or down to Tuscaloosa, to Northridge High School, where Tyler coaches, and they had their little first annual home run derby in different age groups and stuff. That was a lot of fun to go support that. So it was now yesterday where we lived, gorgeous.
Yeah, it was
I mean,
nice.
a little
was.
windy, but hey, nice. Real nice. So it was a busy weekend for us.
All right,
Real
two
busy.
questions. And I had to do this yesterday too. Completely forgot about this. You know how you have those work days where you have to take care of fields and courts.
Yeah.
So yesterday was the
I
court.
remember those
We had to
days.
take care of the courts.
Always hated.
Right.
I always hated
and
work
and
days.
get all
Me
the
too.
trees and brush and tree.
It's the same five people show up.
They have
Right.
grown into the. Yeah, there wasn't as many people show up as I wanted
Right. And
to.
coordinating those are so tough, getting some people motivated.
Yeah, and
Oh,
so
yeah.
God, I love having a truck because I can do this stuff now.
Ooh.
I threw in a blower, a weed eater,
Sure.
a chainsaw, and rakes, and just a bunch of odds and ends, and thought, well, I probably won't use half this. Used every bit of it.
Yeah.
It was crazy. My second question to you, Speedy, is do you use one of those portable heaters when you're out in the cold like this?
If it's windy, we have one of those. They're little buddies or
Yes.
whatever they're called. We have it.
A
We
little
even have
propane.
we even have a little carrying bag for
Yeah.
it. I mean, we're
Ooh,
set
got my
up,
own
ready to
bag.
go.
Yeah.
But if it's windy, unless you've got it covered,
It'll blow out.
It'll just blow. It's
know.
useless. So
Yeah.
we did not take it because the wind was blowing so good. Man, terrible story. So we about one of those. We had one set up. I
Did you catch
guess
yourself on fire?
maybe
I have
a
done that
middle
before.
school game years ago for Tyler. That tells you how long ago it was.
Okay.
And this is before we had one, but one of our friends had one, and she was sitting there, and all of a sudden everybody was like, "What is that?"
Oh,
Sure.
no,
And-
somebody's on fire.
And you
done
got to
it.
be careful, man. It was, I think her jeans had caught on fire, or
Yeah.
whatever, burner.
Yeah.
And well, I've seen blankets catch on fire, or not. It's not like, but I mean, you can
Smoldering.
smell it.
I
you know?
melted some camouflage pants one time in a
Yeah.
shooting house.
Oh, you
and
gotta be
got
careful.
you got all that stuff on, and you don't realize what's going on. Then
Yeah.
you start smelling it. To your
Uh-huh.
point, you're like,
Yeah.
oh my goodness.
Yeah, what in the
The
world?
deer went. Psh.
So you have to be careful covering them up.
Yeah.
Unless you got a really sure enough. I've seen people throw a blanket over a chair in front of them and then put them in between
Yeah.
it to where it doesn't get anywhere near it. But yeah, we didn't take our Saturday. We have one,
We
and
took
I looked
ours.
at it
Yeah.
and I was like, But that
Amanda's
the-
like,
the
hey, do we
wind
still
was-
have that heater? I said, we do. She goes, you got any propane tanks? I said, I do. And so it was a game changer. And of course, there's blankets. We got at one point there was, and kids handle this stuff so much better than us, and we worry about them being too cold. Amanda especially.
Yeah.
The wives they want their babies warm. Okay. And so I looked up, and one of the kids we're in 20-degree weather, 33-degree weather at one point, and he's in a pair of shorts and a
What?
T-shirt.
Who?
What?
And a man, his name's Collier. And I looked, he may be the toughest kid. And so
Oh,
either that
wow.
or he's crazy.
Well,
trying to
that's
be
not
sharp.
that's
so,
not being tough.
So Amanda goes, hey, honey, you want this blanket? And I said, no, I can't have these people looking at me in a blanket when Collier's out here walking around in a T-shirt and shorts.
That's not smart.
So,
I
well,
don't
they're
get that.
they're moving around and
Yeah,
running
they're playing
around
maybe.
and
That's-
stuff
I
like
get that
But
part.
I'm just like, goodness gracious.
You know what we do? We take sleeping bags and just step inside of them and pull them up.
We had one of those too. We were prepared.
We'll be right back. All right, we are rolling back. It is 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are set, and all the players are on the field, and we're ready for another day, a brand new week. Don't forget charity charge today, participating Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah, come on with it. Eat you some good old wings.
Get some wings.
It will benefit the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund today, so go out and enjoy some great food at Buffalo Wild Wings. All right, so we've got a number of things to talk about. Hey, your flashlight's on. Okay, I didn't know.
Hey,
have you ever seen some people? I don't know how it happens too. You accidentally touch the flashlight, and your flashlight on your phone's on, and you don't know it, and everybody's like, you're shining everybody.
You're like, quit lying to me.
All right, so we got the NFL. We'll hit that a little bit, but before we do, we got something more important to talk about. And that's the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
You talking about Herbie the Husker?
Yep. They have updated their logo to avoid alleged white supremacist gestures.
Oh, my goodness.
The Nebraska Cornhuskers have made a slight alteration to their logo of their beloved mascot, Herbie Husker, changing the OK gesture he was making with his left hand to one that insinuates they are number one to avoid comparisons to white supremacy.
Now, if you want to change the logo, because
which I think they should, the OK's goofy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
for that reason.
Yeah, but say that
the number one makes it different, or just change this number one. Don't say nothing. But this thing that the AOK has been around for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
Everybody knows the intent. Now, I don't know if there's some white supremacist groups who have adopted it. All I know is in this particular case, I feel pretty confident Herbie Husker is not a white supremacist. Yeah. Okay, and nobody cares. What I mean, why?
Well, it's been okay, Greg, since 1974 because that's when it was created by Dick West, a newspaper cartoonist out of Lubbock, Texas. He created Herbie Husker, doing the OK symbol, but it has now been declared that it could insinuate upholding the three fingers as a W. And the circle and forearm resembles a P, and together it stands for white power.
Yeah, we've heard this before, and again, it goes back to intent, and I believe the intent here is A-OK. Yeah. And I'm like you, it should have been number one because that makes more sense. It's kind of goofy. My team is A-OK.
Yeah.
But I promise you, again, we are not intelligent enough or we're too lazy to look at the intent of certain words. You know, we're scared to death of words. Not how they're intended, just the word itself.
Right.
Makes no sense at all. And this is the same thing. And don't forget now, if you can get on YouTube and find all kinds of documentaries now. They claim this, and a lot of them are rap artists. They do it, but it's the Illuminati. It's the 666.
There we go.
So the AOK is just getting, just hammered.
Right.
I mean, poor AOK, which used to be a positive. You look, hey, everything good.
Yep, everything's good.
It was a positive. Now suddenly,
yeah. Well, you know what?
Hey, let me like I say. You think you've done nothing.
Nothing at all.
If you want to change it and don't mention it because it's not worth mentioning. Because I promise you, there was nothing tied to Herbie Husker that had anything to do with white supremacy.
No. I'm sitting here looking at the football guide from 1974 where they have the OK gesture with his left hand. It indicates, according to the cartoonist that created this, all is well. And in old Nebraska Husker land, all is well. That was the
and in their football
gesture.
Program lately, it's not. So change the logo, but do it for that.
No,
but they're also not number
it's
one,
goofy.
So quit putting that up.
Well,
but that because
you want to start something, you got to start somewhere. Yeah,
but I don't even get me started.
Yeah,
I have to work on it because I will use that gesture.
Yeah,
if somebody, hey, everything good?
Yeah,
I've done that.
Well, careful.
I'm gonna have to change that.
There's also one
don't dare try to get circle
you're not
dodge.
So careful with.
Yeah, but
don't
it's
do
also
circle
very
dodge.
necessary.
Some people would do it in pictures.
The intent.
I will be honest with you. The intent of that one, you pretty much got.
Right. Yeah, that's universal there. But a lot of people do circle dodge in pictures, just kind of goofing around.
We've circle dodged forever.
Can't do that. Can't do that.
Can't do that. Can't do. Hey, Greg, you good? Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Give me this.
Yeah.
No,
I can't fear the beak.
You got the Crips. You got the Crips in the blood.
Fear the beak out.
Crips and the
Sorry,
Bloods
JSU.
feature that as a gang sign. So, I mean, everybody's got it.
Illuminati's got it.
I mean, come on. Well, now, hey, Nebraska doesn't have it. They have changed the world and have changed the logo for their.
Thank goodness.
For Herbie Husker.
You know what they probably did? They go, this is stupid, but if we don't do this, somebody's going to try to use Herbie Husker against us. So since all the rules have changed on a hand gesture, Herbie
Could
the
they
Husker.
not come up with a better H name than Herbie?
I know. The whole thing, and he looks goofy.
Hustle
How about,
Husker.
I will be honest. They ought to do away with the entire
Yeah.
image because it's cartoony.
Right. Well, it depicts a blonde-haired, blue-eyed farmer wearing
Well, that's racist.
Go. Here we
Goodness
go.
gracious.
Aryan.
A blue-eyed farmer wearing blue overalls with an ear of corn in his pocket and a big red cowboy hat on his head.
So it's Scott Frost.
It was in the media guide, 1974. It's the season they ended with a 19-3 Cotton Bowl win over Texas. But now and all is okay, but not now. Now it means white power and it must change. So they said to avoid controversy, we're changing it.
All right.
It's been changed, and so.
Thank goodness. I
Thank
feel
goodness,
better.
man.
World's
Good night,
better
alive.
today, guys. We thought this place was going down the tubes. Not now. We have righted a wrong. Herbie Husker has been dealt with, and now he's saying, we're number one.
But to y'all's point, it's like now people are sitting around that made this decision going, world's better now.
Well, I'll be honest,
and really it's
this is offensive, too, because now he's saying he's better than everybody.
I know. He's saying he's
mean,
number
who's
one.
Who does he think he is?
You can't be number one.
No, you're declaring
You can't
yourself
have
above
those-
others.
you can't have
and
those
you got
kind of
blonde hair and
standards.
blue eyes.
I know.
We're against excellence.
Come
what are they
on.
doing?
Everybody's got to be the same. We don't have winners and losers anymore.
No, and you
How dare them put up a number one? We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Bottom of the hour, kickoff hour live. Don't go anywhere. 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, Super Bowl 56 is set, and it will be in Los Angeles for the first time in since 1993. And, you know, when I think of 1993, I think of the blizzard of 1993. That's weird. But they say the Los Angeles area has not hosted the Super Bowl since 1993. And the two teams might surprise you a little bit. It's going to be the Bengals and the Rams.
Yeah.
And the Bengals went to Arrowhead, beat Kansas City in overtime. And I didn't catch that game until the overtime started. Actually, I take that back. It was winding down, and 21-21. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was like, what in the world's going on? It's almost like the score wasn't real to me. I was like, because early on I saw notification that Kansas City was winning 21-3, and I'm like, well, yeah, they're blowing them out like everybody thought. And then I get the next update, and it's tied. They go into overtime.
They made an adjustment at halftime that seemed to work.
Yeah,
they could not stop Kansas City.
I want to
in the
say
first half.
Bengals lose the coin toss, but the defense stops Kansas City, which nobody thought they'd do, and then goes on to kick a field goal and win.
Was it 20? What was it 21-10 at one point, or 21-14? 21-10.
21-10.
So came back from the work
21-3 before that.
for the work day. I didn't realize that, and it was 21-10. I thought, well, they got this. I went and got a shower, maybe 6-7 minutes, and came back in. It was tied, and I was like, what just happened? And then I was able to see the ending before I headed off to Manchester.
And then they scored and they got a 2-point conversion, tied it up.
Yeah, tied it up. So the Bengals
crazy.
The Bengals defense completely shut them down in the second half.
Yeah.
And in overtime.
Right.
So.
And think about what the Bengals did. I mean, they go to the Titans and beat them, and in front of that home crowd. And then they sit back and they watch the Bills and the Chiefs play, and everybody's like, well, my gosh, what a great game. And it was, my goodness, the game. And they're like, well, they have no chance. And then they go to Arrowhead and win. So congratulations to them.
I've had Joe Burrow in his second year is doing this.
Yeah. Wow. And then the Rams, they are finally able to beat their rival, the San Francisco 49ers. Yeah. And they will host Super Bowl 56. And what I'm hearing is that they are the home team. You know, you have home visitors or whatever, so they'll actually get to be in their home locker room and everything. So they kicked a field goal with just under 2 minutes left, and then intercepted Garoppolo to hold them off, and they won 20-17. So it's the Rams hosting the Bengals. Super Bowl 56. It'll be February 13th. And so now here come the commercials, guys. I'm sorry. But commercials will now start being leaked out a little bit, and that'll be featured some here on the show. But it is set. Did y'all think when the season was maybe 10 weeks in that this would be the matchup?
No, absolutely not.
But I thought the Rams probably had a chance, really good chance.
They were trying because they the trades they made. They were saying we're all in this year.
And they've been good all year.
We've given up a lot of stuff. We're all in for the Super Bowl this year.
Right.
But now the other side of it, no, I don't. No one saw that coming.
Not even close.
I said it a couple weeks, and it's just wishful thinking. Really, it's no. I don't know anything, but I'm still hoping and thinking Stafford's going to get him one after being so many years in Detroit and coming to the Rams for 1 year and then getting it done. So how about that? He's getting to play. He wanted to play in games that made a difference, and buddy, he's doing that.
Here it is.
Yep.
So
it's been a while for him. I think they said he played in one playoff game.
I was going to say it was back when he was at Georgia.
Yeah,
that's when he had to play in meaningful games.
You're probably right.
So it says here we had Super Bowl I between the winners of the NFC Championship, American League Championship, was played at Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, 1967. Packers defeated the Chiefs in that game. The Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum also hosted Super Bowl VII between the Dolphins and then the Washington Redskins. That's what they were called then, so that's what I'm saying. Since then, they've had 5 other Super Bowls, but they've been played in the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. Where in 1993, Cowboys beat the Bills 52-17.
I remember that.
So this will be the L.A. area has not hosted since then, so it'll be the first time since 1993 here in Super Bowl 2022, which is also Super Bowl 56. So we'll see how that goes. Halftime, I know Dr. Dre is happy because he's put up millions for the halftime show, and was standing to lose that if it got canceled. But it'll feature him and Eminem and
I bet you're all about
them. We'll see how that plays
How
out.
about Sean McVay, 36, second Super Bowl?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
It is.
I don't care who
is.
you are. That's impressive.
It really is. It was weird because at times it sounded like there were more 49er fans there at times.
Yeah.
Inside SoFi where they'll host the Super Bowl. But, yeah, it's set, ready to go. Super Bowl 56. 2 weeks.
2 weeks out.
2 weeks out.
And you're going to kill us with commercials the next few weeks, and I get it. I get
the
it.
Pro Bowl this Saturday?
I've learned to.
It's in Las Vegas.
Usually.
I know that.
It usually is the
See,
week
where
before.
they're looks like the Raiders going to what's the offensive coordinator for the Patriots? Young guy. Oh, come on.
I don't know.
Oh my goodness. He's had a stint at head coach.
Helton.
No. Come on, Calvin. Dag nabbit. Anyway, it looks like the Raiders are going to be naming him head coach. McDaniels.
But anyway, talking about the Pro Bowl, you remember they used to
Josh
play it the week
McDaniels.
after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because then a few years back when they changed it to before, so if you're in the Super Bowl, you don't get to play in it.
Yeah.
Right.
But you remember in the old days, they played in Hawaii the next week.
Right.
after the Super
Yeah.
Bowl.
Yeah. And then you got this whole Tom Brady thing. So Adam Schefter and
that was
somebody
weird.
else, they leaked out or tweeted out, hey, he's retiring. So then everybody's like, oh, my gosh, and you saw all these notifications popping up. He's retiring.
Bubba broke the news.
Yeah, and then Tom Brady's agent's like, hey, not so fast. He has not officially retired yet. And then a lot of folks are saying that he's just wanting to control,
What is the truth
narrative
that
a little bit.
that if he waits till after February, a certain day in February, he gets $15 million?
Yeah, I think so.
So if he was going to do it, he'd have to wait till after that.
I don't know how that works, but
I don't
that's what
either.
I was reading this weekend. That was the reason for the delay.
I mean, but you had all kinds of folks being interviewed and, what he meant to and it still might happen, but he hasn't officially retired. It's not official yet. It's just been leaked that he is, and so we'll see how that plays out. But that started everybody, goat this, goat that. And
give me goat.
everybody's a goat and all that. But I know that so what will the Bucks do if he's gone? Boy, you talking about?
Who's their backup? I know that they drafted old Trask out of Florida. Is he even still on the team? He may be the backup. I don't know.
No, I think it's I don't know his name. Gosh, well, we're really good this morning.
That little cryptic
NFL analyst right
that
here.
little cryptic text that Gronkowski sent out.
Yeah.
I know if Brady's not come back, he surely won't.
No. You're right.
There's that. And then I see in the tennis world, did Nadal he break the Grand Slam record?
I got to watch a couple of he did. So you had Federer and Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal all sitting at 20, which is unreal. Okay, prior to that it was 14.
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact that we've been able over the last 10, 12 years watch three guys win 20 majors apiece is unbelievable in the sport.
Right.
Okay, truly is. We'll probably never see that again. But if y'all remember 3 weeks ago, we were sitting here talking while Novak was in a detention hotel that he would be the one to break 20 and get to 21
Right.
because he's so good in Australia. He's so good on hard courts. Federer is out, not playing, injury. And Nadal doesn't do well on hard courts. That's not his best surface. He's getting older, so he probably won't get there either. And so we look up, here we are, and he does it, and phenomenal. And probably his best comeback ever, 5 sets, he's down. He loses the first 2 sets. The first set he got hammered, like 6-2. The second set, and this is always tough, mentally, he loses in a tiebreak, 7-6. So you think, well, I'm down 0-2. Do you realize how long this match is going to have to go on and the quality of tennis I'm going to have to play for these next few hours in order to have a chance of even making it to a 5th set? And he does it. And truly remarkable athlete, and he's just one of those grinders and got it done. And so congrats to him, and would have never thought he would have been the last, by the way, that I would have picked to win 21 first.
Yeah.
And the French Open's coming up. He's the king of clay, and he will that's where he's won most of his majors. he arguably, guys, is probably the greatest. You can make an argument that now he is now the greatest tennis player of all time on the men's side, for sure.
Wow.
And 3 weeks ago, we weren't saying that.
Not at all. It just opened.
We were
up
saying
for him,
he was
didn't
one of the greatest. He is the king of clay. Those are the type thing. And today, we're singing a different tune.
If Smokovich or whatever his name is hadn't got knocked out of it,
Yeah.
been different.
All right. Well, it did open up for him. I mean,
It did.
It really
It did.
nicely. And did I see? Tell me if I saw this right. So Daytona's coming up, but this Busch Light Clash, it's going to be at the Coliseum.
Yeah.
So they've turned.
It's going to be weird. It's real. It's not very big at all.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't look very big, Greg.
Yeah.
But they're making what would be like the track around a football field. They're making that a NASCAR track, and NASCAR is going to be at L.A. Coliseum.
Yes.
That is insane.
The Busch Clash don't you? If you want to race the year before, you get to run in the Busch Clash. I think that's what that is. Start speed weeks, I think.
Yeah, it kicks everything off.
We've played football games at Bristol. Might as well turn around and do a race.
Try it.
So it's going to be February
Race
6th
in
at
the
5
Coliseum.
p.m. Central Time on the 0.25 mile asphalt that they're saying that they're overhauling the L.A. Memorial Coliseum. The inside.
You think they get dizzy?
You reckon they'll be banging
That's
each
like
other?
being in teacups.
You thought Bristol was tiny. Good night alive.
But at least
We'll have some
Bristol's
traffic.
got banks where you can go fast. This
Do
is
you ever
flat.
turn straight?
We will have some traffic in this one.
You just keep turning left the entire time.
Yeah.
But that's going to look weird. But I've been seeing the commercials for that.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
The promos.
Coliseum.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. It's the Rick and Bubba Show, Kickoff Hour Live.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, Greg, this is my coffee. I finally found my coffee. Yeah, this is my coffee. Did y'all do anything to it?
I stirred it with my. And guys, we're talking about this again this morning. Before Trump got elected, they all loved him. You'd see them all, remember? They all hung out with Trump.
In the name of Jesus we pray, amen. Do you think I need to explain my shirt and the times we're living in? This is New Zealand's rugby team, the All Blacks. So I know today you have to clarify anything. Rugby shirt, name of team. The board said, hey, you got a little caught off guard that Carrie Fisher was going to tell everybody that we were involved in a little bit of a...
Yeah, how about that? She described him in the story as being exactly like his character is on screen.
I love you.
I know. How about I actually saw him talking about that? That was an ad-lib line. He said he didn't buy that character would do some mushy, I love you too. Look, I hope that I look back at this Dave documentary and go, well, boy, I was an idiot when I said that. But I honestly don't think you're going to see this giant wall of Jericho built on the border with and all this.
Build the wall.
I think we're going to have the structures we have be repaired and brought up to date. And we're actually going to do what we haven't been doing, enforce the law.
We will build the wall and Mexico will pay for it.
And it's not saying it's always right, but it's very Saban-like, Dad, those kind of guys. Their whole deal is, it's not a bunch of rah-rah. It is be committed to what has to be done, be business-like. And if we're playing fill-in-the-blank, big game, prime time on ESPN, that doesn't motivate you. I got to come up with some sort of routine that's going to motivate you. You can't be motivated to get out there and get it done. You know what I mean? Because we want to be excellent. Now, these guys still get in your face and inspire you. And my dad gave some great locker room speeches. But it just wasn't a bunch of, jumping up and down and, what kind of that. And there's certainly nothing wrong with that. I'm just talking about preference. Just being a part of it. Just go get the job done. Like, you don't have to.
Hey, because if you don't, there's going to be some in your face.
I don't need a rah-rah speech to get in here and do a good show because you know what I'm thinking about? My mortgage.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about my children. I'm thinking about my wife. And I'm thinking about the opportunity to advance the kingdom. I don't need a rah-rah speech to go do this because I know it needs to get done. I need to have a business mentality that I better go do this well or it's going to be a problem for a lot of folks. Other people that work here for me, depending on it. That's motivation enough. I don't need a rah-rah speech.
Y'all don't need, you got my back.
I got your back. You got my back. I got your back. I'm just saying, it doesn't motivate me. That's all I'm saying. It's probably me. And you know how everybody dive on each other when they get there? We tried to do that one time and somebody twisted their ankle doing it. He banned it for the rest. There better not be any more diving.
John Travolta is a NASCAR driver in the movie Trading Paint, and they're shooting it here in the Birmingham area. And Shania Twain is playing something in it. John Travolta, NASCAR. John Travolta, NASCAR. I don't.
We was just gone, and you were gone. We were gone.
Shannara was gone. Everybody was gone.
Shannara.
Call me, Alabama.
Yeah, he was already filing lawsuits.
We have a birthday celebration on the program today. We say happy 50th birthday to your friend Scott Dawson. Scott Dawson. Hey, I'm 50.
How did that happen? I mean, you blink, you go to bed 30 and wake up 50.
Hey, look, 50 comes on quick.
Yeah.
30 seemed like it took a while. After 30, the 40 and the 50 came fast.
Boom, boom.
18,250 days. That's how long I've been alive.
That's a lot.
Wow. That's a lot.
Yeah,
you think you'd accomplish more, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
So
when you look at it that way.
Yeah. How many of those days did we
I was feeling
waste?
good about myself. Thanks, Bubba.
Yeah. The fact is, you are running for governor.
I am.
So we are having fun. We're glad you are, and we fully support it.
We want Alabama to change. We want things to be different. But if we're going to do it, there's going to have to be a turning point. Someone that thinks about Alabama first, someone that can.
We're back 8 minutes until top of the hour. Some of you might be thinking while we're playing this, yes, it's one of Greg's favorites, but it's actually in the news and has to do with football.
I saw it.
So I am coming back from Tuscaloosa, and I get a text from a buddy of mine. He said, please tell me you did not see the halftime show at Arrowhead where CBS is trying to break down.
Yeah, they got Boomer and Sims and all them behind
They're
the
trying
desk.
to give the halftime breakdown, and you got the halftime concert going on with Walker Hayes, and it is so overpowering you cannot hear the announcers. And I said, "Do what?" He goes, second hand to the 10.
I kept thinking, well, they'll do something. I mean, surely they accounted for this, but evidently they didn't. They're set up outside doing the, analyzing the first half, and all of a sudden the guy introduces him, and it's loud, and I'm like, and they're trying to talk over, and then he cranks the music up, and you can't hear them, and they can't hear each other. They get to laughing. They're like, I don't know what you just said.
Yeah, here's a little.
It went on the entire halftime show.
Here's a little bit of that if you missed it.
Oh my. Oh my goodness.
That's that bad.
This is much worse than I thought.
Oh, it's unreal. I ain't talking about a little bit in the background.
They should have just
couldn't-
went and listened to that.
And they just kept doing it. They just kept trying to talk,
So
and they
They
were
should have
laughing,
bolted
and-
for the performance.
Yeah,
I got to know.
You could go, well, maybe somebody hadn't turned something.
Yeah.
Or, I guess it's one of those. They look at each other and go, I didn't think about that.
How do you not
How do you
know
not
where the
think about
speakers
that?
are? How
Guys,
does that happen?
It completely. I mean, you could not hear them.
You had
saw
another,
them, they got the laughing. They were.
Was it the Chainsmokers? Who was it at the Fox one? With the Rams at SoFi. They were standing up doing theirs, and it was better. You could still hear the concert going on, but it did not drown it out like
no,
this.
No, this completely drowned it out.
Good night.
I mean, they
yeah,
might as
I
well
started
not
getting
even
text
talk
messages.
about it.
Please tell me you're not watching this. Please,
It was
how are you
funny.
getting through this? I'm like, thank goodness
I
I'm
heard
not.
y'all.
I kept thinking, well, somebody's going to do something.
Yeah,
you know, someone
right,
hadn't
right.
flipped something.
Yeah.
But
Turn the speaker.
the entire time.
I didn't give y'all enough on
Wow.
that. I had no idea it was that bad.
Yeah, I mean, completely shut it down. Really.
Applebee's and
What about the introduction? Hey, Walker, hey. You know, JB's trying to break down Mahomes.
I'd be like, and let's bring in Greg. Greg, how you doing? Well,
I tell you, it's been a good game so far. I mean, they've done it. Mahomes is just on fire.
Do what? I can't hear you, Greg.
Yeah, that's exactly how it was.
Huh? Oh,
How do
my
they get?
goodness.
Never mind.
Well, I tell you what.
You like that? You love that song. Don't you?
Oh no, I think it's funny what happened.
It's snappy,
but I'm just
people.
glad I didn't
It'll-
watch
you know,
it.
it's
gets
a
in your
toad.
head.
It
It
does.
gets in your
It's- I
head.
hate
You
to
get it
admit
out.
that,
Did
but
you
I do.
did you
Toe
start?
tapper.
He actually has some other pretty decent songs, but that one there is anyway. So, did you find yourself screaming at the TV? Please, for the love, somebody do something.
I was enjoying it.
I would
see.
See, that's what's so amazing. You lean in, I'd be like, do something,
Because
somebody.
they were making it funny because they were looking at you like, I don't know what to do. I can't. They would ask questions. You go, I have no idea what you just asked me.
Oh my goodness, I did not see that.
Cool. Quick question before we bring the guys in at the top of the hour.
Yep.
Puzzles. I hate puzzles. It's in my world. My family does puzzles.
Boo to puzzles.
There's 3 puzzles on our. There's 2 puzzles on one table and 1 puzzle on next. I play no part in it, but we got an interesting email over the weekend. We have a puzzle. RickandBubba.com. It's in the store.
Yeah, that's correct.
And they sent a picture, and they said, "Hey, we're doing the puzzle." And my husband is not allowing us to look at the picture or the box. He says that's cheating.
What?
And I thought,
Really?
I've never done a
don't
puzzle
know.
without looking at a box.
You have to look at the. I
And-
thought you had to do that. It's
and
like
so
putting something together too. I won't read directions. I'll look at the picture on the box. But I thought you did that with
I thought
puzzles.
it was standard to look at a picture. And he claimed
He claims that's cheating. Is he a puzzle purist?
And having puzzles in my house, I had to respond and say, I got to tell you, I don't agree with it. Okay, I think he's going a little over the line. But don't think I'm not going to use that at my house. I'm going to tell the girls they're cheating if they're looking at pictures. But I
Dang, that
wondered
makes
what
it
y'all
hard.
thought about that. Oh, yes, Greg.
Yeah,
Well, I'm so anti-puzzle.
What do you think about it, Greg?
Well, I tell you what I think. I'm like, I'm not a big puzzle guy, but I would have to look at the picture.
I would
if I was gonna
too.
do
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. And she wanted
for
us,
sure.
She also wanted us to know that they finished it without looking at the picture and sent a finished product. It was very nice.
Oh, wow.
I forgot we had
What
the
is
puzzle,
it
by the
of?
way.
What's it?
Us. Us.
It-
Good.
Oh,
The
really?
caricatures of us.
It's you with Mr. Buddy sitting down outside, just
Okay,
thinking
good.
about life.
That's a good one. I like that. Contemplating.
All right, as we go to break, real quick, I got to get this in.
Dude, I'm behind.
Ooh, I'm doing a brought to you by.
As we start the new year out, can
He
we still
like
say that?
Applebee.
See if you can do it over the music.
All right. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by SSI and the Rick and Bubba Network team. Today's the last day of January if you're listening live.
Yes, it
so
is.
I guess, Greg, do we officially have we can't say as we start the new year anymore, can we?
Well, you should have.
Do what
done
now?
with that 2 weeks ago.
Do what?
2 weeks ago.
But as you plan maybe your marketing campaign for this year, let us suggest the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't think it's just one avenue as well. We have 50 radio network affiliates. We've got YouTube, Blaze TV, 24/7 TuneIn, the podcast, social media platforms. Used to email us, Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com or call 203-431-0790. or locally, those sales teams are amazing as well. So think of the Rick and Bubba Show in your campaign. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Develop decisions based on a biblical worldview. And when I say biblical worldview, people go, what about people who don't agree with you? Well, I mean, my goodness, Scripture teaches me to treat every person with respect. And that term respect means to hold in high regard. Anyone who's a governor or anyone in a place of authority is going to make a decision based on some type of authority in his or her life. I'm just willing to get out in front and say, this is how I'm going to make my decisions.
Look, it's got all of us as clowns. Did you say that?
Oh boy, there we are. And we're full-blown clowns. Poor hams.
What if Bubba shocked the world and looking just the way he is? He was the world-renowned nutritionist, and he went around the world.
In some cultures, he would be.
Yeah.
Or worshipped in India.
What would be some ridiculous, like, what if we were a group and we traveled and we spoke together, like, I spoke on how to grow hair, and I looked away. Bubba on how to lose weight, he looked his way.
How to be nice.
How to be nice. And what would you be? How to control your temper.
There you go.
On Adler, how to stand up straight.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I'm right here, man.
My bad.
Won the Daytona 500. Kurt, you didn't wait long to get in the playoffs right out of the gate. Congratulations.
Well, thanks, guys. Yeah, it felt good to lock it in right away, but you don't even really think about the playoffs when you win Daytona right out of the box. It's kind of like that one coach, playoffs? Playoffs. The tracks that have been on the schedule forever, like Loudon, New Hampshire, Dover, Delaware, Talladega Super Speedway's in the mix, and you got to be good at all of them. That's what the challenge is these next 10 weeks.
That's right.
Kurt, I know the playoffs have changed around a little bit over time. How do you like this current setup of drivers dropping out after every little group of races?
Yeah, this one's more cutthroat. There's millions and millions of sponsor dollars on the line, and you just got to bring your A game and stay away from those pitfalls every week.
Is it different, though, when you're driving out there and there's not as many cars? I mean, you're used to a big field. I mean, when you're down to like 8, is that kind of strange?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we still have all the other cars out there. It's just that only 8 are eligible for the championship.
Okay.
And
best of luck. We'll be following along your progress as you head toward the championship, and then we look forward to seeing you when you come to Alabama at Talladega Super Speedway October 13th through the 15th as part of the playoffs. So thanks for taking time to be with us.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing you in Talladega.
Okay. What? I'm not going to say that. I see you looking at me. Bubba doesn't follow NASCAR as much now as he once did. And when he did, it was on the old format.
I asked a stupid question.
Well, but
I knew they had worked with this playoff format, and I was reading the little info sheet here, and the way it's written, I thought, well, my goodness, they're just pulling drivers off.
A lot of you don't know we do sign language,
Right.
and so I'll look to Bubba to see if he has a question for said guest.
Yeah. Right.
And normally he'll give
I'll
me,
either give him to come to me or wave off another round.
So he looked at me and said, I'm ready. I'm coming in. and so when he came in, it was a fantastic question.
It was.
And I even felt Kurt Busch respond to it in a very positive way. Bubba got confident and thought, hey, I'm going to ask one more question. And sadly, it was a very stupid question.
I admit it was very stupid.
Right.
It was. Of course, I want to play the question back.
No.
Please play it back.
Is it different, though, when you're driving out there and there's not as many cars? I mean, you're used to a big field. I mean, when you're down to like 8, is that kind of strange?
Well, we still have all the other cars out there. It's just...
Can we get that put on?
It's even worse than I thought.
Me too. I actually had glanced at my notes and didn't know it was that bad. Hey, Kurt, have you ever met Lightning McQueen? He seems cool.
Jesus' name, we pray. Amen.
20-year mission of the Cassini space probe, Rick, ended just moments ago this morning as it plunged into the high clouds of Saturn. It was just a treasure trove of information. It did a flyby of Venus, the Earth, and Jupiter on its way to its 12-year mission to study Saturn and its moons. It even had a small probe that landed on one of the planets and sent us one of the moons of Saturn and sent us pictures.
I heard the probe landed on your hand.
You couldn't get it out. Clemson. And basically what Dabo's doing is he's creating a Saban-type program at Clemson.
Dabo is creating Little Bama on the East Coast.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is a number. All right, so we got a weekend to unpack. You've already had a kickoff hour. Bubba and I are joining the team going forward, but right now here is your national anthem. Minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way into another hour. Hopefully you enjoyed the kickoff hour with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. Adler's still switching remotely from home as he is still into the protocol, recovering from a positive COVID test. And I say recovering from a test because he hasn't really been sick at all, but minor, which is good. And he's doing fine. So we'll get him back here in the next day or so. But he's still doing the job right there from his casa. So, Adler, thank you very much. We must bring in the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive.
Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in.
Somebody say, every day, and every hour, every moment go with you. It's the only way that I can make it through. It's the only way. Everybody come on and sing. Every day and every hour. Somebody say that. Yeah, with you. Yeah. The only way that I can make it through. Look at old Kevin Bear with me. He just loving Jesus, well.
Well, he did love Jesus.
I did love him.
Yeah, I love Rick Bubba. I love Jesus.
I love
more.
it. You have a golf tournament. Y'all got my text. So.
Y'all come on down and eat a little bit.
Come on down. Hang out.
Some chicken.
We got chicken.
Jesus loved chicken.
Jesus, if he was here, he'd have chicken. So anyway, that's
we love Kev.
We love Kev. So Bubba, we
yes, sir.
A lot went on this past weekend. We'll unpack that. It's a lot looking ahead that we'll be doing too. A charity charge is back out there for the participating Buffalo Wild Wings today. So if you've got a participating Buffalo Wild Wings, go out there as we do the last 3 Januaries. The 10% of food sales will go to the Burgess Memorial Fund. Over the last 14 years, between $1 and $2 million has gone out to evangelical ministries all over the world. So thank you for that. Go out and enjoy that, and we'll update you in a couple of weeks on how that went.
Yeah, we got all that. The Super Bowl is set. We'll break that down. Tom Brady, is he in or out? It looked like he was out.
I thought he was out.
Now,
I thought he was out.
Can't get confirmation on that. Getting a little gray area there.
Well, I saw a lot of
maybe there's 20 million reasons he's waiting until February to announce it.
Well,
we'll see.
So did he announce he was retiring or
No,
not?
he did not announce it.
Okay, all right. Well, then he hadn't retired.
The reporter for ESPN, is it Adam Schefter? Am I saying his name right?
Schefter or
Schefter. He and another guy actually broke the story. Well, we'll get into it, but they're pretty reliable. And then when pressed on it, they stood by it. We have a new greatest tennis player of all time as the Australian Open comes to a close. We lost one, Rick, one of our favorites. I can't mention it, but we'll talk about it today.
I don't even know.
You don't even know?
I don't know who went in. Oh, wow. One of our own.
Yep, one of our favorites.
But he got to 80, one?
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, for us,
we'll break it.
In puppy years, if you're him, 81, that's almost 200 years old.
There's a lot going on, not only in the NFL, but in college basketball. Big weekend. Spotify, Joe Rogan, they're in the news again. Again. Come on, man. Everybody's getting their feathers ruffled up.
Well, ruffle on.
Rick, we're gonna try a new segment here on the show today in the last hour called "What's Up, Cuz."
What's up, cuz? Yeah, I heard you talking about that. So what's up, cuz? So we have that. And
Cuz Strickland will be dropping by.
Right, and I was laughing so hard at even myself this weekend because I haven't watched not one NFL game the entire season, but yet I still, for some reason, because it's just in our DNA, decided I'd predict the games. That was my favorite.
Right.
Who in the world listens to somebody predict games that has not watched one game
and
doesn't know
Rick,
anything?
Honestly, your guess is as good as anybody else's.
And doesn't know anything about any team. But anyway, so
all the experts got the first one wrong. So
well, that's what I'm saying. I thought that the Bengals, the Cinderella story, they'd be run out on a rail. And apparently now talking to people that actually saw the game, because I didn't, it looked like they were going to be run out. And then they had this huge comeback, which I didn't know that. I turned it over just in time for Shaggy, better known as Tony Romo, to be saying to who's the guy he does the
Jim
game?
Nance.
Jim Nance.
Jim, the Bengals are going to the Super Bowl, Jim.
Can I tell you something about that game?
The Bengals are going Scoob. and I was.
Can I tell you though, Jim Nance missed one of the best. Rick, one of the best throw-by jokes that I've seen announcers do on NFL, and Jim Nance missed it.
Really? Okay.
Did you? You didn't
No,
see? You haven't heard about
all
it?
I saw was when I turned the game on, there was 36 seconds left, and Kansas City was trying to tie, which they did, and then I saw overtime.
Maybe Adler can find that throw-by because I want you to hear it the way he did it, and you have to remember Tony Romo's history to appreciate the joke.
Okay.
But Jim Nance was caught up in the moment and missed it.
Oh, wait a minute.
About
I did hear that because that was at the end about messing up on the field goal. On the snap. Yeah, I did hear that.
Going
and
on.
he even said, Jim,
I just gave you a great setup. You let it go.
Right, I did hear that.
Yeah, that's why you kick on third down, Jim.
You kick on third down because you might follow the snap, Jim.
It has happened before.
Threw one by you, Scoop.
But I love, you know what? He does at times sound like Shaggy, but I love him and Jim Nance doing the game.
Oh, sure, yeah. Jim, the Bengals are going to the Super Bowl. And I'm like, they hadn't even kicked it yet.
Then you had
your mojo.
Then you had Aikman doing color on the other game. I mean, you got to be a Cowboys quarterback to get on the broadcast team, right?
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he would be crazy to follow Saban in Alabama. Just like crazy. He's got it made.
Auburn's defense, Alabama's defense, Clemson's defense, Ohio State's defense, and Oklahoma defense all look like they came from the same idea, the same strategy. Yeah, big and fast.
It's the video gone viral. An interpreter during Irma who didn't know what he was doing. Called in to convey an evacuation order in Manatee County, Marshall Green made a big blunder. Nothing he said made sense.
I knew something went horribly wrong.
Charlene McCarthy was shocked when she saw the press conference. Her company provides deaf interpreters to the county all the time. She claims she was never called.
It was horribly unnerving for me to watch that, knowing that I could provide a qualified certified interpreter.
So why wasn't someone called in who was qualified? Manatee County leaders tell us they were, quote, in a pinch to find an interpreter. So they asked their employee who knows basic sign language to help.
No.
But when he began signing words like pizza, monster, and bear during an evacuation order, the deaf community was livid.
Everyone was talking about it on social media, and everyone was shocked and asking the leaders in the deaf community to do something about it.
There's good news there. If there ever is an attack of a giant pizza, bear, or monster,
this
guy is ready.
Hey guys,
let me ask you this.
I could tell he didn't. He was looking around the room.
Here's what happened based on the story.
Good.
Hey, we got to get out here and get these people evacuated. Okay. Hey, thank you. Have you called that woman to get us somebody doing sign language? Nah, get Larry. He gets up to the press conference, and as Greg said, you can see he's going, boy, that's a lot of words.
Yeah.
That is a lot of words.
At one point he goes,
Yeah, that's pizza.
Can I ask you this? So the guy, Rick.
This is bear.
Rick, so
I'd
the
like
guy
to know
who
what
was
bear
complaining
is.
about it, the expert, he had to do it in sign. He couldn't just tell us that the guy shouldn't have done it.
Greg, he was
deaf.
He could
Greg.
talk. He's the leader of the
Oh, I
deaf
thought he was
community.
another
Greg.
interpreter.
He had to have
Oh, I thought he was an
Mr.
interpreter.
Sharp.
I thought he was an interpreter.
Trying to be sharp
Okay,
over there.
Bubba. What, you doing NASCAR live this weekend?
Greg, but I can answer your question very directly. The reason why
Who do
he
you think he is?
listen, Greg, here's the answer to your question. The reason why he signed this because he can't speak.
Okay, well, Rick, that makes sense. Greg. I thought that he was like an interpreter,
Right.
and he was representing the interpreters.
Yeah,
I was wrong.
I like when he's.
Greg, I learned my name in sign language.
You did?
Yeah. All right, so it's...
Here's mine. You like that? Show me yours.
All right. I had it. I just had it. Dang it.
No, you got
Okay,
it.
wait.
Go.
C? No.
Oh, good Lord.
C is a C. Okay. C H R I S.
Got it.
Got it.
S U X.
G-R-E-G.
Oh.
G-R-E-G.
Greg, that's not it. You can't just move your hand and say the letter.
G-R-E-G.
H-A-N-N-A-H. Good job. A-L-A-I-N-A.
G-R-E-G. B-U-R-G-E-S-S.
G-R-E-G.
It's very insensitive of you to be making fun of sign language people.
I was just showing.
She's right.
I'm trying to learn it.
You are culturally.
You're trying
Have
to
a little
learn it.
Jesus in your life and some lore.
Learn it, and y'all are making fun of me because I'm not picking it up real good. So.
All right, for real, let's teach them the real letters. G. That's not it, Greg.
That's like over there.
G. R. E.
No, that's.
Greg, that's a bear.
What are y'all doing? This is C. What is that?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
You make it
like
E.
that.
It's like a bear claw.
Like a bear claw.
And then G.
G.
All right, do it, Greg.
Ready?
G.
R. E. G.
Got it.
All right, now do it on your own. Do it on your own. Do it on your own.
G. R. E. G.
J E R K. Jerk.
Do you know your name in sign language?
All I gotta do is learn 3 signs. I ought to be able to do it, right?
Hey, teach Bubba his name.
B. U.
Two.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us today. As we start we've started another hour, another day, another week, and tomorrow we'll start another month, if you can believe that. I may or may not be here. The world we're living in with this pandemic and anything, you don't even know when you're supposed to have surgery. So Sherry is having shoulder surgery, and we were told by the hospital we would not know when until today. So anyway, once we get the schedule, I think the odds of me being here tomorrow are not very high because they said it's when you talk about arriving and prepping and all that, and then post, about a 6-hour window. So if they need 6 hours from me tomorrow, that's probably. I doubt they're going to move that to the afternoon.
No. They're, everybody seems like they're short-handed. I've heard some horror stories about airplane rides the last few days where people were actually on time, land, but they don't have the people to get the plane to the.
Oh, come on!
To the what do you call it?
Terminal
or whatever they call the thing they dock on, and. That we had one case sit on the runway for 1 hour waiting to get in.
Yeah, that's tough. No. That is the downside about surgery is you don't really truly know until the day before when they call you.
It just seems like if you're having surgery, you could plan your life with a little more heads up than we'll tell you the day before.
Yeah.
It's just, there's a lot of moving parts when somebody's going to have surgery.
Yeah.
A lot of planning you have to do. But anyway, so I don't think
we're glad she's going to get that fixed.
Yeah, we tried the rehab. Are you familiar with calcific tendonitis?
Rick, no, but it sounds painful.
Yeah, the bottom line is, she several years ago had a bone spur removed from her shoulder, and we found out now recently that what keeps causing these bone spurs is she has a pocket of calcium under her rotator cuff that keeps spreading into her muscles.
Pocket.
And causing bone spurs and a tearing, ripping feeling.
Oh, that feels good.
Yeah. So anyway, they thought at first Dr. Kane was like, I think I'm able to get this out without getting into the rotator cuff, but now they're like, probably not.
Man.
So that means a pretty long recovery. So
and it's a tough one.
Yeah, it is. It is. So, but you got to get it done. I mean, she tried rehabbing it and not doing surgery because they discovered it right before Christmas and the holidays. She's like, oh, I don't want to. We hosted gatherings at the house and hosted Christmas Eve, and she's like, I can't. can't be recovering during all that. So let me just do rehab. Maybe they can rehab it. Rehab gave some success, but it's not getting it done. So surgery sometime tomorrow. So and then we'll work.
We'll
on
keep
that.
her on her prayers, and hopefully all that'll go as smooth as possible.
It'll be fine. It'll just be a lot of hassle.
Yeah.
But it's better. It comes to the point where you just got to have relief.
Yeah, got to get it done.
Got to
get it done.
Yeah. So we didn't talk about the NFC much. We mentioned the AFC. So the NFC, I didn't see that game at all.
You want to go in order, and we'll cover the Chiefs a little bit.
Yeah, didn't we just talk about the Chiefs?
Well,
right.
lightly. We did. We didn't really get it all the way.
Bengals are going to the Super Bowl, Jim.
The Chiefs can be at times one of the most entertaining teams I've seen in a long, long time.
Sure.
Especially on offense.
Mm-hmm.
They look like they can't be stopped. They look like they're having a good time. And, the Chiefs have dominated the AFC for the last 4 years. They've hosted the AFC Championship 4 years in a row. That's never been done in the NFL. But the shame of it all, out of those 4 years, they've only gone to the Super Bowl twice. They've only won it once. So a little bit of Atlanta Brave there, just a little bit.
Feels a little Brave like in the 90s, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. And funny, they both do the same chop. Do you think there's any tie in there?
Probably so.
Well, we have to look into that.
Don't know what you mean.
But Rick, yesterday,
and we also found out why Nebraska's no good anymore today.
Yeah. So
white supremacists.
The Chiefs are ahead 21-3 going into halftime. And really the game's not that close. They are completely dominating. I don't think they punted the first half.
They didn't. I think they scored every time. Every possession.
They're putting on a clinic. How to move the ball around. They're using all the receivers. About the time you get them on the heels passing, they hit you with a draw play.
Old number one, there he goes.
Oh yeah, Hartman. There he goes. So no, that's not. Is it Hartman?
I'm not sure.
The running back. They've changed. It was the kid
really
from LSU,
fast.
but
he can play too. The LSU kid plays with him. They just swap him.
Rick, this is what's crazy because Patrick Mahomes is the absolute top quarterback in the NFL now.
Highest paid player in the history of team sports.
Mm-hmm. They have no timeouts. They're down inside the 5-yard line. And how many seconds, Greg, was it? 10 or 12, something like that? It was
between, I don't know, it wasn't many.
And they have a chance to throw in the end zone 2 times at least. If they score there, they're going to go up 28-3, and they get the ball at the start of the second half. I mean, it looks dire for the Bengals at this point.
Bengals are in trouble, Jim.
They were. I mean, they were. So, but they run a play, and Patrick Mahomes throws it to Tyreek Hill behind the line, who normally is very difficult to bring down, but he stops short of the goal line. The time runs out. They don't get any points out of that trip. So they go in 21-3. They're dominating the game, but the Bengals feel like they won the half because they stopped them right there. And then the Bengals come out the second half. They've made adjustments, and, hey, the Bengals wanted the game more. And they ended up winning in overtime, 27-24. Now, think about this, Rick, the odds against them. They gave the stats yesterday. In overtime games in the playoffs, the team that wins the toss has won like 10 out of 11 games.
I heard that part.
And the Chiefs win the toss. And you think it's over.
Yeah.
But no, it is not over.
Well, I said, look, you saw who called heads and who won.
Rick, they called heads and lost the toss.
They lost the toss. We weren't talking about who won the game. That was not the argument. It was who won the toss.
Looks like heads does it again, Jim.
When he called heads, I was like, there's Rick.
Yeah, that's it.
But Patrick Mahomes and Tyreek Hill and Kelsey, those guys are so much fun to watch. And I can't help but think they had to go home last night and go, what have we done?
That play right there, and Jim. Make a note of that, Jim.
Yeah, Rick. Then Romo was trying to tell them they need to let them score at one point. It made no sense.
Or just let the other team score right here,
You
Jim.
got the lead.
At all.
Yeah, you got the lead.
You got the lead, Jim.
But it was too. I may be wrong. I know the Bengals beat them earlier in the year, and I think they were down by 14 in that game.
Exactly.
And came back.
Yeah.
So They're good at getting behind to the Chiefs and then making adjustments and coming back.
The Bengals have got the Chiefs number, Greg.
But did you really think the Bengals had any hope to go into Arrowhead and win?
I dang sure didn't at halftime.
No, I would have lost the farm and the barn and the car and the boat.
We
on
were
that
talking earlier. Oh, this is going to be a blowout.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Hey, they wanted it more.
Believed in them, Jim.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Together is you.
Two together.
You.
B.
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 A.
A.
So you can do.
My wife was working with Free Set in India, which the poverty in India is, you can't even wrap your mind around it. And she would see people starving on the streets and then food over there rotting in the sun and bugs and monkeys eating it that was sitting out in front of idols, trying to please the idols by bringing them food as people starved. The difference in these cultures is what it's the God is saying, do these things for me. And what we believe as followers of Jesus is God said, look what I did for you. And now your response to that is what leads to obedience and loving him. He loved us even before we knew how to love him. That's the flip.
What do we got here?
Yeah, I brought y'all camo and cream last year.
Bring it.
Pink camo and cream.
Pink camo.
Right?
Come on.
Yeah.
Added us pink.
Strawberry chocolate cream cheese swirled together.
Oh. And the rule is you just have to be 11 years old. The rule is you have to be 12 years old and older. Sorry about your roof, man.
Are you really, though?
I am.
That's what I want to know.
You got a rotten roof, man.
Yeah. Somebody we endorse, Cardinal Roofing, is out at the house. Thank goodness. Someone I can trust. But it's not good when someone's standing in your attic coming out your roof. Again, see, you don't care. This goes back to you not really truly caring.
I do care. In fact, I'm going to teach you your name in sign language because I care so much.
See, I think you care more about teaching me my name in sign language than you do about my roof.
Well, they're both important, so. I learned the alphabet today, but just barely. All right, so Calvin is C-A-L-V-I-N.
All right, cool.
All right, you got it?
Yep.
Let's go for it.
Hold on.
We just did it.
I know. Okay, ready?
Please do that again. Wait.
Ham likes ice cream, guys.
That's great stuff, man.
When my kids ask me tonight if there's anything good on the documentary, I'm gonna say, no, probably don't need to watch it.
And found out one of the moons is covered in an ocean. How about that?
Ooh. So we got water?
What?
Did they get a picture of your hands?
Maybe more methane than water.
Methane. We got plenty of that here, too.
Yeah, we do, especially after breakfast.
You know what else got a lot of methane? Your anus.
Hey guys, welcome into today's daily documentary. Real quick before you watch it, if you go to the Rick and Bubba store right now, hunting season will be here before you know it. You can get this incredible item to keep your coffee hot or your cold drink cold at 25% off while they last. Put in the promo code ADLER, A-D-L-E-R. Get 25% off on this item. Enjoy the daily documentary.
In the name of Jesus, we pray.
Well, this Japanese study is trying to figure out why ice cream makes people more mentally alert and more mentally ready and to perform. It's nothing in the ice cream. It's that ice cream makes you happy. No, they don't say some of us scream, then a few more scream, and then a group of people scream for ice cream. No, I scream, you scream, and then we all scream for ice cream.
Confidence is very high. Maria is not going to get into the Gulf. And the best possible case is that it stays offshore, which is a distinct possibility. So we'll just have to keep waiting and watching. We'll see how it goes. So, and again, one more thing, guys. This is the climatological peak of the hurricane season. The world is not ending. This is what's to be expected. It has been so cold.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, welcome to another week. We're glad you're here, and we're going to go with you. All right, so Relief Factor teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Love getting feedback, like from Alicia in Memphis, Tennessee. Said, I've been in a knee brace for 10 years since college because of the pain, and after seeing a chiropractor as often as 3 times a week, she said, I tried Relief Factor, and now I'm 100% out of pain. No more pain means no more chiropractor, and Alicia is finally in control of her life. Over in Wiggum, Georgia, we hear from Rhonda. Rhonda says that for years that she struggled with overall aches and pains all over her body, including a lot of muscle aches. Her husband, a longtime fan of the Rick and Bubba Show, you married well, Rhonda, heard us talking about Relief Factor, ordered it for her. Way to go, Rhonda's husband. In about 2 weeks, Rhonda said she was feeling better, and now she's out of pain. We've been talking about this outstanding product for years now. It's all natural. You can take it every day, and you can get a 3-week trial pack for only $19.95 by going to ReliefFactor.com, and you can also find out more about it by going to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Inside those 3 weeks, you'll know whether it's working for you, and if you're like most who order, the majority order more because it's showing great results. I hope it works for you. ReliefFactor.com. I take it every day and love it. Also, RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. All right. So, anything else on the AFC side of things?
Well, I think that's all we can say. Yep. I hate it for the Kansas City fans because they have been so dominating and they are so entertaining. But look, let's face it. The Bengals wanted it more. The Bengals made it happen. Nobody predicted the Bengals except maybe for Boomer Esiason, and that's because, he's got a big Bengal tattoo. So, everybody was picking against him.
You got to feel good for Joe Burrow, Bubba. You realize, I think I'm right, if the 49ers would have won, the Bengals would have been to 3 Super Bowls. All 3 would have been against the 49ers.
Well, look at you, Greg. Look at your little NFL.
But they didn't
tribute.
win.
No, they didn't.
But I was thinking about that. You think about the other 2 times they've won, they played the Niners.
And speaking of the Rams the Rams, traded to get Matthew Stafford, and he's paid big dividends for them, and good for him. He served a lot of time in Detroit. And I mean, served a lot.
Buddy. Didn't they say he played 1 playoff game out of 13, 14 years, something like that?
I forgot how many. I saw one graphic that said maybe 3.
Really?
It may have been a wild card game or something. I don't know. Or maybe it was games in January. I don't know what it was. But anyway,
They'll come up with a weird stat.
They haven't. The Lions have not been real successful.
I got all the stats you need, Jim.
To your point, Bubba, he has not played in a meaningful game since he played LSU.
Right.
That's a fact.
When he was in
Georgia. Good for him. But now listen, the Rams absolutely gave Farm away to get him. They multiple first-round draft choices. So here's the deal: the Rams better make good on this this year, next year, because 4 or 5 years down the road, it's going to hurt them with all the draft picks.
Well, they went out and got Von Miller.
Yep.
Odell Beckham. They were in for this year. They're not worrying about it.
Did they win big, or was it close?
It's close. No, it was close. They took the lead, a little under 2 minutes left, and then intercepted Garoppolo as they were trying to tie it.
Yeah, he tried to throw the ball away on an ill-advised underhand sling.
Yeah, well, they had him.
They did. They had him. He was just desperation there.
But they, hats off to them. And Rick, how about this? For how many every years? 50-something years we've had to see. What is this? 56, Super Bowl 56. We never, until last year, we never had a home team in the Super Bowl, and then we had that last year with Tampa Bay. Now we got it again this year with the Rams. How odd is that? I mean, you went 50-something years without one. Now we've had 2 in a row. Isn't that crazy?
I just hate it's L.A. during the pandemic. It's going to be a miserable experience for the fans. I mean, and is anybody excited about Rams versus Bengals?
You know, it'll be a refreshing change. Haven't seen those teams in there in a while, and so if it's a good game, you know.
Yeah, the Rams have been to Super Bowls recently. Yeah, you talking about the Bengals?
Well, I mean, we haven't seen them in.
McVay has been there. They've been. This will be the second time in 4 years.
Yeah. So the Rams have been.
The Rams have been there, and the Rams actually
the
were
Rams
supposed
were
to be there this year
in 19, right? And got handled by New England.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And so, but it does feel weird to say Bengals.
I feel like every year we see Tampa Bay. I mean, or we see the Patriots or Tampa Bay with, which is kind of,
You could just say we see Tom Brady.
Yeah, we see Tom Brady.
Whoever Tom's playing for, we see
Tom's team.
Tom's team versus somebody. The GOAT may be retiring, guys.
So the Bengals have never won one.
Right? No, they've been to two and lost both.
Yeah.
The drive, remember, Montana to Taylor.
What about young Joe Burrow?
So this will be their third.
Yeah. How about young Joe Burrow? Is
he's paying dividends. Yeah, he's come on. He's delivered.
They were saying that this time 14 months ago he was having knee surgery, a couple of blocks from SoFi Stadium, and now here he is going to be.
Rick, how
Super
about
Bowl.
this? 2 years ago, the Bengals won 2 games. Last year, they won 4, and now they're in the Super Bowl. Now that's an impressive turnaround.
Well, it shows you, and their defense did play well, and he was crediting the turnaround.
Sure.
But they also, Joe Burrow is panning out for them, and the NFL is a quarterback league.
Yeah.
If you have a great quarterback, then that you can turn the franchise completely around.
Yeah.
Odell Beckham has played very well. He's going to be a free agent at the end of this season. They've said he needs to go to contender because if you keep him focused, he's outstanding out there. But now if he loses focus that we're playing for a championship, he can be a cancer to the team.
Did you see that deal where they broke down about how the taxes and everything involving his deal and him making this move and what he had to do, that at the end of this season he'll net about $35,000?
I saw that. I don't know how accurate that story was, but I saw what you're talking about. It was very odd.
It was.
Yeah.
It was good. This kind
what was the basis of that?
You know what? I wish I had it in front of me because they laid out every single deal.
Right.
It's like that time on the Behind the Music, TLC told us how quickly you can go through $5 million.
That's right.
And they were showing everything that he had to pay because of him, contracts that he didn't fulfill and moving to this tax bracket in California and all kinds of stuff. And they said that this particular deal he'll net about $36,000 this year. But I mean, he's made a lot of money in the past.
Let me tell you what,
but,
he's been worth every dime of it for the Rams.
Yeah. So anyway, so Rams and Bengals.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
We get an off week.
Yeah.
Do you like having the off week?
No, I do. I do not.
Do you think the teams do?
No, I'll tell you that this thing, and you've seen it happen 1,000 times. I think you even saw it with the bye weeks, with the 1 and 2 seeds. Is that are the 1 seeds?
They seem like they have a hard time getting in gear again.
You got a rhythm going, and you especially for somebody like the Bengals right now, you got a little rhythm going, and then it'd be good for them to get rest. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it breaks the rhythm of what you're doing.
I think the only
how many
people
times have we seen a team that was hot come back after a break and look terrible?
The only people it's really good for are the injured players. Get a little more time to heal up.
Right. Yeah. So no, I hate the off week. I wish they were playing this weekend.
Yeah.
But we'll see. And probably one of the least interesting Super Bowls I've seen in a while. But I always like to watch the pageantry around it.
Yeah,
no matter
the commercials.
No matter who's playing.
Yeah.
And it's going to be in
Greg
LA.
said that he wants to see Eminem perform at halftime.
Yeah, I can't wait for that halftime. It sounds like a great one.
Yeah.
Who do we get on the play-by-play? Anybody know?
I hope it's Roma.
What's the network?
I don't know.
Whatever network. If it's Fox, you got Joe Buck. If it's CBS, you got Jim Nantz. And if it's
I don't even know who has it this year.
I don't either.
Yeah, we'll look into that.
I want to say it's Fox.
I was seeing here, it says Beckham's contract is a 1-year deal that contained a $750,000 base salary, a $500,000 signing bonus, according to NFL's Rappaport. It says a full value was $4.25 million, with $3 million of the deal being incentives, but he wants it in Bitcoin, I think.
Oh, that's what it was. It was the Bitcoin
and the
thing.
Bitcoin value
That's what
has dropped, but he has to pay tax on what it was.
That's what it
not
was.
what it is now.
That's it was the Bitcoin factor that cost him. That's what it was.
That's it.
That's what it was,
Thank you.
Buzz.
Cryptocurrency
thing, Jim.
All right, so
Oh, he put it in Bitcoin, Jim.
NBC has the
You know,
NBC
to me,
has a Super Bowl. NBC.
So that's Collinsworth
And Al.
And Al.
Yeah.
Michaels.
Collinsworth's a bip.
I like him.
Yeah.
But I like Romo. So what am I talking about?
I'm just.
I like all those guys. I think they're in an
You know-
impossible situation. They can't make everybody happy, and they do the best they can.
No, I'm just trying to make Sports Talk 690.
Thank you for that, by the way.
You know, the
the
Bitcoin deal is it should be fine if it's something you're playing with. It shouldn't be your salary.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, so what?
Ask Odell.
Right.
You know he's going to go, what?
Right.
Tried to be sharp and went go with Bitcoin. You know, on the cutting edge here.
Probably not the best move, Scoop. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show continuing right after this break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Quiet for so long. People have forgotten what it's like to have a routine hurricane season.
Yeah, this is more normal than
typical.
anything.
That's typical for somebody who's a non-believer in climate change. That's typical.
Well,
Typical. What's next? Head in the sand? Is that right, James?
and you know, like we've got another one on the board now called Lee that's fizzling out. It is dissipating. It's been a weak system in the middle of nowhere, and dry air and wind shears choking the thing off. So,
well, I hope it's not called Robert E. Lee, or that thing's really going to do some damage. Rick.
Oh, brother.
Bubba, this is what was offensive. Get you look there at old RBTV.
I know. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Cotton is used in a lot of centerpieces. I see Betty used it a lot of times and stuff.
Well, there you go.
Not that I keep up on centerpiece.com or anything.
I mean, cotton.
Rick. Yeah, I have that in my. At least I bought it at Hobby Lobby. It's in my house.
And I'll have to give credit. Now, she did have some idiocy with it, but a lot of people absolutely said, have you lost your
Well, wait a minute. The president of Lipscomb College had to do the same thing because he invited some people over, some were African American. They had a centerpiece. And he had to apologize. Yeah. Hey guys, it's cotton. Hey, drinking a muscadine juice this morning?
Is that good?
Yeah, it's good.
It's muscadine. I've been drinking it at home. It's great.
It's good stuff.
It's not gonna be like grape juice.
No, it's grape juice, but it's better grape juice. Good juice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like apple juice mixed with grape juice,
What does
kind
it say here? It says the king of the superfruits.
That's a claim.
The mighty muscadine. There you go.
That's a claim.
That's it.
King of the superfruit.
End zone celebrations. It's almost like the NFL players forgot that had been okayed the first week.
Right.
And they really got back into it this week.
Well, it's good. It was a lot of fun. I wish at the college level that the referees would show some discernment. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like having a bunch of Pharisees out there. Yeah. I mean, if somebody does something that's clearly thought out and it's in somebody's face on the other team and it's taunting them, flag them. If it's just exhilaration and emotion, put the flag in your pocket and get out of the way. If something's just erupted and it's emotion and it didn't give anybody an advantage and it didn't cause a fight or have people whatever in college, let it go. Don't let those kind of things decide games.
Mm-hmm. That was one of the funniest dances the Oakland Raider running back did, and the coach was asked about it in the press conference after the game. He said, "I almost joined him."
Right, yeah, absolutely. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but it is a game supposed to be fun, isn't it?
That was fun. The chief that took a nap on the ball. See, that's classic.
Did you see this one, Bob? Doing the jump rope in.
Hey, will you grab my phone to me real quick? You want me to throw your phone to you? All right, you can catch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Are you looking for senior?
Throwing it!
Pretty
short throw there. Yeah, I went short. I'm sorry.
Rick, Arizona man, 48, is bitten twice by a rattlesnake after playing with it in front of his children.
That a way to go.
He suddenly decided to grab and play with it like he used to do back in the day.
Well, kids saw it. I just went and grabbed it. I was showing them how to catch it, and I was playing with it like little kids would do. That's how you play a sink, and I wasn't thinking. I was showing off like I always do. And this time he got me on the neck.
And it's not Pratt's first snake bite, so he immediately knew what to do this time around.
I know it takes 8 seconds for the thing to go through your body. So I went to the nearest hospital and just concentrated my mind that what's going to happen. And just kept my mind strong. Kept focused.
Dr. Stephen Curry at Banner University Medical Center took care of Pratt while he was in ICU.
Can he? I mean, is that normal, or can he not talk from the?
You what? You killed what?
A copperhead at the house.
They're everywhere. This is their time of year right now.
Everywhere. I had 2 in my cars once. I got them out though safely.
Speedy, how'd you kill it?
Flathead shovel.
Wow.
I mean, I about dug a hole. I see it kicking, hitting it so hard. I was like,
Just forget it. Don't hurt yourself.
Here, I got you. This is why you gotta have one of these ready to go, always. You go away from yourself, away from yourself.
I got 12 stitches in my face one time doing this.
Cutting towards himself.
Well,
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Charity charge today for the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. Participating locations in Alabama, Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City. 10% of food sales today will continue to fund evangelical grants being handed out to ministries from down the street to the ends of the earth, as instructed by our Lord and Savior. All right, so as we make our way back, finishing up kind of a sports update, also over the weekend I saw just pandemonium from sports fans and goat lovers everywhere that Tom Brady had said that he would be retiring. We saw Gronk kind of give us an indication that he was heading back on in, and now you're saying that may not be the case?
Well, you know, the story broke Saturday, and Adam Schefter? Is that Schefter.
Is that right? Or Schefter?
And Jeff Darlington were the sources of that. And then he was interviewed, and I forgot what I was watching, which channel, and they actually had him come on, and he gave the story, and then there was some doubts about that, and they went back to him, and he said, we stand by it, you know. But Tom Brady's not saying that, and his dad is not saying that. His dad is saying there's been no decision. So I don't know how you take that.
Well, can't Tom Brady just simply say, let me clarify the situation?
Oh, and the coach, Bruce Arians, said he had not been notified.
There's something with his contract, right? Like he's not getting. There's a certain date.
He gets a bonus in February, I think, of $20 million,
and that's what he's waiting on to get to that date and then retire so he can collect on the money. That's what I heard.
So let me ask you this. Yeah. Well, if it's in the contract and it's legal to do that, why wouldn't you?
But that doesn't really make sense. Why you'd set it up where I could just wait past that day and then retire.
Well, I think he had a 2-year deal, and that money was owed at the end of his contract.
Yeah, I think that's what they do with salary cap stuff where they move money around.
I think he technically has to let his contract expire to get that money, as opposed to quitting before it's over.
Right. $15 million of his $20 million signing bonus was deferred to February 4th of this year. So they're saying if Brady retires, the Buccaneers could recoup about up to $16 million of his signing bonus. Should he decide to continue to the 2022 season, his entire salary would be guaranteed on February 18th, but voided if he decides to retire. So I guess he's.
So it really doesn't matter. Sounds like if he retires, he
I don't know.
get.
I don't know. That's just what I had heard. I don't know.
Well,
says his signing bonus from last March is set to be paid out on February the 4th of 2022. So anyway, there's a little confusion there, but that might be what he's waiting on. Obviously, I'm not sure what.
I think he still loves the game. I think he still loves to compete, but he's 44. He owns every record. He's got more millions than he can spend. Now, of course, the Tampa Bay fans are blaming his wife
Really?
Yeah, they're being a little hateful to the Brazilian wife.
Really?
Saying, "Hey, well, you killing us."
Really?
Yeah.
Look, he's 44, guys.
Yeah, but if you got that energy and drive, what are you going to do? What's he going to do all day?
He might go into announcing.
Yeah. Yeah, could.
He could. He does a good job.
Or I guess he could have his pick what he wants to do.
Well, I know,
really.
but
Think
I mean,
about that. Wouldn't that be nice? What network would you like to work for and do color, or you can be on the pregame, or you can do nothing?
Yeah,
whatever you want to do.
Right. Yeah. It's a brutal game, and you start thinking.
I mean, Rick, you got people trying to kill you legally.
Yeah, I'm with you. If he still has the drive, he has his family set up the way that they're all not feeling like he's neglecting them. They're all in. He still wants to play. He still can play at a high level. And this is what one of the things in life that makes life worth living. Then keep playing. You start running the numbers that at some point, stepping out there that many times,
it's going to be a catastrophic end.
There's a lot of bodies flying around, and it could be something as innocent as I got blocked into your leg.
Yeah. When they retire your jersey, there's something to be said for walking out to that, not being rolled out to that,
Yeah, and I think the ones that can get to the end, now the way he's taking care of his body and he's been healthy has got a lot to do with it. But the fact that, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe he has a more difficult time physically in his life than I know of. And being quarterback, you take some big shots, but you're not getting hit on every play.
Right.
But still, when people leave this game playing as long as he's played it, if you can still walk, and you can still enjoy the other parts of your life,
and you're not, you're not suffering from head injuries,
right? Yeah. And so I don't know, but it is odd that because when I was going, I think it was Sunday morning, right? When I was up moving, everybody was like, "Well, the goat's retired. That's the end of it.
Yeah.
Goodbye, goat."
Yeah. Not so fast, my friend.
Not so fast, my friend.
But apparently not. So,
who knows?
Yeah,
but it does look like he may be.
I think he is, and he wants to control the narrative. He wants to do it. He's probably mad that it was leaked out and tweeted out and all this. I think he wants that signing bonus. He wants to call it when he wants to say it, and so maybe that's what he's waiting on. His agent, since it seems as though that's kind of what they're saying is that hey, he wants to do it on his time and.
There was a report yesterday that he didn't want to do the goodbye tour either. That's why he wanted just to announce it and be done.
Right.
Yeah. Some announce it and they,
and play the season.
Yeah, like even with Big Ben, even though he didn't announce it, everybody kind of see it. So everybody's always giving him souvenirs and making a fuss, which is a nice way to do it too. But Brady, one of the reports yesterday said he didn't want to do that. He just wanted to say I'm done and walk out and be done.
How funny would it be to get everybody back for leaking this? Is he says, "No, I'm coming back."
That's it. I was retired, but now I'm not.
Let me ask you this too: the
so
offensive,
many workouts, so many practices.
The offensive coordinator that he really liked in New England looks like he may get a head coaching job.
The Raiders,
and that's
Josh McDaniels,
right? Josh. Yeah. And there was some speculation he might hang around to go with him one year because he's done. He's a free agent. He's a free agent at Tampa Bay. I'm just saying there was a report of that. I'm not saying I reported that, but there was a report of that.
Well, you broke the news he's retiring to us.
Yeah, I know. True. You said he's gone.
Said he's gone. Hang it up, buddy.
That
just
between
telling
that
y'all
Bruce,
what's out
Bruce
there.
Pearl's new contract.
How about that? Yeah. How about old Bruce?
Bubba, is it possible that you're not allowed to talk about deaths or retirements?
No, I'll tell you this: don't put a lot of stock in it.
Yeah, I was just telling y'all what was out there. You mentioned Bruce Pearl got a new deal, 8-year, about $50 million worth.
I think I ought to keep him there.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, that's what happens when you win.
That's right. Just win, baby.
Yeah. Winning.
That's one of the greatest lines ever. Well, just win, baby.
And we've said it on the air for years.
Leverage.
And I'm not saying we came up with it, but we kind of summed it all up in a phrase that winning changes everything.
Yes,
it solves all problems.
Yes, it does.
If you'll just win, you wouldn't believe how understanding everybody becomes.
Especially when they're hungry for winning.
How understanding they become.
Yep.
How much money you can demand.
Yep.
And how very, 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 very just in passing every now and then, but not often when anybody complains about anything.
Yeah.
You don't get nitpicked a lot.
You have that as your base, and you put enough icing on it of, hey, there's about 4 teams that are listing you as you're on our hit list. We'd like to have you. And, boy, things can happen.
Oh yeah, well that you have to have leverage. If you don't have leverage, then you're at the mercy of whatever deal somebody wants to give you. Because if they're saying, well, if we don't give it to you, what are you gonna do?
Yep. And Bubba, happy for you on a personal level because there's no way y'all would have survived a long-term relationship. You and Pearl.
Why is that?
If he'd have left, there's no way.
Yeah.
I mean, you got your lake buddy back. This is beautiful.
Before you know it, he's changing his cell phone and stuff like that.
Listen, first time I met him was coach of Tennessee, so he's just a funny guy. Everybody likes Bruce. Good guy. You've heard him here on the Newsmaker Hotline.
Top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
That could have gotten your joke.
Animal Hawk Bill 9.
Yeah.
I went,
Damn. Should Jamel Hill be fired? And what's the closest you've ever been to being fired?
oh, wow. I just want the Jamel Hill thing to be consistent. If you're ESPN and if Schilling got fired, then yes, she should be fired. Either they both get fired or they both get to stay. So that's my opinion on that. For me, the closest I've ever been to getting fired is when I woke up and when I was doing morning radio before this, and I woke up and someone was banging on my door, and I screamed at the door, "Do you know what time it is?" And when I opened it, my boss was standing there with the sun coming up and says, "The question is, do you know what time it is?" So that was not good.
Jamel Hill, I don't really care if she should be fired or not. It's all about consistency. As far as me, I cannot talk about it. It was pretty bad.
What's the closest you've ever been to being fired?
Never.
I'll answer that for you right now.
Oh, okay.
Now get out of here. What's the closest you've ever been to being fired?
I've actually was fired. Well, the place was really unorganized, so they hired me. And then I'd taken the weekend off to go to my cousin's wedding. So I called them that Monday. They're like, "You've missed a couple shifts and haven't called in. We left you messages and everything." The last message I had on my phone from them was about orientation.
I worked for my dad in high school. That ended quickly.
They set a precedent when they did. You can't, your public opinion outside of, on the air, even on your own Twitter, can still be used against you. And if we don't like it, we can fire you. So based on that, she should be fired.
That's right.
The closest
Right, Greg.
I've ever came to being fired, let me think back. And even none of my what I consider real jobs, I don't think, unless I've been close here and don't know it. We were, when I worked at Food World, we were damaging, like cookies, damaging the pack on purpose so we could eat them. We'd take one, if we saw we drunk for it, go, "Oh, damage!"
Oh, no.
And they put it in the damage pile. We'd go by and get us one. We did get called in for that.
What's the measuring stick? Let's just be consistent. That's all we're asking for is consistency across the board. And I think she's misusing her terms. I mean, it's obvious she doesn't like Trump, but he's not a white supremacist. There's other issues you don't like about him, but I think you're not doing justice to that term. Well, it's shortly after the show began back in Gadsden. We were doing a remote at the mall during lunch, and we were at a pita shop, and I tried to invite all the pita eaters to come down and have lunch with us, but I had a little stumble there trying to say pita. You can figure that one out.
And I started to off on my buddies. I was like, "Man, what are y'all doing? Y'all know what time it is?" And also opened up, and there's your boss standing there in his suit, sun up over the back and said, "The question is, do you know what time it is?" In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Tuesday. Here we go.
Y'all gonna put that in the Coke?
Yes. I want them to see it in there.
10 days, you drink this, your body will crave it. You'll want nothing else. I said, all right, you are the guy. You are the guy.
Hey, one thing in the world has that effect on me, and I can't say it on camera. It ain't water.
You're inside. You're seeing how it really works for the most part, in a way that few people get to see.
Mm-hmm.
So you said you grew up watching The West Wing.
Yeah.
you are familiar with the show House of Cards and these sorts of things. And obviously, it's Hollywood, so there's going to be some exaggeration or some things have to happen to make it more dramatic. But is it a little closer to the real world than we would like to say?
The thing I don't like about House of Cards, and it is kind of a guilty pleasure kind of show, I must admit, but it's a little bit more, or it's a lot more cynical than I like. Most people there, I do believe, are genuinely trying to serve the country, do the right thing, et cetera. But, I think it's actually probably a lot harder to do really wrong things in D.C. because so many people are watching. I mean, Republicans are watching, the Democrats, there's a million journalists. I think it's actually much easier to be up to no good in Montgomery, Alabama, because there's only a handful of journalists. There's nobody really watching.
How about this? Apparently so.
I don't know if you've heard. Right. Yellowhammer did break that story about the governor and his. And I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to tell you that for the month or two after we broke that story, I did walk up behind my wife in the kitchen numerous times and say, when I just come up behind you.
Hey, Cliff.
So you come in hot this morning, coming in real hot this morning, saying Reese's Cups is going to be discontinued.
That's what I heard on Fox News.
And I'm like, and then we Google it, and it turns out that it's fake news. You're fired.
People ask me all the time, has he changed since he became president? I don't think he's changed one bit. The thing that I think has changed him, has changed me, has changed everybody around us, is there is no way that you can travel around this country and meet people from every corner of America the way that we have. People who are scrapping, fighting, trying to work their way up, provide for their family. I mean, it's remarkable how
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up this hour. So I'm looking some of the headlines we're going to get into now to start the hour. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Babylon Bee, Bubba, over the weekend, some of their great headlines. Joe Biden beats out Brussels sprouts for America's least favorite vegetable.
Boy.
Wow, that's brutal.
Wow,
that's brutal. Can I tell you one of my favorites right here? This one owned me, and we got an update on this today. Report, strong spike in Google searches for who is Neil Young. Gosh, that's a good one.
That is funny.
And look at the picture. It has this confused woman going, "Who's Neil Young?"
Who's the latest to try to? There's another.
Boy,
what's
that's
her name?
good.
One of the folk singers. What's the folk singer?
Well, Spotify has come out and said, look, we're gonna publicize and clarify our rules, and Joe's even come out and did a little video blip. Do you see it? Going, look, I'm gonna try to paint a better picture, give both sides, Jimmy Jam, all that
whatever. Also, we're going to get into this story. Polite Canadian truck drivers ask evil, tyrannical government to please restore our freedoms if you don't mind, And then another one. Trudeau claims truckers only hate him because he's black. Golly, that's good.
Okay, that's funny.
All those are doozies right there. I'm out of all those, either the because I'm black or who is Neil Young. Those may be my two favorites.
Well, they're all good.
Right. And,
so we had this Canadian Freedom Convoy taking place over the weekend. Now, if I understand this right, we have truckers who are trying to jam up the highways around Ottawa and crossing into the U.S. Because they're unhappy with the
vaccine
COVID rules in Canada, right?
Which is what? Mandate.
What is there?
If you're a truck driver, it's mandated by the government that you be vaccinated.
Because you are around,
I don't know,
a gas pump every day?
Well, if you start asking me to, now don't forget, too, that you can still catch it and pass it now on the variants. Don't miss that.
You know, if you're a truck driver, you're probably as isolated at your job than anybody, right?
Right. And Canada.
So, Rick, what are they saying? You got to have a shot to get behind the wheel?
That is correct. That is
how
correct.
How are you going to check that?
I don't know. And And so they said that the convoy, Bubba, which we love, has I'm going to play it. That it is now 45 miles long as it made its way to the Capitol. 45 miles of trucks. That's a lot. That's a lot of trucks, guys.
Wow.
And
well, what else you gonna do? And we wonder why we have supply chain issues.
Right.
Yeah. I'm going to say this, and just because tyrannical governments, they never.
Aren't these the same people we've been asking to work extra hours to help ease the supply chain problem?
Well, that's what I was about to say. I think with zero hesitation for the people of Canada, and I know they're a little different than us.
Canada.
And just like Babylon B was making fun of,
I wish I could say it in French.
They don't like to make trouble.
Right.
You know what I mean? But anyway, and Americans, we don't mind making trouble. We're
rowdy.
We'll make trouble at the drop of a hat.
second.
Of course, we're also used to be really free when we'd make trouble. But anyway, so I think the people of Canada, I feel pretty confident in this, and I know some a Canadian or two. But I think, that they really would like their supply chain to be working smoothly where they could all eat and get the things that they need. And I think they're probably more concerned about that than a trucker's going to give me COVID. Don't you think? Yeah, and the fact that the vaccine won't keep a trucker from catching it and giving me a variant also seems a bit of a waste of time.
Yeah. If that's your goal,
and if the trucker says I'll take it because I think it would be a good treatment, and maybe if I get it, I won't have a hard time with it. And of course, that's Of course, I keep seeing people vaccinated and unvaccinated pretty much having the same run. But anyway, I'm talking about even good or bad.
Omicron. Omicron has moved outside the range of what it can protect you.
Right.
And it may make it better. But
some of you
it's not the brick wall we had hoped for.
Some of you that are clinging to your vaccine and kissing it like it's a new baby, we're not being mean about your vaccine. It did some good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so we're not saying it hadn't done any good, but we also got to get in the real world. There's no need to mandate truck drivers to have a vaccine at this point. What's more important is that the supply chain be working smoothly. That impacts people's lives more. Right. What you're doing on the mandate is you're impacting the life of the trucker, and you're impacting the life of Canadians who need the service of the truckers. You Trudeau, clinging to your vaccine because you're too arrogant to just say I'm wrong about this and I want to be king of Canada. And so you're seeing pushback right now, and you need to swallow your pride and say this is an unreasonable demand on the truckers, and we take it back.
I'm
because you're affecting people much worse by digging in on it.
Yeah. I'm really shocked, and you're beginning to see this even with President Biden.
Yeah,
they're kind of backing off of it.
No, you're right. You're right.
And they're saying, look, we need multiple weapons to win this war. Vaccine, we need therapeutics, we need antivirals, we need certain behavior, we need this, we need that.
Natural antibodies hasn't hurt either.
Yeah.
Since we found out it did a better job against Delta than the vaccine did.
And,
and we were told it didn't, by the way. Complete lie.
The science has been, if you're just average Joe sitting on the sideline, your faith in science is all over the road because you're told something different every day.
Yeah.
And we don't do well with that because you know what we do? We lose faith in the whole process.
Yeah, and see that's the danger of it. Because I love what we have been able to do scientifically, and like I said on the air last week, I'm so thankful for the people that we have who are doing science and the people we have some of the best and people in the medical field have done an incredible job. And their expertise and their education and their brilliance has saved many lives. But you got to drop the God complex.
Yeah.
Because when you have that and you end up being wrong on some things and you tell us to shut up and go take what you tell us to take. And then people come back and go, well, gosh, you weren't right about that.
One of the things...
It's okay to say, hey, we don't really know yet. We're working on it. And when things don't work, come back and say, well, that did some good, but it didn't really... It's kind of obsolete now. We acknowledge that. Doesn't mean it didn't do any good. And it also doesn't mean you shouldn't still consider it, in your overall health. But we don't do that. It's like we're still doing this bizarro around the world. And you see it here in Canada, the vaccinated against the unvaccinated, as if that's still going on. Guys, I got news for you. That skirmish is over. There's no need to continue to have it.
No.
Yeah.
what is wrong if you are a female of childbearing age for you to ask questions and be concerned? I mean, people have been vilified just because they're like, well, I don't know. I won't, And look, best case scenario on any of this stuff, how long has this pandemic been going on? 2 years?
2 years.
We got 2 years of data, best case.
Right.
So for people, don't act like it's absurd for people to ask questions and be concerned.
No.
That's the most crazy thing to me, that they act like you're an idiot just for asking a question.
Well, and the Canadian truckers, here's how it feels to them based on what I've been watching. And by the way, boy, they're really in trouble. You know what one of their mantras is? Make Canada great again. I kid you not.
No.
But anyway,
that's funny.
so anyway,
How dare they?
The truckers,
the Fighting Maple Leafs.
Here's what the truckers are saying. I'm a truck driver. I'm on the road. I work mainly by myself. Please tell me why I must be mandated to be vaccinated. And the Canadian government is basically saying, because we told you to. And see, that's not the way to go. I mean, that boy, you talking about a break 1-9.
Break 1-9 for vax mandate dead ahead.
You had a copy.
Tell them, CW. So, did everybody alive have an uncle or at least a neighbor that looked like C.W. McCall?
Oh yeah,
Of course.
absolutely. And he had that same voice.
And they're always holding court with a cup of coffee.
Yeah,
right.
And a cigarette.
And an ashtray.
And telling you the way it ought to be.
Wow. It is 16 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick
How
and
similar
Bubba.
we all are when you kind of break it down to the brass tacks. Meet those people and not be impacted by what a great country we live in.
Is he coachable?
Yes.
The president?
Yeah, I think that's it. He's probably one of the best listeners that I've ever met.
Really?
I'm dead serious. And then he's extremely decisive when it's time to make a decision. And I think that's what you want out of a president.
Where do you think he is on his faith journey?
You know, I think this is something that we have talked about some, and I've watched him kind of walk through the last year. This week is a year since I've been around. I think it is no doubt a part of who he is, part of his character. It's something that he has wrestled with, I think, like we all have. And as far as politics go, I think he's exactly what you want, somebody who is a staunch defender of religious liberty and thinks that people of faith around this country are really the backbone. I think it's no doubt a big part of who he is.
Well, I talked to some people that we would all have respect for who they are as men and women of God. But all of them have said the thing that is a little bit different is we're allowed to say whatever we want to say to him concerning faith. Mm-hmm. You know, when the leaders of the American church get in front of him, he says, we're given an audience.
We hear that all the time from faith leaders that come into the White House. It's been a long time. It's been at least 8 years since we were allowed to come in here the way that we are and express our opinion openly about things that are going on in the faith community. And so, as a Christian, it has been a real honor to work in that kind of environment.
The turnover that we've had in the administration.
One is this is a guy who prioritized performance over everything, so you got to deliver.
Right.
That's no doubt important. It was important to him as a private businessman. It's important to him in his job now. The other thing that I would say is these jobs are high turnover jobs anyways. I mean, you don't see a lot of people lasting years and years in White House jobs, and a lot of that's because the hours are unbelievable. It's a high-stress environment. Every issue that reaches the president's desk is an issue of significant weight and importance, and no matter who you are, that weighs on you over time. And so it's kind of natural in a way for that turnover to happen like that.
How aggravated is he with the Republicans not moving his agenda forward?
I don't think there's any. He's been very open about his frustrations with that, and I will say the biggest surprise that I've had since we've gotten there is how doggone hard it is to get anything done in Congress. Yep. I think it's been a learning process for us, and I'm really optimistic, especially going to the fall, about getting some tax cuts, tax reform for the American people out there. That's something that seems to have broad consensus, not only among Republicans, but even some Democrats out there about giving working men and women around this country more money in their pocket. I think you combine that with the things he's done on the regulation side. I mean, that didn't get him much attention, but what we have done to roll back regulations that have been crushing businesses for the past 8 years, that's why you saw 3% economic growth in the last quarter, which they said was impossible. They said 2% is the new normal. Difference between 2 and 3%, 12 million jobs over 10 years. Yeah. So if we can sustain that kind of growth,
we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Look at no ports on this, all USB. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah. I'm not
tell
with
me you
it.
can't lose this.
How is that simpler? How is that more simple?
Exactly. I got all these little dongles I'm carrying. I got
you get caught playing with your dongle. Then what?
I got one for the USB. I've got one, but anyway. So.
I would say this is one of the areas where the president has really delivered to this point. Illegal immigration across the southern border down 70+% year over year. I mean, just overnight, the faucet got dang near shut off. And so ratcheting up enforcement down there and interior enforcement as well. I mean, some of those criminal elements like MS-13 gangs, rounding them up and shipping them out, not playing games with that anymore. So we're going to build the wall. And there's a lot left to do down there on the border, but I think we're heading in the right direction.
Cliff, wasn't a lot of that he just took the handcuffs off the law enforcement
totally.
and let them do the laws that were already on the books?
The administration before would not enforce the constitutional responsibility. Was the thing with Sessions and Trump awkward for you, since you were such good friends with Sessions? And that seems to have settled down.
Yeah, no, I mean, in some ways. I mean, I consider Jeff Sessions a personal friend, but I also served the President of the United States, and so I've always got his back 100%. So there was some, I think that's in any kind of working environment where the stakes are that high, people are going to butt heads at different times and disagree at different times.
I hope I'm right on this. It looks like it has settled down. What I didn't want in all this is to lose Sessions as an attorney general.
Yeah,
because that was a good appointment, especially on this topic. Mm-hmm. And you see that's. I'm not just saying that. You're actually seeing results of it.
Right.
So I didn't want that to cost him being the attorney general.
And I think the real thing where you're
there goes that phone troll music. So we're back. Our first time to chat with you this week. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. The real Greg Burgess ready to take your calls, and here we go. So we'll talk to you. You can comment on anything you want to. Ask a question. Bring information to the table. 30 seconds a pop. We'll roll through it. And if you're trying to get in and you make your move right now, you will do it. So dial us up at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we look forward to chatting with you. While you are coming in, and the lines are available, and I will point you to the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. First of all, a quick look back. Heard great reviews on Miss Betty Bussey at the United Stronger Together conference in Hartselle, Alabama this past weekend. Thanks to all of you that went out and saw Betty, and everything that was going on with that conference looked like and sounds like it went great. Also, James Spann was out last night speaking at Man Church. That looked like that went fantastic. Brian Gunn was at a Man Church last night. Looks like that went well in Winfield. And then tonight, you get a chance to see Rich Wingo. Rich Wingo will be at Christ Harbor United Methodist Church in Northport, Alabama this evening. So make plans to see Rich. And then looking ahead, we've got some events coming up. Man Churches, February the 5th, First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida, Brian Gunn. February the 6th, Enon Baptist Church, Morris, Alabama, Mark Garnett. And then if you look at the middle of February, oh, my goodness, we are really got a lot going on. The Pursuit Men's Conference is going on in Dothan, Alabama at the Civic Center, February 18th and 19th. I'll be speaking with Jonathan Evans and Andy Blanks, Charles Billingsley providing worship. Helmsy will be at the Men of Iron Conference that same weekend at Cross Creek Community Church in Oaks Bluff, Alabama, and he will be speaking with Sid Bream. and also, I believe,
Tyler
Stovall. Yeah, will be speaking there for that weekend. And also that weekend, there's 2 man churches going on in Scottsboro, Alabama, featuring Brian Gunn and Mark Garnett. So that's going to be an active weekend.
And Lance Ingram's going to be with Tyler Stovall.
That's
and
right.
Sid Brown.
That's right. So there's more Rick and Bubba flavor over at the that conference. So you've got a lot of opportunities. So go check rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or themanchurch.com under events. And then think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices, excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. To the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's start with Joe out of Trussville, Alabama. He's got us on ZZK. Joe, 30 seconds. Go right ahead, buddy.
I don't know if y'all have heard it or not, but Bruce Arians said that if Tom Brady retires, he's going to have to hire a black woman.
Right. Oh, that is a good one. I want to get the week started.
You know, I was concerned when he picked up, but that's a good one.
That is real good. Todd, Warrior, Alabama. Todd. Yeah, Todd.
What's going on there, Biggins? Hey, listen, 2 quick things. Everybody under 30 is like, who is Neil Young? Everybody 31 to 60 is like, is Neil Young still alive? And anyone over 61 is like, what is Spotify?
Right. Yeah, we sit here today. And
it's a generational question.
Yeah, we start doing these stories, and you realize, okay, well, you know, just imagine. I said this yesterday. We had a meeting yesterday after church involving all the group leaders that teach Sunday school. I just can't call them life groups. I'm sorry, but anyway, and
it's always Sunday school. To me,
yeah, and they were talking about the Zoom, whatever. And I looked around and I said, I remember the first time I heard the word Zoom. I didn't know what anybody was talking about. I thought they were talking about a PBS children's show that we watched.
Rick, I remember you coming in and telling me, and I think it was Gorosky's bunch, that they had a Zoom room.
Yeah,
and I thought. And you were trying to. I said, a Zoom room.
Yeah.
What the heck is that?
Yeah, and I said, man, it's all the craze. So
I said, well, what is it? We need to get on that.
To Dwayne out of the great state of Alabama. By the way, lines are available if you want to join us. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Dwayne, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Guys, I got to hear something. I love your show.
Thank you.
I want to hear Tony Romo and Greg Burgess do a play-by-play. I got to hear it.
Let me tell you something, Greg. I mean, those Buccaneers. I mean, what about Brady? And can you imagine?
Stupid.
Yeah, shut up. You're stupid. Can you imagine that?
That's ridiculous.
There go those Bengals, Scoob. Let's go. But we got Jordan standing by.
Fire it in,
Jordan. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, Biggins. How are y'all?
Good. Fired up. Loving it.
Same here. Listen, I saw another B headline over the weekend. Don't know if y'all did. Just wanted to share it. It was a picture of Biden standing at a home improvement store staring at the paint swatches. And the headline said, Biden seen staring at paint swatches trying to select new Supreme Court justice.
Yes, I did see that one. I did see that one, and it was let me tell you, they don't miss and they don't care. Look, when they said that Dinklage tried to stop the new Snow White, but he came up short. I mean, they don't care. I mean, it's just like they do not care. It came up short. All right, let's go to Deborah. Deborah, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
I just want to point out that this Joni Mitchell and Neil Young thing, they were popular during the 60s when all these folks were anti-government, and now they've flipped sides. What's up with
Oh, I never thought about that. So some of you from the 60s see Neil Young, and is Joni Mitchell the latest to do all this?
Yeah, it's she's joining same ranks, pulling music, or somebody, one of his contemporaries. But and the same thing was said about Stern. They used to be anti-establishment.
Yeah.
Now they are the establishment.
Yeah. When
kind
did
of weird? Isn't it?
When did the hippies of the 60s become pro-government? That's a great point. I had never really thought about it from that angle. Joey in Alabama. Joey, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Joey.
What do y'all know?
Hey, Joey. Hey, Joey.
Oh, just hanging in there like a rusty fish hook.
I hear you.
Somebody told me, I don't know if it's true or not, but Beth Mullins was going to be covering the bowl this year.
Can you imagine? I mean, what if you had Tony Romo and Beth Mowins? She was play-by-play and he was.
That's
color.
gonna be tough on you, but I'd like to hear.
Can you imagine? Well, you don't have to make much of an adjustment.
You don't.
Let me tell you about this Super Bowl's one for the ages. I tell you, Romo. I hope we have Chandler Cox. He's a go-getter, Beth.
How's that
down
going,
at
by the way?
Godspeed.
Speaking of Chandler Cox.
Oh, he's out to get me.
Huh?
Yeah, he's waiting his chance.
Yeah.
Is he on? Is he on board?
I don't know. I think so.
Ask him if I can get a haircut.
I hate to say it. I'm almost pulling that they
I
moving.
hear he's quite a barber.
Hey, listen.
Bubba.
I'm kind of Bubba. Secretly, I'm pulling.
What?
I'm pulling that they move. That they moving to the.
He used to cut hair.
He did.
I know.
He did.
I know the why you
In
keep bringing
college.
it up.
Bubba, I keep suggesting that maybe go to the Huntsville location. Just get.
Have y'all tried to get a haircut lately? Boy, it's tough.
And
really not.
In Birmingham. And go ahead.
No, it is where I've been going. That's why I need a change.
And go ahead.
Did anybody see the Bengals and the Chiefs game yesterday where the commentator with a grassy voice kept calling them the Bengals?
Yes. The Bengals are going to the Super Bowl, Jim.
I love the group.
I found myself going, Romo, let's get the snap off and let's kick the field goal.
Right.
You know he's from Fort Page, Speedy.
Got a big leg.
The group Alabama's not the only big thing in Fort Page. They got a big leg there, too. Feels so right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Success, and Cliff, you might want to speak to this, is the prosecutors he's appointing across the country, the judges that are going to be appointed across the country is going to make a huge difference down the road. I mean, that's a generational job he's doing right now.
Totally right. And that is another one of those things that just doesn't get talked about. Not obviously Gorsuch on the Supreme Court. That's you're talking about generational stuff.
Right.
But if you start looking at these appellate courts and these lower level courts that he's appointing people to, it is every conservative's dream, the appointments that he is making. He's stuck to his promises on what he was going to do on that.
Hey guys, I just wanted to ask. I didn't know if you can speak on this or not, but is Donald Trump really going to let Dennis Rodman bring peace between us and North Korea?
Oh, that's good. China could solve this, and they just don't seem to be willing to do so.
Well, and diplomatically, that's been, as you've seen, kind of the strategy
plan.
in some ways is to simply ask China, to play a more significant role in this. And economically, they have made some concessions that they never have before. So I think we've made some progress there, but still a long way to go. And the thing I love about him is whether it's in public or whether it's in private, and we were talking about this off the air a little bit, he's the same guy. He says the same things. He holds the same positions. And I've gained a great deal of respect for him for that, especially in foreign affairs.
He was sitting here when he had pea water come down on him.
Your things are protected. Go to Simply Safe.
A lot. And I look at my shoulder and I see what it is, and then I look up.
Urine.
And it's just coming. It's just raining down on me.
There's no pattern to it. It's just all over the place.
It's like machine gun fire coming down. So I run upstairs, and I've got to apologize to the people in the waiting room, the nurses that were behind the receptionist desk.
There's a doctor's office upstairs.
And I just blast in their door.
Like you're coming through like a saloon. Boom! Coming through the door. Shirt wet.
Yeah.
Shirt wet, and I go straight through the thing and just bust open that bathroom door. And there's a plumber there.
Because you've been there before, you knew where it was.
I knew exactly what the room was.
Exactly where to go because it's the third time it's happened.
Yeah.
And I go,
it's happening again!
Did you lose?
It's happening again!
So you lost it. You're Incredible Hulk.
So as he's plunging, he's sending it on.
Dr. Banner is gone.
Yes.
Hi, Cliff. I am a small business owner. My husband owns a farm, and we are being killed by this Affordable Care Act, this Obamacare.
Mm-hmm.
We can't find insurance. I can't help with my husband and our business. I have to keep another job just so we can afford insurance for our family of four. What's the plan to get around that?
Congress is going to make another run at it, and the president has been very supportive of every effort to repeal and replace the disaster known as Obamacare, as he likes to call it. And we will continue that push. I mean, he's not going to give up on it. He hasn't wavered 1 second on that particular issue, and we're going to continue to keep the pressure on to get that done.
Just so I can have insurance for my family. It's over $2,000 a month with a $7,000 deductible per family member.
Well, this reminds me that you hear all the time that, oh, well, Obamacare insured an extra, X number of people. Well, the insurance ain't even usable. Right. When your deductible is what some of these deductibles are, I mean, you can say you're insured all you want to, but that ain't insurance.
It's window dressing. It's not real.
Now, whether they knew they were lies at the time, I tend to think they did, because I think it's all trying to push people to a one-payer system. Because if you're a socialist, you got to have.
Well, they're finally being honest about what
Bernie's
they wanted the whole time,
now.
right?
Yeah.
And the Democrats finally being open about that's where they wanted to go all along. We all knew it.
And one of the things, and the president's talked about this even when he was running for president, we have to get to where people just buy insurance from anywhere they want to.
Yeah, cross state lines, 100%.
That's got to happen.
We're staying on it. I mean,
capitalism and the free market.
Difference between a winner and a loser is a loser quit before the winner did, and more often than not, we ain't quitting. And the president brings it up all the time. Even private, behind it, hey, we got to get this done. We got to do it. What's going on in Capitol Hill today? We got to get this done. So I'm cautiously optimistic that maybe we can get it done this year. We'll see.
Cliff, good to see you.
How's the food in the White House?
Oh my gosh, one of the best things. The White House mess, unbelievable. The Navy runs the food in the White House. They know what they're doing.
And how scary or how kind are the aliens?
Oh, the aliens have been very cordial to this point. I was actually a little bit surprised. I mean, I've seen Independence Day. I know a lot of you guys have. They were very kind to me. They gave me a lot of assurances, and so rest easy.
Nothing to worry about.
All right.
Y'all be good. See ya. Hey, Cliff. Yeah. You better check your text.
Oh, boy. Well, somebody asked him, well, what's your agenda at the UN? He said, make the UN great. He said, not again. Make it great.
All right, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, a new one out this past weekend. If you haven't grabbed it, you can grab it. We go behind the music, the world's greatest garage band, Mr. Lucky. But we go way back to some interesting stories from Greg and I discussing our days when we were pursuing being a rock band and all those things, and a lot of fun in that. Ryan Greenwood joins us, part of that. So catch that this past weekend. It was out. It's available now wherever you get podcasts. All right, so I do want to point you also, are you looking to fill a role at your company and you're like, man, we don't have a lot of time. I don't know if you've looked around at businesses as they're trying so hard to stay alive. You don't really have time interviewing people that were never really qualified. You like to see that get broken down and just interview maybe those that are the most qualified, then you pick from the best of the best. Well, you need to go and put your opportunity on LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. They will let you do your first job post for free because you listen to this show or you watch this show or, whatever the case may be, and they'll let you do that for free. And what they do, they get some screening questions from you, so then they kind of screen out the candidates. So when you interview them, you're only interviewing the most qualified. You don't waste a lot of time. LinkedIn.com/Bubba, they take a lot of the hassle out of you filling that next opportunity with your business because, let's face it, it could be an attribute to your company or it could be a detriment. So you want to make a good decision, and LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help you do that. And you'll be fishing in 770 million people on LinkedIn.com. Find their link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. And again, that first job post, if you use our URL, is for free. So who doesn't like free? All right. So Bubba, we have some news today that you're not allowed to give us, but we you and I just yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, buddy. Yeah.
I know this one hurts a little bit today.
I know it does.
One of my favorite characters, by the way.
Well, everybody saying Cincinnati. Who's the Bengals going to Super Bowl? Cincinnati, WKRP.
Boy, what a tie-in there.
Yeah, isn't that something? Wow. So we loved the show WKRP in Cincinnati. As a matter of fact, we've made the point on this show many times that every TV show and really any attempt to do a TV show around radio has been successful.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you got Frasier, you got News Radio, you got WKRP. If there's one I'm forgetting, but
those are the three I recall right off the cuff.
But Johnny Fever is dead, and I'm not feeling so good myself. Howard Hesseman has gone on in, the actor.
He played the roles on that show.
My goodness.
They were dead on. If you'd ever been in the radio business,
Oh my goodness.
I mean, they were a little exaggerated, maybe a little bit, not a whole lot,
Not a lot.
but,
Not a lot.
Any radio station you went to, you could almost assign somebody to those characters. You know,
Bubba, yes, I have.
Is this a video clip or just the audio?
No, just
a pitch.
Johnny Fever, of course, hits close to home in so many ways.
Yeah.
I've met him, and at time I was him. Okay, and then I have met Herb Tarlick over and over and over again,
many times.
Les Nessman, I've worked alongside many times.
Yep.
And
Mr. Carlson.
Yeah, Mr. Carlson, so many times.
And Andy.
And Andy, the program director.
Yes.
So, and of course,
it's obvious the program director wrote the script for this. He came out better than
he
anybody
did,
else.
which that's the reason why the program directors. Now, I will tell you, if we've also learned, which they didn't cover as much in that show. Don't get attached to a program director because he won't be around for long.
Right.
But anyway, let me tell you
things are going well. He loves life. If they're not, he'll be blamed.
You mean the rotating door?
Yeah, do not establish a friendship with a program director.
No.
Because
they're
you're
dead men walking.
You're headed for heartbreak.
Yep.
So true. So true. How many program directors do you think are over in a heap during our last 28 years?
Oh my goodness!
I mean, you could
we could
stack
tell
it.
we could
you couldn't. They'd hit the ceiling.
No, if we tailgated with them, the parking lot would be full.
It really would. Gosh, that's a good one. Yeah, it is. It's a tough job. Tough
Yeah,
gig.
it is.
I did it for a little while. Speedy, you did it for a little while.
Oh yeah.
But did you skip over that one and go right to general manager?
Yeah. I skipped over that title officially.
Hey, we never talked about that. It was brilliant on your part, Rick, because you didn't want to be program director.
No, I did not.
And you slid that one over here on my desk. At one time, I was doing afternoon drive. I was promotions director, program director, and then doing stuff with you guys in the morning. But single, early. I'm full of life. Were you kidding me?
Yeah, you and your Huskies, y'all ruled the world.
Right, that kept getting out.
Yeah, your dogs.
Heading north.
Yeah.
Still don't know why you put that hassle in a single man's life.
I don't either. Looking back, I don't either.
Yeah. That was
You had an aquarium. You think that'd be enough?
Yeah, right. Lit up the room.
That provided the light you need.
I know all this was like it was bait thrown out there. I got dogs and aquariums and all that. I understand it, but it just seems a lot.
I don't know what
either
it
pick
is.
the aquarium or the dogs. You can't. You shouldn't do both.
Huskies seem like a bad breed to accomplish what Speedy
Don't
was
know
trying
what
to do.
happened there, and I don't know what it is about college age people feeling like they need their own dog. Or something, because the parents always inherit it. But I was not gonna. I knew my parents were not gonna take those dogs.
No.
But a couple of friends have inherited their sons' dogs from college because they just can't. They can't keep it up.
Yeah. I've inherited
What about the
one.
dog?
I knew I was going to inherit one, and every day I walk out and go, "Well, still alive."
Yeah, there it is.
Still here.
Still here.
And sometimes he'll be going down. I think, well, this is it. And buddy, he will turn that thing and pull it. He'll take that. He'll turn that plane right out of a dive and come out.
That's how predators are.
It's amazing how resilient dogs can be. Amazing.
And Rick, if you no matter how bad you think he is, let him see a chicken, he'll come to life.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah,
He thinks that's
that blood.
great. He saw him yesterday. I did not realize this. I told you that one of my gates had been knocked down by deer that he's been chasing. One was bedded down in the backyard, and he went after it like he was going to do something, which was hilarious. And I don't know why the deer ran. What is this thing going to do to you? You know,
gnaw on your hoof,
right?
Yeah,
yeah. You talk about biting off more than you can chew.
Yeah, he ain't gonna lose that battle.
I just don't picture a magnificent white-tailed deer being afraid of a 7-pound dog. But anyway, so back to WKRP. I thought it was really well done. It really did show you life in radio pretty well. I mean, don't you agree? It was pretty accurate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
How old was he?
81.
81.
Yeah. So the actor Howard Hesseman, best known as Johnny Fever. He was in other things, but he'll always be Johnny Fever to us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then and who was the night guy?
Venus Flytrap.
Venus Flytrap. Yeah, met him too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those nighttime guys, they
So-
were a little different.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was a different.
And incense was a key part of their whole presentation.
I remember, being young and just loving radio so much and wanting to be in radio, just, whatever. And I remember thinking that the nighttime gig was the preferred gig.
Oh, yeah.
I remember thinking, who in the world wants to? I didn't even know. I never even heard a morning show because I wasn't getting up. And I was like, who wants to do that shift?
Yeah.
And I didn't realize. And I thought, well, the primo shift. If you're young and you're dumb and you don't have a lot of responsibility, that afternoon drive shift is about as good as it gets.
Yeah.
If you don't have any other responsibilities, get to work at 1, do your commercials, go on there at 3, and you are back at it at 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
That's
at
a
the
good
college radio station, I considered 6 to 10 probably the best time. Although some people were 10 to 2s, but I couldn't stay awake that long.
No, 6 to 10 at night when I did the All Request show on Thursday night. There wasn't nothing better than that.
See, it was 7 to 10 when I was doing it.
Really?
Yeah.
Probably because of me.
Just give them 3.
Yeah, let's take. No, you don't need to go on 6. It's too much. No, it's too much trouble. You think I didn't come out top of the hour ready to go?
How long was that? How long was that series on?
It was very successful. I mean, I
know it was on for a long time, in syndication.
Yeah.
He was in all 90 episodes, said from 78 to 82.
Okay.
So 4 years.
Yeah. Seemed like it was longer.
It really did. It really did.
Good show though. I love of the radio shows. If I told you which is it, WKRP, which is probably yes. Is it News Radio or Frasier? Which one of those 3 did you enjoy the most?
Rick, I hate to split hairs on this because they all were good in their own way.
Right.
Frasier to me is kind of hard to beat just because of the overall comedic presentation, but the way they focused on radio and WKRP was good. News Radio had quite a lineup.
Yeah,
I mean, you remember
Joe
Joe Rogan was their engineer,
That's right.
and he got like one line every 3 weeks. So they were all good in different ways.
Yeah, I thought KRP was the best because when you start thinking about it,
it was more pure to the radio.
Yeah,
business.
right. If you just grab 2 episodes, as God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly. And you talk about that, and the time that Greg loves that one with Johnny Fever when they came in to show how alcohol alters your
and see what's funny about that.
And Johnny Fever got actually better the more you drank.
And you know what's funny about that, Rick? Do you remember? The state troopers used to go around and do that exact thing.
Right.
I mean, we remember them doing that.
Yes,
so
we do.
That's what made it even better.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
that was fun.
I remember the general manager saying we can't get Burgess to volunteer for anything, but he just got his hand up. You can do it on my show. It'll be great.
You remember how quick his reaction time got? It was like lightning.
His reaction time got better. Speaking of Joe Rogan, we got an update on that story. We'll talk about that when we come back. It's 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen. Look, we're excited you're back. Of course, we just heard you intro what you were doing in Dublin, Ireland. And most people, when they're dreaming of having a Netflix special involving puppets, Dublin is always the first thing that comes to mind. Relative Disaster is the name of it. It premiered on the 12th. It's available now. So what a wild trip to Dublin.
You guys have been around those kind of places,
Oh
right?
yeah. I've been to Ireland before, and it was one of my favorite places to go.
I've been to Dublin, Georgia.
And then when I realized we're going to Ireland, I'm like, wait a minute, a drunken Irish baby. That's fantastic. Because they're proud of their drinking and that stereotypical Irish.
they love it.
They absolutely loved it. I guess it's because they knew I spent the time and effort to really come up with something for them.
Well, I'm looking at it right now, and there's something terribly wrong with you.
Yeah, I mean, you need to get outside a little more, man.
I think this has become so normal to you, you don't realize how weird you really are.
And Jeff, let me ask you this too, because I thought I saw a story. Do you own a Batmobile now?
When was the last time we talked? Oh,
yeah,
boy.
it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. I actually own 2 Batmobiles, and one of them is just a reproduction of the 1966. But the people that built this thing, it is perfect, and all the gizmos work on it. Has the saw in the front. It has the everything works.
I want to ride through L.A. in that with you, Jeff.
I go back to my statement I just made a minute ago.
What'd you say? Both kids. When you're 16, you got to go get fired. Because we need to learn work ethic. That's what you need to do.
When you're 16, you got to go get fired?
Well, you need to get a job. You go get fired. Yes, we all know. We've all had a job where we've all been fired from. That's what you need to do because you need work ethic. Today, it's all, oh no, we'll help you. We'll help you do all that. You can't be doing that. Figure it out.
There's a lot of kids right now that get out of college and they've never had a job.
Hey, what was your first job?
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Have I talked about this on a video before?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yes, Chick-fil-A.
Well, thanks for your help. You're supposed to say my pleasure.
I worked at Pizza Hut as a pizza delivery person. Yeah, and I was not a very good pizza delivery person. If I ever got hungry, I'd take a slice, eat it on the way, and then slide the pizza back.
You talking about dedicated to the show? We saw some folks there last night.
When that guy told me he loved the show, and then he said, "Let me prove it," and I said, "You know what? By golly, you do love the show."
He does.
If
You're talking about listener of the week at least.
If you have tattooed on your skin various sayings from the show, then by golly. I will say this. There's moments that I am disappointed in Donald Trump. And then there are moments when he does exactly what he was elected to do. And in my opinion, yesterday was one of them. Mm-hmm. This is what we have wanted a president to say at the UN. Now, maybe that doesn't speak very highly of me, but this is why Donald Trump won.
I agree with him. Let's call it what it is and get on with it, and let's do something about it if we're going to.
Speedy, I don't know the order you have these in. I would
We
prefer
got Rocket Man first.
I would prefer Rocket Man first. Okay. So here is here's the President of the United States of America discussing North Korea.
The United States has great strength and patience, but if it is forced to defend itself or its allies, we will have no choice but to totally destroy North Korea. Rocket Man is on a suicide mission for himself and for his regime.
What if he would go, Rocket Man, burning out the fuel out here alone?
Are these Mickey Mouse ears on it?
Yeah.
Is this too big or too little?
I think it works.
Okay, thank you. Where did that come from? Did you bring
Disney
it
on Ice. Disney on Ice brought it. Hey, you really don't watch the daily documentaries? Wow.
Does that end up being a toy gun?
Yeah, it ended up being a toy gun in the story. Yeah,
Now,
but
the
they
trans-
didn't-
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big's our number. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up later here in the program. Also, possibly in the last live hour today, what's up, Cuz? With Cuz Strickland from Mossy Oak. And only this show could say,
what's up, Cuz?
And we'll be talking with Cuz because he's bringing Bubba's deer meat, Bob. So anyway, what's up, Cuz? So we'll do that coming up a little bit later on. We discussed earlier, we did a whole breakdown on the Super Bowl is set. L.A. Rams take on the Cincinnati Bengals. I don't think any of us saw we were going to say that.
No.
Not the Bengals part anyway. So anyway, we talked about that early in the program.
It does give hope to teams like Minnesota, though, Rick. You can turn it around.
Don't do this to yourself.
Here we
From
go.
4 wins to the Super Bowl.
Don't do this to yourself. Okay.
Did you see their
Bubba?
Did you see who's
Bubba,
on their short list?
Johnny Favor's dead.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's.
Did you see who's on their short list?
No.
Harbaugh.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which means they'll be great his first year. And then
Right.
about year 3 they'll tank.
Yeah. Or they'll give you hope and then play somebody good. All right. So Joe Rogan.
Now see, with the Vikings, it's right opposite. They will play somebody good pretty well.
Mhm.
It's the ones they ought to run over by 3 touchdowns they lose to. That's their deal.
Well, now in the Super Bowls, they've played everybody a dynasty every time.
Yeah, they've had bad matchups on Super Bowl. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
So Joe Rogan.
Would you want to make a living playing the Steelers at the top of their game?
No.
What about the Raiders
Not
at
in
the
the
top of their
70s.
game?
Not in the 70s.
What about the Dolphins at the top of their game? What
earlier.
about the Chiefs in the early years?
Of all you mentioned, I'd rather play them.
Well, I know.
You know, but
Blew that one too.
Right. So, but wasn't that the closest one?
What was that score? 16-9, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't remember those things off the top of my head.
No, you just grabbed it right there like you were.
It was something like that.
Like breakfast at a Rob.
At least you don't care anymore.
Yeah, I don't care. I really don't.
It didn't bother you at all.
No.
So we were talking about
Love you, Bud Grant.
Johnny Fever is dead at 81.
And we don't feel much better.
No, and then we started talking about shows about radio, and one of them was one called News Radio, and Joe Rogan was the engineer.
Yeah.
Well, who would have ever thought that Joe Rogan would be better known for being a podcast host than for being someone on TV?
Well, he went from that, which was it was a big time show on NBC, but it had a minor role. It was a supporting role in that. He got a line every now and then. I don't even think he was in every episode, but he played what obviously is one of the wiser positions in all the radio station. That's the engineer.
Yeah, of course.
And he went on to the what's that fighting? The MMA fighting that they love.
And the show when they used to eat gross stuff.
Oh yeah, Fear Factor.
Fear Factor.
Right.
Yeah, and he's a stand-up comic.
Yes. But he turned that into what has really been the highlight of his career, a podcast that he was paid $100 million for from Spotify.
Let me tell you something. He's the walking podcast.
Amen.
So anyway, he's been accused of all kinds of things, and Spotify has sided with him. But he did a video saying, "Look, I just kind of want to clarify, some misinformation about me and where I am and what I do and how I do it." So here he is in his own words.
I wanted to make this video, first of all, because I think there's a lot of people that have a distorted perception of what I do, maybe based on sound bites or based on headlines of articles that are disparaging. The podcast has been accused of spreading dangerous misinformation, specifically about 2 episodes. I do not know if they're right. I don't know, because I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist. I'm just a person who sits down and talks to people and has conversations with them. Do I get things wrong? Absolutely, I get things wrong, but I try to correct them. Whenever I get something wrong, I try to correct it because I'm interested in telling the truth. I'm interested in finding out what the truth is. And I'm interested in having interesting conversations with people that have differing opinions. No hard feelings towards Neil Young, and definitely no hard feelings towards Joni Mitchell. I love her, too. I love her music. Chucky's in Love is a great song. Other than maybe try harder to get people with differing opinions on right afterwards. I do think that's important, and do my best to make sure that I've researched these topics, the controversial ones in particular, and have all the pertinent facts at hand before I discuss them. Again, I'm not trying to promote misinformation. I'm not trying to be controversial. I've never tried to do anything with this podcast other than just talk to people and have interesting conversations.
Okay.
And this came out, Rick, because Joe Rogan has become kind of the target. From a lot on. Well, I don't know what side you would be on now, but he's kind of become. He's kind of become, not because he wanted to, but the anti-vaxxers seemed to rally around Joe, and because Joe had said he used ivermectin when he was sick, and he said, just what other people have said. Let's look at all this.
Yep.
And so we've had these artists who said, "Well, look, Spotify, if you're gonna have him on, I'm pulling my music."
Right.
And you've had some that you know and some that you've never heard of.
The Joni Mitchell shot was very funny.
That was funny. And another group, and I know, Rick, how this will be important to you, but Prince Harry and wife Meghan have expressed concern. Now they're investors in Spotify to the tune of around $20 million, give or take.
Sure.
And so Spotify's boss came out this weekend and said, I'm gonna clarify what our rules are. And he got up and he gave a little talk and said, this is what our rules are, and this is what they're going to be going forward. This is how we're going to address all
Okay,
this.
that's good. Take the bull by the horns.
So pressure from one side of the spectrum has caused them to come out and say certain things, and Joe Rogan was responding to that. So again, I never thought Joe Rogan was on some kind of anti-vax campaign.
No.
It's not like he's driving around with letters all over his car promoting drinking your own urine or anything, okay? But he thought y'all give me more on that.
Right.
But,
I'm not sure you're right. I think he may be.
But he just has conversations with people.
Right.
And what is wrong with that?
Yeah.
I don't look, Neil Young can have his opinion and Joni can have her, but Joe Rogan can have his too. Let me hear them all. Don't start censoring Joe just because some people don't like what he's saying. How about I may not like what Neil Young's saying? Right. Are you going to censor him?
Right.
No.
No.
Look, the American thing to do is let everybody have their say, and then let us, the public, make our own decision.
Yeah, and
that you know who wins in that? Freedom.
And the point he's trying to make,
and that's who needs to win this.
Right. And the point he's making too is, and I really don't want any tribe to grab me and say, "Oh, you're with us now." No, I'm just discussing the topics from all points of view and trying to make my own point of view. I don't really want to belong to any tribe. Yeah. We're just having a conversation about the different facets of given subject. And but what's happening now is, like you're talking, somebody comes and grabs you and says, "Oh, he's ours," and they suddenly, now he lines up with all of our tribe because he said one thing. No,
which means he believes everything.
No, that's not.
No. And we do the same thing here too. We talk about different things. We just like we're on the back porch. I mean, we're not toting the water for anything on this other than what we think and what we've heard and what we've lived, and then you make your own decision.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not going to apologize for pointing to what has actually happened.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm wearing a Transformer mask.
Yeah, which isn't quite fitting because he's having to fidget with the mask a lot so he can keep sending it.
Yeah, he can't see out of his mask like he wants to. So can
I tell you, that's some of the best security video I've ever seen.
See the leg? There's that guy right there. Now here comes a good Samaritan.
Right.
And he thinks this is going to take him down, but it doesn't.
Right. Well, now he's really getting. And now the guy, I guess, is attempting to stab, but he's not good with the knife.
No.
And this guy's going to get him
See,
down.
the guy's fighting for his life right here.
Yeah.
I don't blame him for stabbing him.
No,
he's lucky he didn't kill him.
Yeah,
Right.
If you don't know the end of the story, he's going to take his own knife and start stabbing him with it. And now this man's parents,
he's still trying to stab,
which is probably the reason why he it's turned out the way he has, or at least part.
Never
of
had
it.
a letter grade in his life.
No, is his parents now think that the Good Samaritan who stopped their son from who was holding a knife on a Starbucks employee. Yeah, and so they think this man stabbed their kid too many times.
Yep.
You could tell the guy probably never even handled a knife before. So if this is the way you keep somebody, I mean, that's how you fight with a knife like this, because it's for stabbing. It's not for cutting. And see, the only way you can get me right now is to get this thing turned all the way back to me this way. I've got protection all the other ways, and I can stab with it. Just a little knife presentation. Should we even have this in this? Maybe. I'm sorry, I got carried away with that.
That commercial.
Is your honey so sharp and shiny?
That's a weird commercial.
It
Greg.
is. I remember the first time I could hear a little song in the background, so I went.
So if you haven't heard it, here it is.
They say you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom. So here at Charmin, we decided to sing about it.
No ifs or ands, just cleaner buds. Charmin Ultra Strong, oh yeah. Ultra Strong gives me the cleaner than average Hiney. It's super shiny. My Hiney
Sing it,
so
girl.
Charmin shiny.
Everybody, my Hiney so Charmin shiny. Come on, my Hiney so Charmin shiny. Yeah.
My Hiney. We all go. Why not?
How hard did that guy laugh?
Yeah, my
during that
Hiney
line?
sounds more like the guy that it does the work. We got to get in the studio, and they got a mic like this, and they got the headphone. And my Hiney so Charmin shiny. So picture this. Hey, Dad. Hey, yeah, good to hear from you. Hey, you're not going to believe this. I cut my first song today.
Really?
Good. You know what? We've been praying about that. You've worked so hard. Tell me, what song is it? Well, it's going to be a national campaign. Are you a national campaign? Our baby's got a national. Okay, what song, honey? Well, I sing about that my honey is Charmin Shiny.
What? No ifs or ands, just cleaner butt. Charmin Ultra Strong, oh yeah. Ultra Strong, my honey so Charmin.
Everybody together. My honey so Charmin Shiny. Y'all come on. My honey. Get up.
My honey.
Yeah. We all got it. Incredible.
Hey, I sent you a really funny text, by the way.
Give me my phone. It's over there by the drum kit.
Well, get started. Heavenly Father, thank you again.
Hey, Speedy, are you taking bad music requests?
I can.
Thompson Twins, please. That is the funniest guilty pleasure band that there is, I think.
You want me to play some next segment?
That's up to you. I was joking.
Kind of got my mind on it now.
It's totally up to you, man.
Everybody, it's for you, Ad. Hold my heart. If the speed limit is 65 and you don't have anybody in front of you, how fast do you drive?
I go 9 miles over the speed limit.
Okay.
My normal's 80.
If it's 70, you go 80?
Yep.
I'm a little bit like Adler. If it's 70, for some stupid reason, I think setting it at 78 or 79 helps me. And I don't know why.
I love 80. I love 80,
but I don't know if the highway patrol loves 80.
I had a highway patrol would tell me one time, I'm never going to pull you over for 80. There's too many other people out there going 90. That's what I live by.
That's why I go at 78.
What time of day is it? What road are you on? What vehicle am I in? I mean, those are fair questions. Now, if I'm in my big truck, it won't go 85. If I'm in a sports car, it's early in the morning, interstate, I don't know, maybe a little more.
Let me just tell new drivers and kids, do not speed. Don't do what we do.
This is
drive
a
the speed
comedy
limit.
bit.
Right.
We're joking.
So JC, I know you're about to, take your driver's test and get your driver's license, and you're in driver's ed right now. So don't listen to your daddy.
Have you ever gotten a ticket?
I have.
You've gotten a ticket?
Yeah.
For what?
It was midnight.
50 and a 35 at midnight. That'll do it.
Yep.
That'll do it. Have y'all ever gotten a speeding ticket?
Nope.
No, you haven't? No accidents, no speeding ticket?
No, I've had an accident.
Was the accident your fault?
Maybe.
Did you rear end somebody?
I may have failed to yield. And it was like the first day actually that I got my car.
Yeah, sleep is so important. It's the foundation of your health, man. We don't get any of it. None of us get enough.
And I'm texting my oldest son who's got an inter squad game today. So.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we come back. All right, so we finished last hour talking about the Joe Rogan response. We ran out of time before we tell you. Neil Young says he's giving fans a free 4-month subscription to Amazon Music after removing his music from Spotify over what he says is Joe Rogan's COVID misinformation. I do find it odd that no one's protesting the CDC or the World Health Organization for misinformation. Have they not told us things about COVID that we found out were not correct?
Rick, it's just...
CNN.
Or CNN, or, because, but anyway, so, And you mentioned the Harry and Meghan thing, so we covered that.
Does anybody care what William and Meghan cares
No.
about anything?
No.
I mean, anything at all.
I could sit here and y'all could say, Rick.
You're talking about the Duke and Duchess of Sussex?
Well, no, I don't think. Do they have their
That's
titles?
about
I
right.
think they lost. Do we even have to call him Prince William?
No, I don't think so.
How about this? You could tell me right
William
now.
and Meg.
Yeah, Rick, we want you to go in your office, and we want you to stay in there until you care what Harry and Meghan think. Yeah. I'd be off the show. I'd be retired.
Yeah.
I mean, I would never
We go in there and you'd have a white beard.
Right, just still sitting there. You'd go in there eventually. I'd be a skeleton. but anyway, and then you talk about you talk about the only thing that I may care less about is that guitarist Niles Lofgren.
I don't even know who that is.
That's just one of
He's that little short guitar player.
He's in the E Street Band.
He's had that records himself. Nobody cared about
You couldn't care less who he was unless you were a Bruce Springsteen fan, and you only care about him being connected to Bruce. You don't care about him and his own stuff.
No.
And so he wants us to know that he's pulling his stuff too.
Oh.
Well, who cares? I mean, does anybody
Rick,
go, what?
We've got into the marketing mode now, so nobody knows I even have music, so I'm going to bring this up so somebody will report on it.
So I need my name in a headline really bad.
Yeah.
Really bad.
That's where we're going now.
Is it Niels Lofgren or Niles Lofgren?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's spelled Niels.
That may be Niels.
Niels
Niels
Lofgren.
Lofgren.
Does anybody care? I mean, did anybody say, well, I'll tell you
We
one
don't even
thing.
know how to say his
I
name.
was, hey, how about this? I was supporting Joe Rogan until I heard that Lofgren still connected.
Yeah, until I heard the guitarist for the E Street Band had his solo role.
Please tell me little Steven's still out there.
Rick, this is what bothers me. These people are supporting censorship over freedom of expression.
And these are musicians.
What's happened to our artists?
Yeah,
Our
musicians.
artists have become a bunch. They've become the man. I thought we were against the man. They have become the man.
Yep.
What if we protested them and said, well, your songs have caused people to have rights and fight back against the government or been moved to do whatever? See, that doesn't
But you're
make
supposed
sense.
to get smarter as you got older.
Rick, this is like people hitting themselves in the face with a rock.
It
It
is.
doesn't make any sense.
I think if we were fighting the Vietnam War right now, these old artists would be for it.
Yeah.
They'd be sporting together.
That's what President Biden said. They're all in on it.
By the way, did you see this survey about President Biden in the news? That can't be true, is it? We
Which
can chase
one?
that. We can chase that later.
Which one?
We can chase that later.
There's been so many surveys.
Yeah.
Be careful of those because some of them seem to appear right when they're needed.
All right, so let's talk Maverick. It's been a frustrating topic for us.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got a little tease at the beginning of the AFC Championship game. Back to that, Tom Cruise did the intro, and it was 2 minutes long, and it was it was well done. But during the whole
Did it fire you
intro-
up for the game?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's one of those. It was well produced. Yeah. But they're using footage from him in the upcoming Top Gun 2, better known as Maverick movie.
That's never going to show.
That has been
It keeps getting bombed.
But you talking about pushed back. So but again, I'm sitting there watching it, going, "Okay, guys, quit teasing us on this movie. This is ridiculous." It was originally set to air in July of 2019. Okay, this is before the pandemic. They pushed it back to like March of 2020. By then, the pandemic had kicked in. They pushed it. It's been pushed about 3 times. Now we hear the rumor it may be showing in May.
Mm-hmm.
Is
May
that right?
27th.
Yeah.
If they don't hurry up and show it, the planes in it are going to be retired. I mean, it's going to be like watching a movie with crop dusters fighting each other. I mean, good night. Look, I understand you want everybody in the theater for the full effect. Got that. You spent a lot of money doing this.
Got it.
But there's a point where we just can't take it any longer. Show us
I
a
think-
daggone movie.
Have you lost interest in it yet?
No, I want to see it.
Since they've done this, I think that means they're probably going to release it. Because it was a promotion.
Listen, he's waiting a little late. If you let's just play smart money here, okay? This thing it's waned and waxed.
You're talking about the pandemic.
The
Yeah.
pandemic,
Yeah, right?
So it's been at a peak here in January. It's falling off. It looks like all the numbers are good. You better show that baby in March.
Yeah.
Before you have that summer tide rise again.
Can't
Okay.
even.
Well, it's going to hit theaters, as Greg said, May 27th.
That's a little late.
I'm like you. It ain't like it isn't ready.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we waiting on? We
Bump
still
it-
filming
I'd bump-
scenes?
I'd bump that baby back to April.
I
This
wouldn't.
thing's been in the tank for years. It's
think-
ready to go.
I think going forward, you have to quit making decisions based on the pandemic period.
Well,
But-
why not
but-
make a
yeah.
smart
Right,
decision,
yeah,
Rick, and go, look, it's had peaks, it's had valleys. Let's shoot for a valley.
Sure.
Don't wait too long.
Good night. We're never going to have young Ellis's party.
I know it.
I mean,
bless his heart.
you know,
Right,
by-
COVID keeps getting his party pushed.
By
right.
May,
Bless him.
Fauci's going to find another variant.
I
you
know. Guys, has it ever, this Fauci thing, and I don't want to, go Joe Rogan here and have artists pull their stuff off whatever we're on, but
Nobody cares.
why are we found out that Fauci's dirty and we keep letting him comment. I mean, once we found out that he had all this money invested in this gain of function stuff in Wuhan, back there was a time we'd have said, well, we're done with Fauci. He's not allowed to speak. No one's listening to him anymore. He can go have his life and he'll have his day in court and all this. And if he hadn't done anything illegal, more power to him. But this guy kept telling us there was nothing going on, and he gave us a false narrative out of Wuhan because he's involved, and we know he's involved. It's not even up for debate anymore.
Rick, at the
why
very
are we
least-
still letting him talk as if he's all right?
At the very least, he has not been transparent and forthcoming with facts we needed to know early on in this to cover his own butt because of the grants that they issued and because they were doing gain of function research in China because it's illegal everywhere else in the world.
Yeah, because it's too dangerous, apparently.
Yeah, it is.
And apparently it is.
Somebody's going to track out something.
But I'm going to go back to this. Look, I'm not saying he has to be tarred and feathered, but we really shouldn't let him be the spokesperson for it anymore.
How about even
Thank you,
take
Rick.
all that and move it to the side? Just the fact that this thing's going on and on. It's
Anecdote.
time to have a fresh face. Why
It
don't we
is.
have the same person? in there?
Especially
We're all
somebody
tired of
that-
it.
Most people are embarrassed enough they'd get out.
Greg, especially when we catch emails of him talking about the narrative he's going to throw out there to get everybody off the track.
Yeah.
And Rick,
To get them
how
off their
they-
scent.
Rick,
Don't you worry, I'll get them off their scent.
and Rick, remember this. This was the science.
What are we talking about?
This was the science. We go after people who disagree.
Right.
Science doesn't have to go after people who have a dissenting opinion.
No.
Because the science will prove them wrong.
Thank you.
But
Wow.
they had to destroy these people to silence them. What kind of
Yeah.
science is that?
don't
And
know.
that's a fact. Y'all, that's a fact. That ain't
You can leave
Joe
now.
Rogan conspiracy.
Yeah, can't we?
They went after
Hey,
these
Joe.
people who dissented. If they're wrong, let them spout their wrongness. Everybody will eventually notice it.
Let them spout their wrongness.
That's right.
I
That's
agree.
that's quote of the day.
But I mean, we just pushed him back up there like we're all going to hear from Fauci again. Well, I don't pay attention to what he says because I mean you can't.
Greg does.
Yeah,
Comes in here quoting him.
Tell you, I listen to is Joe Rogan. Yeah. No.
Did
All of
you
his crazy guests.
Did you see too? You just talking about a little ego. Did you see he was doing a live like a Zoom with somebody, a shot from his house or office, and they noticed on the bookshelf. Did you see this?
I'm sorry, I can't look at you because right now the sun is so bright.
Yeah.
It's reflecting off that
Yeah,
car
I
right
saw
there.
that bumper's for sure,
and it's sending a laser into my left eye. So I'm just going to look. I can't look at you.
What he had on his wall was pictures of himself.
No,
did you
he
see
did
that?
not.
Yes, he had pictures
And I'm
of
using
himself.
your big gourd to block it now. Don't
lean
lean
back.
back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, right. That's
I'm
it.
sorry. How's that?
I needed black shirt to block out off.
There you go.
But he did not.
Yeah, he did. It
No.
was funny.
Was that a glamour shot?
Don't kid yourself.
Who, celebrity?
Fauci's number one fan is the Fauci.
Oh yeah, you talking about celebrity scientists? That's good for us.
Yeah, that's just what we need.
I love scientists
At
who
least
want to be celebrities.
At least Dr. Burke took it to the house once you realize it looked like I'm doing crazy stuff.
No, you're right. You know why I think she did? She's like, wow, this is where we're all becoming celebrities.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey man, get 8 hours sleep, so you're ready for tomorrow, and I get 5.
Yeah.
I mean, what's up with that?
Yeah, I got about 5 last night.
Dadgummit. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I'm like all night long stressed out because of this bank heist dream that I'm. I'm
in the middle of it?
I'm
Are
like
you on a
somehow I
mask
got
and
involved.
everything?
I was stressed out all night long.
I've done that, and you wake up and you're so relieved because you're thinking, I am in a handle.
Do y'all's ears ring all the time?
Nah, every now and then. They don't. It's not constant.
I don't know
it's
that.
not constant.
I don't know that my ears ring until somebody asks me, do they ring? And I listen. I realize, yeah, they do.
Yeah.
So
105 mile an hour foul ball.
Yeah.
Struck the girl in the head.
Well, watch the player's reaction.
I've often thought about baseball watching is very dangerous.
Well, I've got to say this: if you've got a toddler and you're that close to the action, freaking pay attention. You got to pay attention.
I saw an interview with her dad this morning. He said that she was perfect, she was fine, and she seemed okay. Now I'm sure she went to the doctor and all that, but
of course that EMS comes out, they take her to the hospital in an ambulance and all this, but it took a while to get back to going.
But yeah, Bubba, I'm trying to get in on that big event going on Friday. Should be awesome.
Oh, we need you there to document.
I'm gonna try. I'm trying to get in.
hey, something that you can ask, how do you like your BuzzBox coffee?
I've been loving the new cappuccino machine that we got back there.
What?
Check it out, man. That's the only other obvious reason why I would be able to have steamed fresh frothy milk on top of my coffee.
If you have that machine here and hadn't told me, I'm gonna be frustrated because that's right up my alley.
So I take one of those vanilla yup milks, and just shake it, and shake it,
shake it
like
a Polaroid picture.
Shake it like a Polaroid salt shaker, man. Just pour it on top of the coffee.
Okay.
Gives you a little bit of foam.
I like the foam.
A little bit of foam. I like a foam.
Foam enhances the experience.
It does.
It really does.
Who doesn't like a foam? Y'all drink coffee?
No.
Yeah? No, no, yes?
Yes.
How do you shake your coffee?
With half and half.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
You up to Hayden?
What's up, Speedo?
Hey, buddy.
How do you take your coffee, man?
I go, and no, please don't let Greg see this.
That's not bad.
I'll drink it black. I can in a tight. It might be once a day. I'm not sure. Oh. Do you see it?
I love coconut milk and coffee. I'm BuzzBox only. And if I want a little sweeter, just to have me a little something that's a little more fun zone, I will use the stevia sweetener as well.
Well, I like my coffee black. Don't you?
Yeah, I do.
People put cream and stuff in their coffee.
Like candy.
Yeah.
Yours probably looks like milk.
What's up with those people?
I like mine black.
I bet it looks just like milk.
Nah, I drink mine black.
How many tickets you got?
Ticket? Driving?
Yeah.
I came out of the gate kind of, but I've done really good. I bet maybe total in my life, probably 5.
5? How many speeding tickets you had, Helm?
Probably about 5 or 6.
5 or 6?
Yeah. Got a few early, like 16, 17, and then I got a couple, and I got one in college, and a couple when I got married. So probably 5 or 6.
Those early years are rough.
Oh, yeah.
Buddy.
I've done pretty good lately. I say that, and I'll get one today. But I'll tell you this, it deterred me, because there are enough now, you don't want to get one.
It did what to you?
Deterred.
You just like saying turn. He had a car that had a kill switch. It got to a certain speed, it cut off. And wow, it was like, I think it was like 120, and the engine just, it don't completely shut off, but it takes you. Was that Bubba?
The Rick and Bubba show back, and Bubba, big day.
Rick, it's a big Friday edition. We'll go around the world in 80 days with Larry Talton. Also, we might have a surprise guest or two. Who knows?
Are you going to say who might call?
No, I'm not saying it's a surprise, Rick. That's why I can't say.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So what time is Trump supposed to call, Bubba?
Nobody knows exactly what Donald Trump will do or say, or tell him what time to call.
So it is Friday. Bubba and I are about to hit the road to meet Mr. Donald Trump. So no normal daily documentary today. Yesterday afternoon, I did get to Children's
21
Hospital
minutes past
to visit
the
some
hour.
kids.
Rick and Bubba
So
show,
here's a sweet, touching video about sick
We Be
kids in
Big
the
as
hospital
a
getting to
number.
meet Mickey Mouse.
Thank you for being with us today. We are recapping the stories of the day. And, Bubba, I know there's certain things that
own me,
that own you. Any awkward family portrait. That's one of your favorites.
Always. Right?
Always. That's the bear falling on the trampoline.
That's a good one.
You can't get past that.
The butt fumble.
Fidel Castro's fall.
That's a good one. That's a good one, Rick. That may be number one.
That's hard to beat that one.
Especially with the right music.
That's a good fall.
That's a good one.
And you're saying that up there also on the list is when iguanas fall from trees due to freezing.
Rick, I'm not trying to be cruel to the reptiles that listen to the show.
Right, yeah, right.
When you see frozen iguanas falling from trees in Florida, and it's just like many of them falling.
They're hitting people.
There's something funny about that to me, and I'm not proud of that, but it is.
Well,
I don't want to be a liar, too.
Right,
You see what I'm saying?
Well, in all fairness, this is once again...
Cold front guy.
Because if I'm not mistaken, iguanas are not indigenous to Florida.
No.
They were brought
They're an invasive species.
Yeah, they were brought in by...
They've been there a while.
Weird,
they have.
Weird pet people. And so now...
But you just see them falling. People are walking down the sidewalk, and they're hitting them in the head.
Yeah.
That's the good stuff.
When you've got an iguana falling out of a tree on your head like an iguana popsicle.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then they lay there
pounds.
belly up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just
some of them get big.
Yeah.
They're like, watch out.
I had to put a warning out.
Iguanas go south.
Wait a minute.
Like straight up, heads up.
Are we now having to wear an iguana helmet in Florida?
We need one.
What are we
Certain
talking
places.
about? Yeah.
And they're not dying. They just they go in some type of hibernation and they lose their grip on the tree.
Yeah.
Well, if they're overpopulated,
They're pretty.
The fall
animals,
may
too,
kill
don't y'all
them.
think?
Oh, yeah, ain't they beautiful? Who wouldn't want one of them?
Well, yeah.
That's a little leftover baby dinosaurs. Is all that is.
Well, if you think about it, if we've got an overrun of them, and I think we do. Well, if they're laying there like popsicles, get your bag out, get some pillowcases, and let's load up a bunch of them, throw them away.
Yeah, that's how we get rid of them.
So what you got?
Now, Rick,
You said pillowcases?
Yeah, you ever put?
I know.
Put snakes in them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What is it about snakes and pillowcases?
I don't know.
That's how they transport.
Yeah, people do it.
Rick, this is funny. One of the sub. Oh, there we go. There's
Boom,
one coming out of a tree.
Well, look, I can't move. I'm in hibernation.
That got up under a tire. That ain't gonna be good.
No, that's one they ain't gonna have.
Sleeping in the
Look
tree.
how they're all out.
I look like Greg this morning.
So, Rick, one
a
of the
fact.
sub headlines in this says "Iguana Nightmare: Massive iguana population turns Florida into Jurassic Park."
That is so good.
Funny. That's good stuff.
Yeah, that's good. You ever eaten iguana?
No, I have not, Rick.
No,
They
they
look
serve
very
them.
tasty.
No, they serve them.
Rick.
No, I'm being
I didn't
completely
think we'd
serious.
be asked that today.
No.
Have you ever eaten an iguana?
It's completely.
Where
I'm
do
being
they
completely
serve those at, Rick?
Well, there are restaurants like in Mexico and places like that that
Really?
serve them. Absolutely.
The Iguana Grill.
I bet you can down it. I bet in Florida there's.
The Iguana Bar and
I think
Grill.
that is actually the name
Sure
of
The
the
blue
restaurant.
iguana.
Sure it is.
I think
There's
that's
something
one
like
too.
that
Yeah.
somewhere.
No, there's
all over
cultures that eat iguanas. Wherever they're indigenous, they eat them there.
That's why they left.
There they go.
I
There
didn't
goes
think-
one digging.
Didn't think I'd Google this. What cultures
at
eat
all
iguanas?
I'm telling you, they do.
You know, I don't. You know, I don't want any reptile hanging around anyway. I'd much prefer a puppy or a kitty. But
Yeah, they're a little more.
what do they eat? Do you know? Do they poop everywhere too? What's their
They
deal?
I think
They're
they
eat
vegetarian.
vegetables and-
They
I
They
remember-
don't eat flies and bugs?
I knew somebody had one and they fed them
Do that
those big
long?
old long green beans. They loved them.
Wow, Rick.
You know that? Won't they get them with their tongue? or
No, that's a
something?
different lizard.
There's an Iguana Grill in Hoover.
Yeah.
Stop it.
yeah.
Merely minutes away from here.
Do they
I don't know
serve
if they
iguana?
serve
I've eaten
iguana.
there. It's
I
a
have too.
Mexican restaurant.
Yeah.
They
Did you
serve
know-
iguana there.
Did you know
I don't know about that.
in Mexico and Central and South America, it's a delicacy to eat iguana?
Who just told you that?
Yeah.
Google.
Just said it.
Golly.
I mean, you got to hear
know.
from Joe Rogan to believe it.
No,
Yes,
you're right.
I'm
buddy.
looking
Well, how
at
do
their
you
menu.
how do
I
you
wanna know.
prepare them? Do you know?
On a stick, they're delicious.
Really?
Iguana on a stick. Everybody knows
Oh,
that.
it's so good.
Well, I mean, really, how
good
would you
stuff.
cook that?
Well, I don't know.
Skin
but-
them out or what?
Yeah, I'd eat one. I wouldn't
I
have any
bet the
problem.
tails what they eat.
Really?
I don't know. I made that up.
I would
That's what
eat-
they do to alligators.
If some of the places I've been,
No, we eat
if-
alligator.
If they came up and said tonight we're eating iguana, I would have zero issue with it.
No, I wouldn't care. I mean, is it dark meat? I guess.
Don't know. Never had one.
I don't eat iguana.
I think they take it and shred it, kind of like
see.
shredded
Not an
pork.
iguana fan.
Garabo
really?
is what iguana meat's called.
Say that again.
I promise you, our audience, there's people who've had it before.
Sure, there.
Yeah.
What is it?
Garabo.
Thank you.
I'm just going off what Sam said.
I like how he leans into.
Yeah, I know.
If you
You
know,
gotta get your tongue to move.
if you
and really
we-
open your mouth.
we have a
Garabo.
you know, a large Latina audience that listens to this show.
And Latino, too.
Okay.
Well, Latina's the females,
Yeah,
Latinos
right.
the males.
Well,
Right.
right.
Well, he's all about
exactly-
the ladies.
That's what I mean.
Yes, he is.
This ain't look. It ain't my fault. This is a chick show.
Yeah, right. Can we help that?
So if
Like a
you
magnet.
if you've prepared iguana before, let us know how that works.
I'd like to know how to prepare iguana.
Let me
Just
tell
in
you
case I end up with one.
And let me tell you what's not allowed. I do not want anybody to say it tastes like chicken. You got to do something better than that.
Because then Greg will go, I like
Now,
chicken.
Speedy, what's it called again?
Mika Babu.
What's that? The meat?
Yeah.
Garabo?
Oh, okay. I thought I found it. That's why.
Garrobo?
But I
Garrobo?
can't.
Garrobo.
How do you say help in Spanish?
Would you like to have some garabo?
Oh, wow. I've got a video on how to prepare iguana.
Oh, I don't. Be careful with that. Do you want to say garabo?
Wash the iguana meat thoroughly.
I would like to. I would
think
take
people
some.
would be gathering them up in Florida because I mean they're falling like the frozen food section.
Put the iguana meat in boiling water.
Right out there. I would like to have a corn tortilla with some iguana meat in it and some salsa and all that, and I think it'd be fantastic.
I'd give it a shot.
I mean, I'd try it.
Rick, I got your
We've
recipe
eat worse,
right
Rick.
here.
Oh,
Iguana tacos.
You go back to mystery meat, guys. This is nothing.
Can you keep them on the taco shell? Or they keep crawling out.
It says it's high in protein, low in fat.
Yeah,
there you go, Bubba, since you're starting to eat better.
There you go.
When'd that start?
Part of your new health regimen. Huh?
He says he's lost.
He's
some
walking.
pounds.
I'm recovering.
He's
man.
walking.
So this latest
I'm
COVID
just
thing's got
recovering.
him right.
I heard him say in the commercial break, if he could find somewhere he could work out while they cut his hair, he'd be in.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking about Chandler Cox.
Yeah. Are you good with just some shears? Because I can make that happen.
Well, I want you to know what you're doing.
Well, yeah,
I don't want to get peeled.
I bet I
Peel
could.
that nut.
Well, I've seen your haircuts. They're not that complicated.
Yeah, they should.
I mean, I think I could do it straight up.
Well, you think. I tried it during COVID. It didn't work out.
Did you really? Well,
Yeah.
you can't cut your own hair.
Well,
That-
Betty
that-
did.
That's
It
almost
was-
a sign of mental health.
Well, Betty did. It wasn't pretty.
Kids do that.
That was messed up.
Right.
She sneezed or I sneezed, and it was not good.
I think I could cut definitely Speedy's.
I could cut Ham's hair right now.
I could cut Helms,
Y'all could.
Greg, and Bubba's hair with no problem. And I think I'd do a pretty good job.
I would let you do it.
Yeah.
Would
I
you use
wouldn't
the
have any
Flowbee
problem with
or
that.
just
I would.
scissors?
I would. I'd start with scissors, but
End up with Flowbee.
Well, I try to watch how they're doing it. You know, they use the clippers and go up, and then they kind of.
yeah, I could do all
Yeah,
that.
let's look. They ain't spend a lot of time on this
Yeah.
mop.
They do that
so-
thing where they pull it up and cut the top off all that lay down. I can do all that. It doesn't look that difficult.
Greg's wouldn't be difficult.
No, but I don't want Greg to get one. My challenge is to him is
I may get one
to let
today.
it go as long as he can.
I may get one today.
I wish Greg had a gray ponytail.
Don't be that great.
Wouldn't that be sharp?
Yeah, and
That's real earthy.
And go back to playing bass again. That would be perfect. But you have to do it now because you found Jesus in the praise and worship. band.
That's right.
Bubba, will you ever go back to cutting it short and spiking it?
Yeah, I will.
I think that's your best look.
Yeah.
It's a lot of the maintenance, though, isn't it?
Well, not really. I mean, if you got the product, you're in good shape.
All right, we're going to talk to people that have eaten iguana.
And you can take a nap. Nobody knows it.
Right. Yeah. And anything else you want to talk about. We'll do phones next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And Minnie Mouse will have a big recap of Mr. Bubba going to see Mr. Trump. It's going to be tight. Here's some kids, some sweet, wonderful kids. Okay, have a good weekend.
Good job. Now you got to get going on that to-do list.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hi everyone, I'm Marissa from Disney on Ice presents Follow Your Heart. We're super excited to be here at Children's of Alabama today, and we're excited to invite 100 of our friends from the hospital to come see our show this weekend at the Legacy Arena at the BJCC, Friday through Sunday.
That's great. Good job.
Doing this today is a good opportunity for me to let you viewers know. 5 months ago, I started doing these daily videos, almost 100 episodes. I usually work from 5 till 8. That's 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. to make these videos happen. So when I get to 100, I'm gonna take a break. My house is falling apart. I'm not spending nearly the time with my family that I would love to. And I don't really get a chance to do stuff like this. I'm still gonna be making video content for Rick and Bubba. I'm just not gonna commit to doing a daily video every single day. I hope I've brought some of you into the show in a way that you never would have been able to be brought into the show. I wanna be able to take a little bit more time on the videos I make. Thank you for liking, sharing, watching, commenting. We've got
So we're going to kind of recap Bubba and Adler's adventure up to we talked to the president, if that all works out the way it should.
Yes.
Now, this is
Right.
sound check here.
Yeah, this is about 11 o'clock
that
or something.
we're watching, and Bubba's on the stage, and this is where they're just telling you kind of how it's going to go.
And I look like I'm about 9 months pregnant right there.
By the way, a lot of people congratulating you and your twins, but
that, that probably wasn't the best look for me.
Right. Well, it's so they're you're in the VBC.
Yeah, this is Kristen Davis. She's kind of running everything and setting it up right there, and very efficient young lady.
Yeah.
And
Really
those are
behind
the
the
two young ladies that did the Pledge of Allegiance, and their mom, and they're all getting some pictures.
Sound check.
Check. Hello. How about it, Hudson? 407 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty.
Been good. And that's Luther Strange there. That
Boy, the range that microphone had to be in.
You come right up to his shoulders.
There,
Look at you.
There's
At
Bubba
night.
with Luther. And this guy brought it.
Yeah, Bob Smith.
Play
ball.
I am officially on my way to photograph the President of the United States. I'm so sweaty right now. I'm so unbelievably sweaty. I just changed into my suit in that pizza shop over there. I'm kind of going for the Donald Trump Jr. look. Maybe Trump will adopt me. So sweaty right now.
Looking good. And there's Bubba in the uniform.
Hey, y'all doing? Hey, just fine. Good to see you. Good to meet you.
You didn't quite have the extender you were looking for, did you?
No, it worked out, luckily. But, I was worried it might, when I get to jumping around chanting, it'll fly off of there.
Right,
sometimes,
right, yeah.
They made you go up steps. They didn't have an elevator for you?
No, it's just, this was kind of for everybody coming in. We were just kind of sitting watching everything.
Got
and,
it.
it's-
No. Here's behind. I see flags and a.
Yeah, this is when we're.
What's Curtis?
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us. SimplySafeBubba.com. Locking arms with the Rick and Bubba Show, the best home security system of 2021, according to U.S. News and World Report. You can easily customize a system online in minutes and even get free custom recommendations. So I don't know what you're waiting for. Make the move now. If you go to SimplySafeBubba.com, you will actually get 20% off. So use that right now, SimplySafeBubba.com. There's also a link at RickandBubba.com. You're not waiting on people to come and have to install it. You install it yourself. You're monitored for just a few bucks a month, and you're not locked in any kind of contract, or you're not locked into upgrades or anything like that. Your first month of being monitored, by the way, and you're going to be glad to know they're there, is free if you go to SimplySafeBubba.com. SimplySafeBubba.com, or find that link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. So, Bubba, let's first start with what does iguana meat taste like?
Yeah, I'd like to know.
We've got frozen iguanas falling out of the trees in Florida. They're not indigenous to Florida. So Margie has been to Panama, and she has eaten iguana. Margie, go ahead.
Yes, we lived there for 3 years. We lived in Panama, and they run around like wild dogs or something.
Yes.
But they do have a season, and they have white meat.
White meat. I'm really in.
Yes. The Panamanians just love them.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a delicacy. Did you enjoy them?
Yes. It's been years, and I'm still alive, so I guess it's okay to eat them.
So how did they?
How did it taste?
What part of the iguana do you eat? Their tail or what?
I didn't get into that. I don't know.
I bet it is that meat right there on the tail.
But how did you? How did you? Was it like in a taco or how did you eat it?
I think it was like a stew or something like that.
And a stew.
Iguana stew.
Would you like to have some iguana stew?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was good. Margie liked it.
But it's kind of it's white meat, so it would taste like chicken, right?
Well, don't say that.
But that's what white meat.
Well, that
tastes
means that chicken tastes like iguana.
Depends. I bet the iguanas are easier to catch.
Yeah, but how did the chicken?
You just wait for them to fall out of a tree.
How did the chicken get the upper hand on this taste like thing?
Because it's because everybody eat them here in the U.S.
Yeah.
That's how we built the country. We had cows and chickens.
Right, because you know if you were in Panama, what they would say if you had any chicken tastes a lot like iguana.
Yeah, that's true.
So let's go.
It's all what you're used to.
Let's go to Daniel. Hey, Daniel.
Daniel.
How y'all doing? I'm up to Grass and Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Not much. I had heard y'all mention blue iguana. There's actually a place in Prattville called Blue Iguana where you can't get iguana there, but you can watch some midget wrestling every now and then.
Wow, that's good.
Mexican food and wrestling.
There you go.
Do they have pink Newcastles on Tuesday night?
They do, bro. Half price.
Karen in Alabama. Karen, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Karen.
Hey, so I'm in Alabama now, but I lived in Cayman Islands for a couple of years, and I'm sorry to tell you I don't know any recipes because I don't know of anybody there that ate iguanas, but they were all over the place.
That's the problem. They should have been eating them.
Yeah, right. So you remember what we said: if you love an animal, kill it and eat it.
Make
then
it
you'll have all you
commercially
want.
viable. You'll have all you want.
So you didn't try it?
Well, no one there. I ate it, and I met. I worked there, and I knew a lot of the people, and they would make turtle stew. So I guess if you were going to eat it, you would want to eat it in a stew or a soup.
Yeah, well, we've had eaten turtle growing up.
I've eaten turtle.
I'm not that crazy about it. Turtle soup, I don't really like at all. I don't like turtle soup at all.
I ain't had soup, but just barbecued.
Is it pretty good?
Yeah.
I hadn't had it barbecued.
Oh.
Monroeville, Tracy said she has eaten iguana before. Tracy, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I ate it in Panama with the Panama Armed Forces. I was in the National Guard.
Got
down there for a summer camp.
Yeah, how was it?
And it was good. They cut it up like chicken. You cut the front legs and the back legs, and they barbecued it, and we ate it, and it was good.
So delicious. Okay. What about Jeremy and Aniana? Jeremy, go ahead. I think it would be good. I think it would be good to eat. I don't really have a problem with it.
I'd probably give it a shot.
Jeremy and Aniana, go ahead.
Yeah, we were on a cruise one time in Belize, or stopped in Belize, back before Fauci said that we couldn't do cruises anymore.
Right.
But said that was too much fun. But anyway, we were on a riverboat cruise down the Belize River, and there were iguanas everywhere. And they stopped us in a nice bend and had us a nice little lunch, and they brought it out. And they just acted like it was chicken, but none of us were convinced it was chicken because it was the smallest little chicken breast that we've ever had in our lives. And rice and beans, and they just presented it like, but there were iguanas everywhere, and there was no chickens to be seen. So we're just assuming. And everybody in the group still to this day believes that it was.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Was it any good?
It didn't taste like chicken. That was the odd thing about it. So yeah, it was all right. I was starving to death.
What did it taste like?
Yeah,
it was just. It was really seasoned. It was just a really seasoned meat.
A lot of tastes like the sauce.
You get the seasons.
Yeah, well, that like chicken.
Rick, I will say with all the things we've eaten over the years, you basically have two kinds of meat. A white meat and a dark meat.
Yeah.
And then the seasoning makes the difference.
That's correct.
And how you prepare it.
Yeah, when people say, well, you got to know how to prepare it. Well, if I can get my seasonings down, to your point, really, my platform's kind of irrelevant. As long as it's not dry or,
everything else is just protein delivery.
Let's go to sport out of Aniana.
Sport.
You'll be a better sport. Sport, go ahead.
Top of the morning to you, lad.
Thank you.
Hey, I was stationed there with the Army, and the way the Panamanians would do it is once they catch them, they'd take their legs and dislocate the shoulder from behind and take their toes and run them through like a little needle and thread and then run them down a stick. So that's how they would carry them around until they got them. Then they would just gut them, strip the skin off of them, and then put them on a little grill and just rotate them. And they had a little sauce downtown. So for about $1, you could get some fried plantains and iguana for about $1.
And was it good? Was it good?
It was good. That and the monkey meat, they used to say was monkey meat, but yeah, it was really good, especially after a couple hours on the town. But no, it wasn't bad.
Understood. Yeah, I used to think Del Taco was really good.
Oh, it was good, Rick.
But you go back to what he's saying here. He's saying, look, I mean, it's
like
not
a lot of other local delicacies.
Yeah,
huh?
and I do draw the line at a monkey because it's just too close.
Yeah.
I know there's a big step between us and them, but still, it's a different step.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you've got opposable thumb, I'd rather not eat the meat.
Yeah, if you can make sign language back to me, I'm getting a little uncomfortable at that point.
If we can communicate through sign language.
Yeah. If we can put a smoking jacket on you and you smoke cigarettes.
Right. Just
if you can star in your own movie, as long as we got a jar of peanut butter.
If I put a hat on you and you don't take it off,
you're good with it. You like how it looks.
You catch the mirror and go, I like that. All right, let's go to Lily. Lily in Silver Hill, Alabama. Go, Lily.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
This is not about iguanas, but this is about Greg's insensitivities and then how Bubba chimed in on it. When you were talking about Sherry's pocket, they started going, hey, pocket. I think they need to apologize to her.
Her pocket?
Oh, it happened.
Today? What do you mean pocket?
Yeah, a calcium pocket in her
Oh,
shoulder.
because of her
just making fun.
well, it's an insensitive group.
Rick, sorry we made fun of Sherry. Tell her if she's listening, we're sorry.
Wait a minute, ma'am. Wait a minute. We said what?
Hey, pocket.
Hey, pocket. I got a pocket.
Look,
it wasn't me because I was screening telephone calls at the time.
I was not screaming "Hey pocket." I did not say the word "Hey pocket." This
I was
morning.
screening phone calls during that. It wasn't me.
Yeah, it had to be one person, and he's now screening phone calls.
Yep, there it was.
Greg,
I was screening phone calls.
Bubba did not chime in.
Lee, listen.
Did this happen today?
You talking about today?
Oh, yes.
Lee, I was screening calls and they were talking about Sherry's pocket.
I said two things. I chimed in. I said it is a painful recovery, and I said we'll be praying for Sherry that she comes through it. Nobody was screaming, "Hey, pocket."
I don't care if y'all said "Hey, pocket."
I don't understand how that's offensive.
I don't even consider that to be making fun.
Yeah. But I'd hate for somebody to say I did it when I don't think I did it.
Well, I think you did.
It sounds like us, though. It does sound like us.
I think.
I would have done it.
How we do that? You know how
I'm not a "Hey pocket" person.
But you know how we throw stuff out. I mean,
Lily needs to lighten up.
I would go back to if it was said, so what?
Yeah,
I mean,
make fun of her too.
Even if it was said, it wasn't insensitive or making fun of anybody.
So you going back to Silver Hills, wherever it was.
Where is Silver Hill?
Silver
Alabama?
Hills. I'm a little upset she's calling herself Lily. There ain't but one Lily.
That's right.
It's right below the Black Mountain.
Thank you, though. I appreciate your sentiment, but unnecessary.
It wasn't me, but I'm capable of that. I'll give you that. So I'll take responsibility.
Did I scream "Hey pocket"?
You did. You actually said, "Won't she suck it up? Hey pocket."
No,
like
I did not say that.
I think, but sometimes we would say
I'm a nice one.
Well, like if someone said, "I've got a torn calf," we go, "Ooh, hey calf."
Hey, ooh calf. Well, calf.
You might have done a "Hey pocket."
I may have done it.
Yeah, like
I may have done that.
Yeah,
Lily was just.
Well, that's what she was saying.
Yeah,
she was just kidding.
She was just wrong about it being insensitive.
Yeah.
Not that we didn't say it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Caitlin doesn't know what POTUS means.
Okay, so we're here to meet the what is Donald Trump?
President of the United States.
There we go.
No, you're really.
That's what she said. It's time to go.
So
time to go.
So you're about to go on. This is the pregame thing where you're going to work everybody to a frenzy. Is this where?
Do they know what's coming?
They said, hey, you got it. Do what you want to do. I said, okay.
Do what you want to do.
Yeah.
Boy, if only they knew what they were saying. If only they knew. You don't tell one of us go do what you want to do. You better tell us what our restraints are. We may disregard them, but at least tell us.
It was just a very electric atmosphere.
Oh, yeah.
It looked good.
Well, it's Trump Fest.
I'm Bill Bubba Bussey from this nationally syndicated Rick and Bubba show.
A lot of love in Huntsville.
Common sense, folks, has left the building. It's time for a change. I want to repeal and replace Obamacare.
My goodness, you're running for office.
He is.
The people who have it now.
I can tell by the look on your face there's trouble coming.
He does have that look, by the way.
That
blank stare.
Oh, here we go.
Y'all, he's got both hands in the air.
What did you do, Ray?
Did Auburn just score? Or you saying Bill that
Wow. This is Bob Smith.
My goodness.
Wow. I didn't know Bubba could sing like that.
What if that was Bubba? There's the Pledge of Allegiance, and that mom's real nervous. But
they did so good.
And
Adler was looking sharp.
He really
Rick.
was. You were looking good. Had hair slicked back.
I felt very out of my element. I changed in a pizza shop just right
fine.
across the Von Braun Center.
I tried to get him to come up to our room, but he was too busy
Yeah.
shooting B-roll.
I was kind of just getting in my zone. Just
One
you
shot
know.
at this. You got to get it all.
Yeah, just trying to get serious.
You change the same place homeless people do, but that's look. You got it done. So you just got your camera rolling. You think you're gonna capture everything Bubba's doing,
Right, y'all.
including meeting the president.
We are in a tiny little holding room about to be ushered out to meet the president of the United States of America. It's very intense. And
So we're first up. The buses are because we're
there it
bees.
is.
And there comes the president.
Watch
then
his first
across
look at
the way.
Bubba right there. All right, here's Adler's gonna capture it.
I mentioned your daddy. It's my wife, Betty, and daughter. So how many we're in an all-out fight, but this is going to make it okay right here.
Oh, he goes, it's okay, thank you, I think he said, maybe.
In other words, turn it off.
Is he
But
saying
when
turn that off?
When he put
Okay,
his
thank
hand
you.
up like that,
You're fired.
there was about 6 Secret Service guys took a step toward him.
But this is going to make it okay right here.
That's enough.
Oh, that's the wrap it up.
That's the old
Thank you. And then he's like, thank you for moving away and acting like you stopped shooting.
I think so.
It's okay right here.
It's okay, thank you. Get out of my face. He took one look at me, y'all. He did not like the looks of me. The president of the United States did not like
You
the looks
did
of
look
me.
like some of them
Please look at Bubba's
protesters.
Please look at Bubba's face like, oh no.
Well, see, Adler, you might look kind of threatening, but with me, he knows the worst thing. I'm going to invite him to lunch.
Right.
You know,
Yeah. Now, if he's got a sandwich, you're an issue.
Yeah.
But how about what's going on here is that I love the difference in the reaction Trump to Bubba versus Trump to Adler.
Yeah.
it was just a little different reaction there. Isn't it? Who's this character?
So, y'all, the
this
room
cat?
is so intense. There's, like Bubba said, like 7 or 8 Secret Service guys in the room
But
with us.
there better be. Pretty volatile times we're in right now.
Sure, and if the president clears his throat, everyone goes, you know what I'm saying? Like, everyone is that locked into what this man is doing, and it is so intense. I thought I was going to get tackled or something.
Look, there's his face when he sees you.
I thought Adler's
there's
going to
his
be
face.
drug out, and I thought I'm going to spend most of the night trying to get him out of jail.
All right, look at that one right there. Look, that next one.
Right there.
You have the president, leader of the free world.
Right.
You also have a sitting senator in that room. No. Oh, wait a minute. We have 2 sitting senators.
We're back. It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big, our number. So let me get the word out on a couple of things, getting emails on this. So I guess several months ago, we were putting together the Man event for Pensacola, Florida. It would have been this Friday with Hugh Freeze, Charles Billingsley, Sherry and I also speaking there together. And we ended up canceling that event about a month ago, and everybody was refunded that already had tickets. So now I'm starting to get the, hey, is that this is the week? Is that still on? It is not. It is not on. It has been canceled, but you do have other options. If it's just the men's event you want to go to, we have a number of those. But the Pursuit Men's Conference going on Dothan Civic Center, and the reason why I'm bringing that one up is it's in basically the same area down that way toward Pensacola in South Alabama. So the Dothan Civic Center is happening. That is the 18th and 19th of February. You can simply go to that. And Jonathan Evans will be speaking. I'll be speaking, and Charles Billingsley will be there too. The only thing you don't have there is Hugh Freeze or Sherry speaking. But if you were saying, well, I really wanted to hear you and Sherry speak together, well, then just go to Panama City. That's coming up on April the 2nd. And Sherry and I will be speaking at a marriage event there. We'll have kind of a date night, have dinner for you. Sherry and I will be speaking together, and that's at Highland Park Church in Panama City. And that link is live, so you can go there and sign up for that as well. So if you were coming this weekend and you were looking for maybe another option, there's you a couple options, and you can just do that. And we'll reset, and maybe we can come back and try that event with that lineup at another time. It just these times we're living in, events and gatherings have all kinds of obstacles you have to jump over. And it has nothing to do with Olive. Olive were a tremendous host, and they were going to say, look, we'll do the event, no problem whatsoever. Had nothing to do with them. Had everything to do with obstacles you have to jump over in order to do the event. So on our end, not their end. So anyway, so we did cancel it, and but there's plenty of options for you to get out. Now, Bubba, one of the things I wanted to mention, you know, with Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this past weekend, you were out with COVID. So we were going to interview someone, and that interview was canceled literally about 45 minutes before we were supposed to record the podcast. So Greg and I, thinking on our feet, started talking about the Mr. Lucky Behind the Music, which some of the audience has been asking for. And I will tell you that we did address in the podcast this past weekend the controversy over the song Stormy Weather. Mm-hmm. So I know
Bubba witnessed that.
Yeah. And this was an old original from way back when Greg and I were in the band days that Greg was not fond of. That Ryan Greenwood, Ryan Greenwood was fond of. Bubba, of course, loved it because he's going to love that type of song from any group.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah. And I heard it, and I said, "Well, I don't know why we're not covering it."
I didn't hate the song.
It probably would have been your favorite song of all the catalog back in that day.
I didn't hate the song, but at the point we decided we were going to play it, we didn't have time for it.
Right, and
in my opinion.
And Greg and I nearly got in a fight about it.
Yeah,
and
I just
you nearly got whooped
to go outside.
Right,
don't tear up anything.
Right.
Y'all fight in the parking lot.
Right, and it was
which is what our dad used to do.
Yeah, just don't break anything.
Only brothers should get in a fight over a song Stormy Weather.
Well, Rick, I mean, my goodness, it's a controversial song.
My favorite lines when you said it only had 2 chords, and Ryan said sodas ain't talking about love, and as a matter of fact, the same 2 chords.
They are. Right. Okay, it wasn't so much, but I can't really. I'm remembering it the way I want to at this point. But, in my mind, we were close to showtime. We were working on a set list. We ain't got time for this.
Well, let me tell you what happened. I remember how you and I almost went to blows for that very same thing.
I had a bad attitude about playing it.
Look, here's the thing. You had a bad attitude about us playing it.
I didn't hate the song.
And Bubba, you were there. But honestly, in this time of our lives, rehearsal time, giving you a little point over in your area, rehearsal time was gold, and we didn't have a lot of it.
That's it.
Okay? And you felt like it wasn't coming together, so let's stop bogging down
That's all it was.
practice chasing this song. And Ryan,
well, see, all I could see was an album cover of us walking out of the water with a storm behind.
I know, and I'm with you.
For years in our other band, it was one of our featured songs.
It was,
and it would have been every time a hurricane was coming up. I said, "Let's head to the coast and get a picture."
And it would have been his favorite song out of the catalog, no doubt.
It was a little poppy. Maybe that's why I hated it.
But anyway, I said, and I don't know why this flew all over you, and we didn't cover this on the podcast, so this is something special for the show. For some reason, it flew all over Greg. That I said, all right, let's drop it. Let's just don't do it. And I said, and Greg,
but you said it with that attitude, like you're doing this, so shut Greg up.
And I said, and Greg doesn't want to do it. and you didn't. I mean, I was just stating a fact. I mean, it wasn't that.
Wasn't feeling it, Rick.
It wasn't,
I just wasn't feeling
it wasn't that Greg could have said, no, I'm all about this. What do you mean? And for some reason, he didn't like being the person that was the final straw.
He was trying to put it on me.
And I meant it as the final straw. Like, look, they're just it's not coming together, and Greg's got an attitude about it.
At this point, I done pulled my shirt off.
Right. And so Greg said, "Oh, so it's my fault." And I was like, "Well, yeah. I mean, and you're the one that doesn't want to do it." And then,
oh boy.
And then he had to do the. So you gonna make that decision? What, you the boss? I said, "Well, now in this particular situation," and then it went to. And we took it outside.
Yeah, it got hot.
It did get hot. But, I mean, it nothing happened.
Bubba would have got caught right in the middle of it. I think
Right.
you were on one side of it, I was on the other.
Well,
Bubba ain't bothering nobody.
How about the late Mark Phillips? He didn't know what to do. He was terrified.
He didn't like it.
I
had to calm Mark down after that. I said, they do this all the time, Mark.
So
Don't worry about it.
He was raised with sisters. He didn't. Right.
I said,
And what, 10 minutes later?
I said, here's the thing. You just don't want them to break anything. Get them outside and then let them do whatever.
But here's
Who
the good
cares?
part. 10 minutes later, we were laughing about it.
Yeah, we were laughing at it. It's not near as
Then you
serious as
started
it
acting.
sounds.
The rest of the
And
practice, you tell me how you were the boss.
Yeah,
And
And Greg got his way, but Greg got his way because we
He
never
did.
did it.
He
So
did.
Greg won.
I made a suggestion that we're wasting time. We're bogging down on it.
Right.
And it wasn't that important.
It was kind of a win-win. Greg got to not do the song, and I got to be officially the boss.
Yeah,
I can't
because we
believe-
had this weird. That's true. We had this weird thing where they and it's you and Ryan. We didn't have to have a new song every Fat Fest, a new original.
Mm-hmm.
And they act like we
I
did.
can't believe y'all didn't write a song wasting time out of it, out of the argument.
Well, that's true. Well, you know, the
a good
thing
one.
the thing we never got into was those Mr. Lucky songs that were established when we were the world's greatest garage band that were original to that lineup that we never recorded.
Yeah, I know. And there's some pretty.
We
good
had about 4 that were pretty good
that came out,
and we never recorded them.
And I'm not saying it was bad when we had a new one, but,
No.
but we acted like we had to have a new one.
Well, Greg, if you didn't want to be a band that was current,
I got it.
huh?
I was going for the greatest hits.
So, Bubba, we only got a few seconds, but I have to throw, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but tell me that I'm not seeing this right, that there is actually a poll that says that Joe Biden would beat both Trump and DeSantis if the presidential election was held today?
Well,
Where did they take that poll?
There was a headline that came out that said that. But you got to remember the other headlines and the other polls have been Joe Biden's rating and approval numbers
know.
have been at historic lows. And then, he came out and he had promised on the campaign trail he was going to name a black female to the Supreme Court, which I think demeans the whole position. That's not the whole goal of this, but, that's what he wanted to do. But overwhelmingly, Americans are saying they don't want that. They want him to consider all nominees and take the best pick for it.
So how do we have a poll that he would beat DeSantis and Trump if a presidential? What does someone have to do as president other than what he's doing to be undesirable?
Well, Rick, this was the fact that the president needed a poll in his favor because he hadn't had any.
So they made one.
And so I would be highly suspect of that.
I think they polled Delaware.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
That's funny.
I would just raise an eyebrow to that one.
Yeah. All right. So we'll come back. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big. If you leave us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba. What's up, cuz? Coming up in the next hour. Be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Senator Richard Shelby is also in the room.
Mm-hmm.
You have Chief of Staff there, General, and a whole lot of other folks.
Yeah, it's a pretty intense room for
And
security.
Adler.
Yeah.
And then me.
And then Bubba.
And Bubba.
What are y'all doing there?
Y'all, what are we doing there?
And we had a little shuffle there to try to get everybody lined up for the picture.
So I was able to squeeze off a great picture of the bussies with Mr. President Trump here. I was proud of that.
President Trump.
Mr. President Trump.
Okay.
I was proud. I got a good shot.
That
You know,
is
that's
good.
what I
That's
was
really
supposed
good.
to do.
It's a good shot.
Thumbs up.
Yeah,
got
a
it
good
done.
shot. Yeah, and
Got cold.
And as we're walking off, Caitlin runs over to me and puts her phone in front of my face, and it is a selfie of her and the president.
Oh,
and
my
I said,
gosh.
Caitlin, you did not ask the president of the
Oh,
United
he's
States
grinning.
for a selfie. She goes, he loved it. He loved it. She said, I asked him, can I take a selfie? And he goes, is it for Snapchat? And she goes, yes. She goes, he loved it. I said, sure.
Well, he loves
at
social
him.
media.
Look at him
He does.
grinning. You
He,
know.
he loves social media.
That's so good.
Adler had already been escorted back out at that point to another room.
Screaming.
And I told him.
Did you scream, "I'm a Bubba"?
I'm with that guy.
I got his
daddy.
equipment, and I said, "They've got you on the list to get a picture. Just go back around and go through the line again."
So
without the camera.
Yeah, I'll hold the cameras and you go again.
What does the hair look like in person up close?
It looks phenomenal. It's a
Did
work
you get
of
caught
art.
up in it?
It's a work of art. Yes, you can get lost in it.
Right. You probably
It's
didn't think about
layers.
that. Did you? You didn't have time to think
No,
about that.
you
did
really.
No.
You don't even think about it. You don't even think about it. And he is very personable.
Oh yeah.
And everybody had told us that behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Now,
Boy,
he
was
likes
it.
to get fired up.
But
and,
yes, he does.
I listened
Yes,
to
he does.
I listened to Bubba, and I worked up the bravery to get back in line.
Okay.
To meet the president.
And I saw you in the line through the door, and I thought, I don't know if he's going to make it, but he was on the list. So.
And I'm at the end of the line, so the president could walk away right now, or he could wait 10 more seconds and take a picture with me, y'all. And I'm like, and I just handed my phone to a Secret Service guy. I'm like, would you mind please doing this for me? And
that's what your face
And then
looked
I
like.
walk towards the president of the United States,
Just
guys.
you.
Just me. And I'm like, I'm wasting his time. I'm with the president. He should not be standing. He should not be standing next to me right now. This should not be happening. And so I'm just like, Mr. Burrow, and he's like, all right, let's go. I'm not joking.
No, he
The
did not.
president was like, we gotta go. Let's do this. I'm sick of this guy.
There it is.
Look at that face! Yo, I was
What kind of look is that on your face?
I was so scared. I was so scared. I panicked, okay? I panicked. All right?
Why didn't you
smile?
You look constipated.
You know what? The only thing worse than this.
You can't even put that up.
Look, the only thing worse than that on these one-shot deals, if you messed up your senior portrait.
Guys,
Adam, why didn't you smile?
Okay, so
You know, the president has that look like, hey, here's that guy again.
so
No wonder he was scared of you. Look at you.
y'all, at the very end, I had just
You do look like something's wrong with you.
I had just made the president mad with my camera, and then I got back in
Oh, it was
line.
Make-A-Wish.
And then I got.
Greg, you're so terrible. Oh my God.
That was bad.
This was scarier than my wedding day, and y'all saw my face on
Yes,
that
we
day.
did.
Yes, we did.
So this is
Similar
why
face.
I look the way I look.
Right.
It didn't end the same.
Was
thing,
that the
did
slightly off challenge?
it?
Is that what you were doing?
You were slightly off.
You don't do it slightly off with the president.
No, and then it was over, and he's like, "All right, I gotta get out of here.
I gotta get out of here. It's not bad.
Get away from me, punk.
And then I go, "This is me." I go, "Thank you, sir."
That look on his face.
We will make America strong again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much.
It's getting tighter, which is I think is good. I think you coming into town has helped tremendously. Well, here
Hey, Trump's on right now.
sir. There's a little bit of confusion too, because on another line we have the White House on hold. So I'm totally confused. I don't know if that's Trump or not. I think it is. It sounds just like. But the White House is on the hotline. He claims he's calling in
Wait a minute.
because he gets a better reception.
Wait a minute, he's calling the-
No, I don't think that was him. I think that. Rick and Bubba show. Hello. I don't think that was him. It sounded just like him. President. This is Calvin again with the Rick and Bubba show. So you're saying the reason why the hotline, the reason the number you called directly was because of the better reception from your office? Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Rick wants to say hello to you just real quick. Hold on just a second.
President Rick Burgess, how are you today? Thanks for being on with us. Oh, perfect. And so it looked like you and Bubba had a great time Friday night. Y'all stirred it up. Yeah, we're coming out in 30 seconds. I'm about to come to you. All right, stand by. All right.
How about our TV channel Slam?
As promoted, and
oh my gosh!
If it made this happen.
What if it's Frank Caliendo?
The 45th president of the United States of America, Donald Trump, is standing by. President, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Well, thank you both very much. I got to meet Bubba the other night. We had, I guess, a record-setting rally. It couldn't have been one that was more crowded than that. It was a great evening.
If things don't go the way that you're hoping they'll go concerning the Senate race, you can blame that on Bubba.
Well, I'm going to. I expect to. You know, Luther, who's a really great guy. He's a fantastic guy. Whereas, you know, Ray's going to have a hard time. You know that. It's going to be a hard race. You've seen those races go very bad. This is an important one, so I want to make it 6-0.
President, you said, you know, obviously, and it was Roy Moore. I know you were saying Ray, but Roy Moore. And but I wanted to clarify that for the audience that you were talking about. Obviously, this would not be somebody that, you know, we would, you know, be against as far as who he is. But when you're talking about the strategy, and I think you're right, if Luther doesn't win this, there's a shot that, you know, he's kind of, you know, Roy's done a great job as a judge, but when it comes to a senator and some of the things he's been part of, whether it's right or not, the Democrats.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. 7.5 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. Eddie Van Adler is switching for the YouTube viewers from his home as he finishes out his quarantine. Should return to us barring any setback by Wednesday. But he's still participating. He's still on the field. He's still playing. And we welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussy. Here we go.
Yeah.
Well, let's do this. All right.
Thank you,
Rick and Bubba T-shirts.
That's right.
All right, so
contact us about our cut.
Right, nice Beagle puppies. Not so sure about the T-shirt there. Where'd you get that? So we've tried so hard to adjust and think. You know, remember we took on a whole new mindset when Cuz Strickland invited us to come and hunt with him and his family from Mossy Oak, and you remember we started a whole deal, do it for Cuz, you know, and so
Bubba did. Why'd you do that, Cuz?
And then he finally, after being basically put on the cooling plate the first time he tried to meet us years ago. And basically,
still don't know how that happened.
Yeah, we basically.
I blame Speedy.
Hey, well, bottom
Clearly
line,
your fault.
Because the bottom line is we high-hatted you, didn't we?
Well,
I mean, if you look back,
I've told that story, and Speedy brought some good proof to me. He had my cell phone 1 digit off in his phone, and he said he called back.
You ain't buying that.
Because I don't know. I was pretty stunned because I was a big time fan, still am, not like to my wife's level.
Right.
By the way, I got to tell y'all what you've done for me with her, because I've been married 47 years. It's hard to impress.
Oh, yeah.
Your wife.
Yeah.
And being able to come see you guys and brought you that, look, you got no idea
Whatever
how
we
good
could
that was for me. I'm telling you.
You know what? You're welcome.
I could have brought Elvis home. It wouldn't have been anywhere near.
Calm down.
So it finally worked out. We went. We had a great time.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Greg.
And so and so Bubba said that you were going to drop by, and we'll talk about why. And I said, he said, you know, he can pop in with us, and we said, well,
so he's coming this far. Why don't we get him on for a second?
So we thought of a new segment. What's up, Cuz?
What's up, Cuz?
What's up, Cuz?
I like it.
I think we all just scream, "What's up, Cuz?"
Yeah.
Bring him in.
Well, I sent him a text, said, look, I can be there at 10:15. Y'all will be wrapped up, and I'll just meet you in the parking lot, because that's part of the deal.
Yeah.
You come, if you're going to be a host, be a host. I'll bring you to your meeting.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he said,
You're a better host than me.
Oh, I love this. And anyway, he said, well, just come be on the show. And I showed that to my wife. She just grinned. I was like,
So were you expecting Bubba to try to kill every doe that you had?
I was, look, he's my hero.
Do it for Cuz.
If it wasn't for
Do it for
Bubba,
Cuz.
we would have been meatless for the hunt.
I know.
Because y'all are just particular. I understand it.
Yeah.
And Greg, I told you I've seen
I don't
your
even think they
brother-
carried bullets out there.
Yeah.
Cuz.
I don't either. I've
Cuz said
I've
he's seen my buck.
twice. And why I'm just pulling in the driveway in that field.
Why did you not shoot that deer?
I don't know.
I don't know either, but I'm going to take a picture of him for you. I'll get a trail camera picture, and I'm going to send it to both of y'all.
If you want to see that,
The old bird in hand thing. I thought it was early, and I was like, well, I should, yeah. You need to, if it's there, you need to.
If you want to see that young 8 that I saw, look out the left side of that shooting house.
No. me and Matt went down there and sat one time. And as soon as we got up in there, he said, "Where do you want to sit?" I said, "You sit on the left side and open that window." As soon as you sit down, open that window. And next year, I'm gonna have that little high spot right there. I'm gonna go ahead and put some clover and stuff.
Sure. You might as well.
And
he's already thinking about next year, guys.
Yeah, I got two new spots to plant, and I'm moving 2 shooting houses. So there won't be such a north-south wind dilemma, because 2 of the best spots we couldn't hunt because of the wind.
Yeah.
Fixing all that, so we're going to all hunt right there.
Mm-hmm.
And we hadn't shot any deer, so I'm telling you right now, I ain't taking no for an answer.
No, here he goes.
Next year, you just got to find them dates.
Yeah, sure.
We in.
So we do have some questions. I mean,
well, I enjoyed camping over at your place. That was
Bubba had
was
a good
fun.
time.
That's the first time I'd really got to camp.
Yeah.
Well, it was a brand new little RV. And
I know.
He was really roughing it, wasn't he?
Yeah, boy. I had everything. It's like the point you made. It was hooked up. All they had to do is step inside. Electricity.
It was great.
It was ready.
Because I'm curious about camping, so it was a great experimental step forward for me.
Right.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a great weekend for us, and then I got the positive test, and my wife was looking at me just shaking her head.
Yeah. Now the only bad thing is you did expose us all to COVID.
That one thing.
You know what? I'm gonna be that guy from now on.
And only 4 of us have had it and missed work since then.
Adler's still out.
I got some nasty text about that. Your fan base is big.
Yeah.
Because that's one reason Adler's out. We got a broke camera. We can't get a close-up shot.
That's
of
right.
him,
Yeah.
so.
No. I didn't realize the C in cuz stood for COVID.
I know.
Oh my word!
What about when you found out you were positive and you just had it? We just all yucking it up.
Yeah, no, I went to get a test so I could get on this plane, and he comes back and says, "You're positive." I went, "What?" Felt great.
Yeah.
And he gave me a bag with hand sanitizer, mask, and Kleenex, and I signed the form. I went home.
Yeah.
That's it. But I did sit in my truck at the doctor's office, and I did the group text.
Oh, and you hated that.
You got no idea how much I did not want to do that, but it's the right thing to do.
Well, see, when we got that text, we wasn't panicked. We all started laughing.
Yeah, we
did. Because we were like, "This is great." Because we'll never let Cuz live this down.
Yeah. I did regret.
Now Greg was coughing during that time. It was.
I regretted kissing you. I did, but I will tell you, the food was that good.
It was good.
Yeah, it was really good.
Changing the menu for next year, but that's for
Why
don't
don't change those burgers.
We're not changing the brisket and the grits, but everything else is going out.
Why?
Because Pammy said she was going to do this, this, and this. And that's her world.
Boy, I love those burgers.
It'll be good.
Yeah. Burgers.
Yeah. That pound cake, bring that back too.
Because one of the things about the trip I hated that Greg and Rick missed was our discussion about missing 411, and then I had to walk outside without a weapon over to the camper on a windy night where the thing is rocking. At one point, I think Speedy and Helms is out there pushing it, and I was sitting there with a loaded 300. If you'd opened that door, it'd have been bad. Because that thing wasn't going to get me, whatever it was.
It'll take you to a different place. And what fascinated me about it, I was coming back from New Mexico on an elk hunt, driving by myself. It's 2 a.m, and I'm just scanning the radio, on AM.
Oh, boy.
And when the radio stopped, the first word out of this person's mouth was bow hunting. And I went, what? And that's where the first time I heard David Pilates was on Coast to Coast that night.
Well, it's time to go to break. We'll come back, and we want to talk about that, hear it from you.
Yep.
And then we'll look into that.
Yeah. And
I watched it again this weekend. It's during the daylight, by the way. Not at night. Not at night.
Right.
I'd hate to have to run to my own bedroom.
15 minutes past the hour. What's up, Cuz? Cuz Strickland.
What's up, Cuz?
From Aussie Oak is with us. And we'll continue our conversation when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're going to try to turn this into something they think they have hope in.
I don't know Roy Moore at all.
Right.
And I think it's perhaps indicative when somebody doesn't even know his name. That's not a good sign for him. Both of you and I and everybody listening, and I do hear you have the biggest show in Alabama, so we'll have to see, right? We'll see how Luther does. So if basically, so if I don't if we don't win, I can blame you guys and your shows. I'll say, well, not enough people listen to that show.
Thank you.
But that's okay.
That's
I'm gonna
it won't
blame
be
you
the
guys
first
if we
time.
listen.
Well, I know we need
But-
to get to quickly because I know we need to get to a break.
Yes.
Unless we have another segment with you, which I assume we don't. But it's not every day you get 2 segments out of the president. But
I think it's the first radio show. Honestly, I think this is the first radio show I've done as president, if you want to know the truth.
Well,
but that's okay.
well,
That's
we
a great
appreciate that.
compliment to you, and I thought you were great the other night when I met you, too.
Well,
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
thank you very much. You don't ask the president for a line.
Ask him,
Yeah,
Rick.
yeah,
Why
you
not?
stop the bet and ask him
Stop
for
the
a
music.
liner.
All right, President
Mr.
Trump,
President.
what I'm about to do right now, if it's not classy, just say, Burgess, I can't do that for you. But if we could have you say, this is Donald Trump, President of the United States, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba show, we would appreciate it. But if you don't think you should do that, we understand.
I will. I should definitely not do it, but I will do it. Are you ready?
Yes.
This is Donald Trump, President of the United States. I love the state of Alabama, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba show, and enjoy it. And if they ever switch allegiance, please do not run this, whatever it is.
Thank you, Mr. President, so much.
Okay, fellas.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
President.
very much, both, and good luck to Luther. Luther he will make a great, great senator. I hope the folks in Alabama agree, and I love the folks in Alabama. So just have a good time, have a good day, and I appreciate it. Good luck tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much.
Praying for you,
There
sir.
he goes.
Yep.
The President of the United States, Donald Trump. We'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There we go.
I was going to let him say Ray once, but when he said Ray twice, I thought I got to get in there.
And I didn't give the president much on hold because I thought it was somebody playing a joke on me.
Oh,
there you go. How about that? You be Trump. You be Trump.
Yeah. Golly, I wasn't ready.
Here he is. Here he is. Here he is.
Oh my God!
It was awful. Staring at me. I don't do rodents.
How'd you get in like that? You don't want. Yeah, it's bad. But are you going to interrupt an Israeli commander? Probably not.
Probably not.
If he's supposed to have 15 minutes, he takes an hour. He's going to take an hour.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Hurt too, because they wait to bring the food to after he was done.
Did you get in so late that right now you're not really sure who you are?
Well, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's so bad I don't even want to talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
See, I've never been to D.C. I got to go. I've just never even seen
Well,
it.
Amazes me, by the way.
Yeah, nobody can believe that I've never been there either. But the sheriff.
Was that your first trip?
Yeah. Also, I'm a little taken back by all the Alabamians we have. You know, in the Capitol, all the states can put 2 statues in there of famous people from their states all over the Capitol. You know who else we got though? I thought of all the people, Joe Wheeler. Joe Wheeler Dam. That's our second one. And now we have Rosa Parks now too. They added us a third one because of her historical significance.
What Joe Wheeler do?
Joe Wheeler.
Damn the creek up.
Joe Wheeler, Trump's Bear Bryant. We went to the Trump Hotel. They had a day room there for us. We had our tour clothes on. Then we had to put on suit and dresses for the ladies to go to the banquet. That was the flag in the Trump Hotel. And how about I have to give Sherry credit, Greg. I think you've influenced your sister-in-law. Somebody said, yeah, I think that's the biggest American flag, whatever. And Sherry goes, that is not the biggest American flag. We got some that stretch across the football field.
Yeah.
Like that. And I thought, well, you just made your brother-in-law happy.
They ain't
right?
seen that one down here at Camper World either.
Right. So how about this? Sherry called step out. Hey, that's a step out. That's just something. That's just
a big flag.
It's a big flag, but it's not the biggest flag we
She's
have.
absolutely correct.
That's that look off of the speaker balcony there at the Capitol. And there he is, Ronald Reagan. Now I'm going to show you this. The next slide, I want to show you something.
Y'all missed the 80s. Somebody.
This is Ronald Reagan's statue. Now you see where his name is? Everybody pay attention. Greg, put down that program. All right. 21 minutes past the hour at Rick and Bubba's show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. What's up, cuz? New segment here on the Rick and Bubba's show. Cuz Strickland, Mossy Oak. Dropping by, bringing Bubba his deer meat from the big team hunt back in early January. Early
thank you guys so much.
First of the month.
What's up, cuz?
What up, good?
What's up, guys?
So you guys were talking about it, and Speedy has informed me that Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, in a couple of weeks, we will actually be interviewing the host of Missing 411.
Yeah, David Politis. Am I saying his name right? Politis.
Politis.
Yeah.
That's a hard guess to get.
Yeah.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a whole series of books. I started looking at some of the other.
I started,
and I went and looked at the other documentary that was done based off of his 411 missing 411, which was about kids that disappeared in various places. And but the one we were referring to is called Missing 411: The Hunted. And it dealt with hunters that disappeared without a trace.
Now you haven't given him COVID, have you?
No, I had him. He was at my house pre-COVID. And,
did they? You and your daughter were in that documentary. Was that shot at your place?
No, it was up in Ohio where he listed a really weird case at the end about the lady who took the picture and all.
Right.
That.
Oh yeah, that was weird.
We were at that farm.
Oh wow!
But when I read the first couple of books, they had, just out there, a hunter every once in a while. And while I had him as a guest, I was bringing him to come on Hunting the Country, our TV show.
Yeah.
I said, I was talking to him about how hunters need to hear about this kind of stuff. And he's like, I'm surprised y'all would promote it. I said, well, I'm not going to promote it. It's a great TV episode.
Yeah, man.
I'm not sure that's not where he got the idea to do the whole thing about the hunted. But when the book came out, he sent me a copy, and one of the guys in there that went missing, who was had knee surgery, and I'm gonna put a ground blind right down here and I'm gonna cook. I'd been in his shop 2 years before that.
So you knew him.
I'd met him. He was in Taos, New Mexico. And then some of the other stuff I checked before I called him, I would get those names and I'd just Google it. And you could find all these newspaper clips. He's not making this stuff up, and he's not offering any explanations. He's just kind of keeping people posted. Hey, you need to know there's a cluster of missing people right here, and you should stick together.
And one of the criteria, because I keep getting people asking me, well, what about an animal did this?
No.
If there's any sign of an animal attack or struggle, that's not one of the cases he's doing. That's something he takes it out of this group that he's looking at.
It's got to have 5 or 6 things, and one of them is no mental illness. He interviews family members of these people. And like the dogs can't pick
lose
a
the trail.
And if you've ever been around those kind of dogs, it's unbelievable what they can do. But the weather changes as soon as the search parties form, and it's like that every single case. Wow. And he's got thousands of them. And
this guy that you had met, he literally was within 100 yards of where they got out of the truck
with a pop-up blind.
Blind.
They helped him pop his blind.
I remember this one.
Right below.
And he's he is a very, very good hunter. I mean, this is not like somebody that's not used to the wilderness.
No, it's an archer guy. I mean,
Is he the one that had the knee injury?
Yeah, had his surgery.
That's why he didn't go far.
That's why he stayed close.
And,
but they come back. He's hunting with 2 other buddies and can't find him. Not a trace. And to this day, he disappeared from that blind he was in, and there was correct me if I'm wrong, there was nothing left. They didn't find a sock. They didn't find a gun. They didn't find a hat. They didn't find an arrow that could have fallen out of his quiver.
Couldn't hardly walk. And, they searched for 6 days, FLIR, dogs, the whole 9 yards, and it's just like nothing.
And you're talking about with the FLIR, you're talking about infrared.
Forward-looking infrared radar at night for body heat and stuff.
Nothing.
And nothing.
He disappeared off the planet.
He just vanished. Wow. And sometimes they'll find stuff. Sometimes they don't.
Right.
He said most of the times if they do find a deceased body, it's in the middle of a grid where they've already searched 5 or 6 times.
Right.
To me, it was like, I've been hunting my whole life. I got this figured out. I was so stumped. I just kept reading more and more and more. And I'm like you, I was looking for.
I got to have some closure to this.
What do you think happened to him?
I have no idea.
Based on being out in the outdoors as much as you have. And
I have I'm like David Pillai. I have no explanation because I can't think of anything.
You can't even come up with a theory.
Nope. Not unless it's like, some kind of alien or a UFO abduction or
easy
something like
now.
That.
Mm-hmm. So what?
I have no idea. It does. There's no common sense thing.
Is there one theory?
No explanation.
Is there? And this is just a theory. I mean, that's all we got, guys.
That's all you got.
That he had planned on vanishing, and somebody just simply came and picked him up. He went off and left, and this was his way to start a new life somewhere or whatever.
Yeah, it's possible. You know,
I mean, that's about all we got.
I'd have waited till my knee got better before I did that.
I don't know, but that makes everybody think that you vanished.
When you throw all the little kids and stuff in there that are similar stories, you know, none of that holds
No,
water.
no. I'm just thinking, because there's one part of it, and this is a true thing. This is absolutely true, that we know about human beings. No matter how well you may think you know someone, you really don't.
I agree with that 100%.
No one truly reveals themselves completely to anybody.
Yeah, well, you know, if you watch,
you don't really know everybody as much as you think you do.
The one that sticks in my mind more.
Some
than
people you wish you didn't know.
Correct. I wish some people had kept more information from me.
The first story in the Missing 411, the Hunted documentary, is the 89-year-old guy in New York.
He was a stander, basically.
Yeah, they
what
put
we
him
call
out 200 yards apart.
Oh, yeah.
Doing a man drive.
Boom, disappeared. No
like
tracks, no gun, no nothing.
Crazy.
And
he's not like slipping off to start a new life.
And he was a former paratrooper. I mean, he was a real deal.
And they put hey, it could be an animal. They kind of put that one to bed, right? Because you'd have seen a sign that
they
something.
always put that to bed.
Okay.
There's never any kind of crime scene, or that eliminates him.
I'd like to know the spiritual component of these people. Could it possibly be a rapture, and we didn't make it?
Well, you know, and you got to ask.
Real small.
How about this? Well, you know, Jesus said few.
That would be few, wouldn't it?
He did say few, and
it was eye of the needle.
Hey, and it does feel like we're in the tribulation.
got that smell to it.
It really does.
It's a fascinating. And the thing about David Paulides is he's very educated and all, but he's one of us. This guy loves to hunt and fish.
Right.
You know, and he was a law enforcement guy. He's as normal as he can be.
Can I give you my take on those two you talked about? The only thing that makes any sense at all, what I'm saying is, if it was UFO or interdimensional hijacking or whatever, that's not normal stuff. Okay, normal. The only thing I can think of with the bow hunter, there was it looked like a little watery area not too far from there. If he had walked down to that, fallen into that, and it had a soft bottom, and it just took him down. And I know they searched it, but did they search it far enough and have enough equipment to do it other than, hey, we just got in the water and couldn't find him? You know, that's the only thing I think. And maybe the other guy fell in an old well, or, you know, there were really big trees there that, you know, you know how the roots will rot away, and, you know, sometimes you stick your foot in something, falling into something so far down nobody could ever see it. And then the rain coming in threw the dogs off the scent. That's the only thing I can think of. Wow. Help me with somebody. Somebody help me.
Somebody help me. I don't know. I mean, you know, if you ever seen people do a real grid search with the string and everything,
it's amazing.
They don't miss much.
And I saw all that. They did all that.
Yeah.
Who knows? You know, there's some things in this world you just can't explain.
I hope he doesn't do one called Missing 411 Radio Host. I know.
No, that'd be bad.
Let's not do that.
No.
Nah.
No, sir. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look right here. Do you see the rocks right there in the groove?
Yeah. Somebody's crammed them in there.
That's the Berlin Wall.
Cool.
Bubba, you all right?
Yeah.
I thought that'd be a Misty right there.
No, that's big.
Why do we have headlines like that?
You know, yeah.
I noticed we were out of coffee, so went ahead and made some coffee. So if y'all need anything, if y'all are having, you know,
If you want to answer
if
these
y'all
calls, that'd be great.
if y'all need anything in the chill zone here, I like to call this room the chill zone.
Okay, we'll let you know.
Let me know if I can bring y'all anything.
Thank you.
No, listen, the last It's like Travis did a piece on this yesterday. The last 2 weeks, the ESPN has lost 7,000 subscriptions per day because of this.
Oh my gosh.
7,000 per day.
For the first time, I'm really truly seeing people are like, okay.
No, you're right.
What's your favorite snack?
Probably Pringles.
Oh, it's peanut M&M's by far. It ain't even close.
I won't get one of those big old cartons of the pretzels that you bite into them and have peanut butter on the inside. I can eat those things till the cows come home, as my mama would say.
I just like to eat cereal out of the bag.
Cheez-It?
Cheez-It.
Cool. Hey, what's your favorite snack?
Chips.
What's your favorite snack?
Chocolate chip cookies. Okay, I'll put you on hold.
Hey, what's your favorite snack?
Peanut butter crackers or cashews. And I'm not dipping. This is a Fireball.
So you're just going, all right, just be respectful enough to where if it is the president, you don't look like an idiot. But this really sounds like President Trump. But, you know, a lot of times when you hear President Trump, it's an energetic voice, whatever, but it was kind of like a laid back, like, yeah, I'm just on the phone talking, you know. So the voice, I was trying to find it. I was like, okay, is this Trump or not Trump? And it was really kind of hard. And then I had to put him on hold.
So good. Huh? He's so good. And then you put him on hold.
And then the whole time I'm talking, I'm going, am I talking to the president right now? Just kind of... I can't see how people say if you meet with Trump face to face, he can persuade you because of how personable he is. You know what I'm saying? How you said that he was kind of down to earth, like when you're talking to him. Yeah, absolutely. But so that's kind of why I put him on hold. Yes, sir. Hold on, please. That's why I just had to hand the phone to number one here and go, hey, look, I need some
I think
clarity.
It's the president.
I really think.
What was that man about health care? Uh-huh. Rick, did you see the paraplegics protesting yesterday? They were dragging them out. Yeah. That's rough.
They do this little piece about this.
Is it rough?
This is all I have.
They're hollering, they're dragging them out.
Golly. Imagine having to be that guy.
I know.
To drag them out.
Go get them out of here.
And he's got to pull back like a willy so they can't resist. And he's back and they're just screaming.
Oh, no.
What?
Do you have any cups that I can wash?
Yes, yeah, I do. Let me finish my coffee real quick here. Ooh, that's refreshing. Man. Buzzbox, I think it's Buzzbox.
Is it good?
Yep, it's good stuff.
You don't have to slurp. Like,
Okay.
I think it's gone.
I'll get it.
Okay, thanks.
I got it, yeah.
They would love to use just the audio.
We have a mouse!
Which, I mean...
What?
What?
A damn mouse.
Oh, no.
It's in the steering control! It's in your room!
Where?
It's in the TV room! No!
The Jacob thing looked right at me.
Where did it go in there?
He ran straight in. He ran just in this room straight. He just went straight in.
Where straight in?
He just went straight in.
Where in?
We're back. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Nothing's wrong with your sound. I'm actually playing right now, coming out of the break, a video of a record player being played. And so Cuz was telling us, what's up, Cuz Strickland, with us, bringing Bubba's deer meat to him today. Did you bring a good variety of deer meat?
I did. Bubba wanted one whole deer and summer sausage. Mm-hmm. They love that football gaming, couple crab.
Oh, yeah.
And then some hamburger meat for doing spaghetti and chili.
Yeah.
But once they found out who I was getting this for, they went a little overboard. He's got burritos that are fully cooked.
Wow.
Tamales.
Yeah,
I love tamales.
I'm telling you, he's got an overall treat.
Wow.
And this old guy, big fan of the show. It's called Fork in the Road Processing.
Thank you, Fork in the Road.
Fork in the Road.
And
Awesome
big
name.
fans. And I walked in there last night to get it so I could leave early this morning. Is this Bubba? I said, that's his. And they were looking at the deer meat.
Tamales.
And they looked at 10 million packages, but they were just, that's
They're
Bubba's.
too kind.
So I noticed that
That
Bubba's deer they hung in the tree a while.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean
2 days. The reason I didn't.
Can I tell you what this is all? There was.
Oh Lord!
You know this bunch, okay? How they get hung up on something?
Just a little bit.
So when the deer came in, you were very nice to clean it, and you hung it in the tree because it was like 30 degrees outside.
Right.
Yeah.
But at one point the next day it got to like 55, and I was getting some looks like, hey, is that deer hanging
they
too
just seem to
long,
hang
too
there.
warm
They just
out
seem
there?
to hang there a while.
And so I've been dealing with that. And
trying
so
to get in his
you
head.
have forgot more about hunting than we'll ever know. So explain that to us.
All right. Yeah. Once you get that inner body cavity out, once you get them gutted and let that air start getting to them, 50 degrees is not an issue. Especially because it just sat there in that 30-degree stuff all night long.
Mm-hmm.
Now, right after y'all left, before I had my positive test, I put 2 bags of ice in each one, put a little strap around. The more you age that meat,
Right, the better.
in the open air, the better it is. I'm telling you, I'd be the last guy on the planet to give you something. When I got my positive test, I didn't touch him anymore, which was stupid.
Well, since you gave us COVID, none of us wanted you to give us.
I got to be real careful.
Bubba, let me
food
know.
poisoning to go with it. We were just checking.
Well,
so.
Bubba, let me know how the COVID burrito tastes.
That's what we're calling it now.
The good thing about the burritos and tamales, they're fully cooked.
Yeah.
They cook them over there.
Yeah, I love tamales.
Vacuum
I love a
seal
tamale.
them. It looks like
So all I got to do is warm it up.
Hey, Fork in the Road, I love a tamale.
Oh, look, you'll have a bunch of.
I love them.
His wife also makes a sauce, because you can just put them in a pan with some water and steam them. But she makes a sauce that you can put in there and then steam them.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Fully cooked, heated. And
I
all
just
that
thought
kind
they
of
hung there a little while. I didn't know.
I get it.
And I did see some teeth mark in them. But,
hey, Rick.
You'll meet.
Well, you know what I was thinking, because we had this long discussion, and Helms was talking about missing 411 at night. Then I have to walk outside into a camper by myself, and there's 2 dead deer hanging in the trees, which could draw in an interdimensional traveler that eats blood. Who knows?
Right.
So
It's blood.
Yeah. I mean, no concerns at all. That's the way you do it. I saw.
Yeah, so Greg, stop talking about it, please.
Huh?
Yeah. He's the one that brought it up.
Greg said what he saw looked like larvae a little bit.
Y'all just trying to get Bubba stirred up.
No, I've had it aged a lot longer than that.
And see, a lot of people don't know that's why beef tastes as good as it does. They usually age it. You'll hear them say it was aged 14 days or whatever, and that's basically a
lot of people
they're letting
won't
it
even touch
decay
it.
a little bit, and that tenderizes it. I mean, it sounds gross, but that's the truth.
When I used to work in the meat department, when I was
here we go.
Everybody knows.
Greg was a butcher.
Here comes the meat lecture.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows you did that, Greg.
the people would wait till we marked it down when it start getting brown looking, and they wouldn't buy it until then. 1, they saved money, and 2, they said that's the best. Let it sit a minute. That thing would be just almost gross looking.
It's a fine line. Don't have a great experience or a bad experience.
The store I worked in, when it turned brown, they took it to the deli,
Right.
and they cooked it, and then they put it back.
And I got an email because when you got COVID, you were worried about that. They said it hung there 2 or 3 days after.
It did not.
And so one day the temperature was 78.
No, sir. Ricky, my son-in-law, took charge of the deer. I said, I ain't touching the deer. And he took him to Jack.
Let me ask
Ricky
you this.
texted me and said, well, look, we're going to let it hang till Friday and then get it.
Is there a point where it's too warm to
Yeah, it is. I don't know what that is. I've never let it get to that. I killed a caribou one time up there, and we were on a 5-day hunt, killed it on the first day. And the guides, they didn't like us. I don't know if it's because we were Americans. I I don't know, but anyway,
he has issues everywhere he goes. He does.
And I'm the
New
friendliest.
Zealand wouldn't feed you.
Are you difficult when you
No. Anyway, I hung that thing up in meat sacks for 5 days, and it got pretty hot. This was August up there.
Wow.
And I gave it away before I got back to the airport. I gave it to somebody. Yeah, I think that was too much.
Right. Yeah, okay.
A couple of days getting to 50 with ice in them.
Yeah. It makes you. So I played this music coming back that was from a record player or whatever.
Rock and roll cuss.
You said that you listened to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and you heard Greg and I going back and all the music history, and you said, were you in a band?
I was. I saw Mr. Lucky, and I didn't know what it was about. I'm loving the podcast, and then I got deep into that one last night.
Yeah.
But my brother and I were in a band. He was 5 years older than me. He was the drummer. And I played the guitar, and we ended up doing, a little talent show at the school. Same kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden, my dad, who was retired from the military and all that, we got pretty good. We went to Skeet's Guitar Shop in Jackson, Mississippi.
Skeet's.
And bought Vox equipment. Super Beetle. We had 3 or 4 amps and all this stuff. Borrowed the money.
Were you laughing when I said we took out a loan for $750?
I was punching wide. I said that's what we did.
Sure did. $750.
And we stayed together just long enough to get that stuff paid for. But listen to this. I had a Ventures Mossrite guitar. I looked at one on eBay the other day that was $26,000.
No.
Wow.
And you just let it go.
They didn't make, this was the Ventures edition. They didn't make but like 600 of those. I had one, sold it for $200.
Come on. So that was something you were into, and this is a record we're playing. Who's this record here?
Oh, look, that was from the Delta recording. That's our band, the Elations.
The Elations?
The Elations.
So are you singing or just picking?
No. Playing the guitar.
What year would this been?
This would have been 68.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you still pick?
No.
None?
No. I freaked out my grandkids one night and pulled the guitar out and played like Wildwood Flower or something. They were sitting there with
I played a little Wildwood Flower.
They didn't know you had that.
And
they thought you shot them everything.
Yeah, they just freaked them out. But we did. We cut that record. We had 2, My Mirror and I Love You Baby, and it was like I think it was 1968.
So y'all wrote those songs, they were originals?
We had two lead singers, Sammy Engelith and Joe Pugh Shelton, who is a minister now. Small preacher out there in North Mississippi, still has long.
Is he a small person, or are you talking about preachers in a small church?
Small church.
Because you said he was a small preacher.
Small church. Very small church. But I heard you say if you sit on the front row and don't look back, you can't tell.
It don't matter. Yes,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's the same size.
But they wrote the songs, and they, we cut them at.
I need to see a band picture.
I do too.
I can find one, I think, on my phone. There's a picture.
Get you a look at that. That was from.
Oh my God!
What are you showing?
The kids listened to it, so they got to cracking on me, and one of them found this picture and put it out there yesterday.
Yes. We had a Ford Econoline van, and we had painted on the front of it, "Here Comes the Elations." And we painted it backwards, so if you saw it in
like the
ambulance,
ambulance,
you could read it. And we paid for that van. We played. We opened for John Fred and the Playboys one.
Watch out!
Watch out, John Fred.
That was kind of the peak, and it was all downhill after
Sure.
that.
So you peaked with John.
Pretty soon, it was just the Moose Lodges on Friday.
Oh
night.
yeah, it's a tough deal, man.
Yeah, that's tough.
But it
tough
was, but
I love your craft.
Yeah, it was, and we had a blast. Like I say, we loved it, and then we got to dabble with it a little bit on the show, like we talked about, and that
y'all could go though.
But
You're talking at the front end about how bad it was, and you get down.
Really bad.
It was bad.
Yeah, but you get down to some of the music. It was like
we were so bad at covers, we had to write our own music.
Yeah, right.
it is the best podcast. If you're a Rick and Bubba fan, you got to go listen to Mr. Lucky
this past weekend. So catch that. And then coming up in a couple of weeks, we're actually going to talk about what we just talked about on the missing 411. And so Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, another option. And then, of course, Cuz, your podcast, too. People loving it everywhere.
Yeah.
And so catch that out there wherever you get podcasts as well. Fistful of Dirt. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba and your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They would love to use just the audio.
We have a mouse!
Which, I mean...
What? He's in the controller!
What? A damn mouse.
Oh, no.
It's in the TV control. It's in your room.
Where?
It's in the TV room.
No.
The Jacob thing looked right at me.
Where did it go in there?
He ran straight in. He ran just in this room straight. He just went straight in.
Where straight in?
He just went straight in.
Where in there? What was you to the wire?
Here he is. Here
on the air.
Here he is. Here he is. Here he is.
Oh my God! There he goes! Oh, he's in the. Oh, there he's running this way!
Hands under your feet.
There he is! Go! Oh no! Oh, oh, get him, Bubba! Get him! Oh, Bubba got him!
Yeah. Management's coming to look at the mouse situation.
Okay. I'm just glad we were here, man.
I know. I mean, if we weren't here, what would happen, you think?
Chaos?
Yeah.
Fear?
I'm glad we did what we did. Aren't you?
It wasn't easy.
No, it wasn't.
But not all heroes wear capes. You know?
That's right.
You got some people that run away from problems.
That's right.
And then you got some people that run toward problems.
That's right. That's well said, too.
Yep.
Well said.
This door was propped open, so it could have just come in this morning.
Right.
And as we opened doors, it kind of came on in.
Oh, it was probably walking beside me and I didn't know it.
It's 5:44 in the morning. Today's not going to be quite a normal daily documentary because today I'm going to talk about a lot about how I do these videos. So if that doesn't interest you, come back tomorrow. This is what I shoot most of the daily documentaries on. This is a Lumix FZ1000. I have 2 of them. That's what I'm shooting on right now. See? This has got a mega zoom on it, which is great because it's super handy if I needed to do like a wide shot like this or if I need to zoom in a ton. These cameras shoot slow-mo, they shoot 4K, and also they're not that expensive. I know that seems like a ton of money, but for a professional working tool that I use every single day, it's really not that much. DSLRs have little mics on them, but when you use a bigger microphone like this, the sound is just so much better. Like here's the difference between with a shotgun microphone, with a shotgun microphone, without a shotgun microphone, without a shotgun microphone. The kickoff hours are about to wrap up, so now I'm gonna climb up on this counter and put a camera up there. Awesome.
Lord, we love you.
There he goes.
I didn't sleep very well last night. I was in a nightmare that a horse named Sassy kept jumping up and down on me.
Sassy was pounding you.
At this point in the morning, I run out to capture a time lapse. Take the skateboard, because otherwise it's a really long walk. 10-15 minutes before the sunrise. I'll set it pretty dark. All right, so the sun should be coming up right here. And so let's see what this sunrise looks like now. The Rick and Bubba show officially has started. We got the national anthem going. Scadro's doing an awesome job running that stuff. And then we've got...
Awesome.
Forgot your name.
I've been here since February.
Have you?
Yes.
Huh. Anyways, unnamed intern is taking breakfast orders now.
Because he doesn't care, he don't listen. But if I was backstage with the president, and I was saying, now look, if you get up there and get stirred up over this kneeling thing, choose your words. Don't give them anything that they can twist on you. and make it look like you're saying something directed at African Americans. Well, I'm not directing it. Yeah, I understand, but you've got to be smart enough to know what you're doing now. 10 minutes to the top. Phone calls coming in. Cuz Strickland hanging out with us today. What's up, Cuz? The gang's all here. Whatever's on your mind. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and you can go now. While you're dialing in here at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and if you dial now, you'll get there. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go to that URL and let the savings begin. You can go there right now, and the minute you're there, you're in business. I mean, you look up and you go, well, look at there. There's bathrobe, sleepwear, and quilts in an array of great colors and styles, and all from 100% U.S. upland cotton. They're 30% off. You go there and you see that Giza Dream bed sheets and flannel sheets are buy one, get one free. MyPillow slippers, whatever size, style, or color that you want, 40% off. We've got the bed pillows. They're 75% off. Hotel towel sets. I mean, you went to the biggest 5-star hotel anywhere in the world, you won't find towels any better than what MyPillow's got. And they got them $70 off. The whole set for $39.99. Find all that by going to MyPillow.com/Bubba. That's MyPillow.com/Bubba. To the phones we go. If you want to join us, you certainly can. We'll start with George. George is in the great state of Alabama. George, unless you get a timeout, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning to y'all.
Hey, buddy.
I'm from Coling, Alabama. It's just outside of Tuscaloosa. But anyway, I used to work for a forestry company called Westervelt, and we had a procurement who was out looking for the, just checking the timber, and he came up missing for like 2-3 days, and he had fell down in a old well about 25 to 35 feet, and he didn't have phone service or anything, so, it finally ended up,
Yeah, that's the fell in a well theory.
Yeah,
but they did find him. But they did find him. That's
a fear of mine. I don't want to fall in a well.
And here's my theory on that, Rick. As Cuz pointed out, they always say that bad weather comes in. Well, if you're out hunting, it's winter, and you're going to have bad weather every 2 or 3 days. I mean, just on odds. And when you have bad weather, it's going to throw the hunting dogs off the scent because they can't go where the scent's been washed away. So I think if we're not drawing a conclusion, but we're just trying to say we got to have some idea what's happening.
Yeah.
And I think these wells and some quicksand type bottoms on some of these ponds may be the answer. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Right. Cuz, you ever seen Bigfoot?
I have not. Okay. Look, I've been out there. I've been in some squatchy looking areas, and I hadn't heard tree knock. I hadn't seen a footprint. I hadn't seen anything. But I'm telling you, there's millions of people following that stuff.
Oh, and them goofy shows on TV, they never see anything.
Did
you hear that? That's a juvenile. I'm like, what are you talking about?
I was hoping you might encounter him because we finally might get to the bottom of it.
Well, I'm probably the last guy that's going to encounter him now. So
well, you just give him COVID if you did.
That's right. I'd blow on him and I'd bring that body right on in.
There it is.
That's it.
But have you noticed there's not a lot of deer hunters holding a high-powered rifle that have those experiences?
Zero. You need to ask David this question: how many people go missing who have a personal locator device or a firearm?
Yep.
Hey, watch out.
Zero.
Really? Amanda is in Florence, WLAY.
I'll be sure and keep one of those with me at all times.
Amanda, go ahead.
Hello. I listen to you guys every morning.
Thank you.
Taking my kids to school. And the missing 411 thing was interesting because I watch a guy on YouTube named Mr. Ballin, and he covers all the strange, dark, and mysterious. And the missing 411 is one thing he does. He's a storyteller, and he has over 5 million subscribers for that stuff.
People love this kind of stuff. I mean,
I'm gonna start making stuff up and tell it.
Well, Greg, there's people that do.
You've been doing that for years.
Yeah,
That's true.
You might as well.
That's a good point.
I mean,
it's a podcast when I was a butcher.
Greg, we need to do one where you talk about when you were a butcher.
I wasn't technically a butcher. I was just a meat clerk. Right. But
I learned in the meat department.
Yeah,
I
was in school.
Bob put some burgers on the grill this weekend. They were good.
Was that the name of your job? Meat clerk?
Mm-hmm.
Was that the official?
Yeah, because you had journeyman meat cutters back here. Them guys been doing it for years. I was just some punk kid with a mullet that had a job as a teenager.
And what was your title?
I was a meat clerk.
Okay.
Hey, cuz, let me ask you a question on the hamburgers. What did you marinate the burgers in? that you made us for when we were hunting?
No, salt, black pepper, and garlic salt. And
That was it?
But I cooked them in butter.
Okay.
And then threw the buns on there.
Yeah, then I put new butter out there.
Come on.
There was 3 sticks of butter involved.
Just a hint of COVID.
That right there is why it's good.
Yeah.
When I made that decision, when I made that decision,
just a sprinkle
to go with that, I had one more burger, and I said, Rick, there ain't no need for that.
Go for it.
But I kept.
I was full, but I was eating because it tasted good.
Yeah.
I was
I'm
out
familiar
there.
with that.
I got about an hour and a half in the afternoon hunting. I heard. I looked out there and there
What's
it was.
up? What's up?
There was the burger.
It's hard to wreck butter.
Yeah.
I thought it was the deer knocking to the left that you couldn't see.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, if he had, I couldn't see. I couldn't get a shot on him because they wouldn't need to open that window.
Nope.
So let's go.
What the local said.
It's permanently open. I took the glass plumb out, set it on the floor.
It ain't gonna happen again.
That's right.
Let's go to Tyler in Oxford. Tyler, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going? I'm just wondering how I can purchase some venison.
How you can purchase some?
Heard him describe it.
Yeah. Now, sometimes these processors, I don't know what the state laws are, but they are able to sell it, right?
It takes a different kind of license to sell it retail.
Yeah.
So.
Bubba's selling it out of his truck.
You need to find a hunter that's got a big freezer that has some extra. And a lot of times, how long do you keep yours in the freezer?
About a year.
Yeah, I try to roll it over a year, maybe a year and a half.
Swap it out every year. So, but check. Some of the processors are licensed to sell it to you, and you can get it from them. But if not, find somebody who hunts.
Just check with some of your local hunters.
Hey, if you find somebody who hunts, we always got extra.
Yeah,
we always got.
Bubba's got a lot right now.
He does. He's got a ton of it. Bubba gives you some.
He'll sell it out of his truck.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A big dealie.
Jeremy in Gadsden, Z93. I'm telling you, he's thinking about camping.
Yes, he is.
Once they cousin got his hopes up.
411.
You go ahead and camp, and then we'll hear about you when we do another episode.
Bubba, when you're going camping, cuz is not going to show up before you set it up for you like he did.
I know. That's the part that's kind of, you need to rethink.
Let me tell you, if I'm camping and I go missing, they're going to go, well, he went out. It was quite a fight. We got red blood. We got green blood here. Yeah. We got part of an alien's ear. Yeah. And Bubba's shoe.
And a tattered black turtleneck.
And unfortunately, whatever we're after is incredibly strong. So,
and full. When they threw him over their shoulder left, they had to work cut out.
Here he is. He gave out. There he is. Jeremy,
apparently they can fly.
Jeremy and Gadsden, go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering, once you thaw out that sausage, how long is it good for?
Once you thaw it out, you mean you get it out of the freezer?
Yeah, his summer sausage is frozen. I think it's about a week if you keep it in the refrigerator.
Yeah, keep it in the fridge. Yeah.
I'll tell you, once they roll this out, it won't be there a week. It's awfully good.
It Rarely is anything around me edible around for a week.
That's right. No threat of that.
Rarely.
Yeah, no. Rarely. I even put distance between me and him.
Yeah.
What is?
I eat my way through COVID twice. People talking about losing their appetite and their taste. I'm like,
never did.
No.
Did it have a jalapeno and cheese in it too on the summer sausage? How they do it?
I think it's just got some cheese in it, and they smoke it for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I gave Pammy my list for my COVID deployment when I had to stay over. First thing on the list, it was like corn dogs. And she was looking at me, she said, are you sick or have you lost your mind? I said, well, I'm going to be cooking for myself.
Did she make you go live at the lodge and get out of the house?
Brought me 4 pair of underwear and some T-shirts and stuff.
Good luck.
Let me know if you need anything.
Go in there and rest up.
But I can be friends with a man. The first thing on his list is corn dogs.
Oh yeah.
I love a corn dog.
I do too.
Oh yeah.
I love a corn dog.
I like them real crispy.
I do too. They got to be crispy, Greg.
Yeah.
I don't want them undercooked.
No.
A mustard on one side, ketchup on the other, like Trade Day does it.
Oh, man.
I'm strictly mustard, but yeah.
Ain't nothing better than Trade Day corn dog.
That and looking at puppies.
I'm telling you.
You smell like a corn dog. Them puppies will love all over you.
Walk around the nearest building to hide yourself from Greg and have a bite.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.